That's right, Barney and Blaze. We will finally get a chance to crush some keys here at COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. Welcome back to day 2 of groups, where we'll be seeing once again Group A and Group B play 6 matches, and we'll be finding out the first 5 teams from Group A that are going to be going straight to match point finals. My name is the 7WG. I'm not here by myself. I got none other than Lace and I Hold Shift. How are we feeling today? First day that we're gonna send some people home.
You're such a beacon of positivity when you talk about 5 teams qualifying. I'm more excited to see 3 teams get crushed. Yes. No, I'm serious though. The 5 teams that are gonna qualify are gonna be sick. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm so super excited to see stuff get crushed too. Oh wait, yes, and teams that go through to the winners bracket as well.
I'm with you guys. I wish we would be able to crush some keys, but yeah, you don't want to see my gameplay. For everybody currently watching at home, don't forget to do your play app pick'em, where you can actually end up doing your predictions. You can win some awards too. Just, you know, go to the play app, figure out who you want to predict. Maybe you got Twisted, maybe you got Falcons, maybe you got some surprises out there that we might not even be expecting. And if you do play it and you do end up winning something, share it on social media. Use the hashtag EWC and the hashtag EWC26. And just a quick reminder, even though I just did it, let's do a format refresh for everybody currently watching at home. That way you know exactly what's going to be happening here. Top 5 teams from each group will get a chance to go directly to match point finals. The rest, unless you're on the bottom 3 of each group, they get their keys crushed.
Yeah, man, and I'll tell you, we saw last year a handful of squads surprisingly have to make their way to survival rounds, which is just not common. One of our tournament favorites, Falcons, finds themselves currently outside the top 5. Oh, it's spicy.
It is spicy. That was actually a big surprise. Don't worry, we'll still get a chance to talk about all this spiciness. And for everybody that has been sharing stuff on social media, I promised you that we were gonna showcase some of the stuff that you guys were able to actually post. And somebody was saying, actually I need my glasses to read that one, but somebody ended up saying, can you beat the EWC entrance? And honestly, with the amazing entrance that we saw yesterday, I don't think anybody's gonna be beating them, Lace.
No, I mean, I would have absolutely skipped like that too, right onto that stage, and it was absolutely fantastic. It's not what you expect from these teams, but look, if I were to pick players that were to do that, it's definitely them, because they have such a good energy.
Maybe we'll be able to beat some of those entrances when we actually go to the finals. When we get a chance. Oh, you want us to have an entrance? You know what? We can maybe end up working something out. But as we've been mentioning, we will get a chance to crush some keys. And if you're not familiar with it, let Barney and Luti introduce you to the Key Crusher.
The Esports World Cup has its own unique twist when it comes to competitive excellence. If you and your team manage to qualify to compete here, then you will be presented with a key. And by the end of Championship Sunday, you're hoping, praying, and competing that you will be able to seal the trophy with your key. However, we've got 32 teams competing. What happens to the other 31 keys, Lucy?
Les 31 autres clés, elles vont être détruites, tout simplement. Il va falloir les exploser. Pour ce faire, on va les envoyer dans les abysses.
That's right. These teams will have their keys eviscerated in our glorious crusher. This machine will figuratively and quite literally crush your hopes and dreams of continuing in this competition. It's quite poetic, really.
C'est en effet très poétique, Barney, et ce qu'il est encore plus, c'est que ce seront les 2 meilleures équipes de chaque groupe qui auront la responsabilité d'activer le crusher et d'éliminer le bottom 3 de leur groupe respectif.
That's right, today 6 teams will have their keys crushed and the pressures will start to mount on the shoulders of our teams still competing on the Gadia City grid. Like we've said already, it's going to be a trial by fire. It is time for day 2 of the group stage.
Here we go.
Well, welcome into the STC Rewind. I'm Goj. This is Dandro. We're going to give you a match report of everything that happened in day 1 of group stages here with the Warzone Resurgence Series Championship at EWC. Dan, talk to me. Group A was a banger, man.
Group A kickstarted our group stage, just absolutely wild. We had multiple map winners. We had Virtus Pro taking 2 maps, Twisted Minds taking 2 maps, and then we had the likes of Ravens and Gen G who were able to come out and take some maps. On the lower end of the spectrum, matters a lot for today. On the cusp of elimination, it's Hometown Hero, Show's own team, H1 at the bottom of the leaderboard, alongside FaZe Clan and First Squad. Gonna have to have a lot better day 2, I think. They want to try and not have their keys get crushed.
I'm gonna be honest, I was very surprised to see FaZe Clan down there. It's some sort of swag curse. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully they can turn it around in day 2. Over in Group B, though, though, kind of interesting.
Yeah.
JDG outfragged everybody, outfragged NIP, who ends up in second place, by 14 kills. And by everybody else's standards, it's like 20 or 30 kills difference. 104 kills through 6 games. They're at 146 points, dominating the lobby. They only had one map that they were not a top 5 team with a win under the belt as well. G2 made a late round resurgence. They pushed up in the 6th game, dropped a 41.6 banger win at the very end to jump up into the top 5 position. But the biggest story is that the Falcons, they get 2 map wins at the very beginning, but then they basically can't do anything. They fall first in the last map on Fortune's Keep, and because of that, they find themselves not in a top 5 position going into day 2. Will they be top 5 at the end of the day? Probably, but they got a little work to do to get up to that standard. So in general, a little bit of some surprises. JDG, though, the biggest one for me. They crushed everybody in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise to see JDG up there, but hopefully they can keep that momentum going in today because they got some heavy hitters in their team. And on the side of Group A as well, same thing with Twisted Minds. I love to be able to see them keep moving forward, keep being able to keep slaying out like we've seen them do.
Reminder, top 5 from each group will move straight to the finals, and everybody else in the middle is going to be in that survivor stage. Bottom 3 in each group, though, could be eliminated. Leviathan started out hot, and unfortunately, they're down in that bottom 3 position in Group B. So a lot to talk about, but folks, I want to remind you that EWC Play app, go download it for free on iOS, Android, Google Play Store, wherever you can get your hands on it. Go get your pick'ems in every single day. Log in each day, get your pick'ems for each match. Dan, quickly, what are your pick'ems for the day? What's going on in Group A? Who do you think needs to step up?
I mean, there's so many teams I think need to set up. I'm looking at Vitality as one.
Yeah,
I think I would love to be able to see get up there. If they don't make it in the top 5, definitely we make it out of that survival stage. So maybe a little bit ball knowledge for you for your future pick'em days on the EWC Play app.
Pick'ems for me, Group B, it's Falcons, baby. I'm picking up for every single map because I think I can earn some extra points. $300,000 in total prizing in the EWC Play app, folks. Go get your hands on it and get your pick'ems in now.
I'm actually going with the same strategy, but it ended up backfiring yesterday, especially on the second half of the day for Falcons. But later on, we'll actually get a chance to talk about Falcons, especially in Group B, because that is a squad that is playing in Group B. But let's take a look at the overall from Group A. That way, if for some reason you missed it, don't worry, we got you. As at the top, you'll be able to see none other than Twisted Minds.
They dominated. I mean, flat out. Shifty just absolutely called game. Absolute domination. Couple of top 3s. They had a couple of wins. On top of that, they were absolutely bullying out a lot of squads as we started to get to map 3 and beyond. Slipping a little bit lower than maybe we would have expected was Vitality, as Goj and as Dan were talking about. I think they're going to have a more consistent day today, though.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly believe. But look, I want to chat about VP. I got a chance to actually have a conversation with them on the couch, and just the way that Destroy's mind works, especially going into these grueling stages. They're usually such like a kill-hungry team, but they were mentioning, they needed a prioritized placement, and they ended up doing so with a 6.5 average placement, which is miles above the rest. Also with 76 kills. So their plan to have being able to cover these stats in every which way is definitely proving through these group stages.
Yeah, and I was going to say, just kind of on top of that, what we've learned from Birmingham to Atlanta and now again here at EWC is kills are getting rewarded more than placement is right now, just based on how the multipliers changed over the last couple of years. So I think teams are starting to figure that out. That's why you're seeing squads like Twisted Minds jump up here in Group A, and a number of our real big risers that we had in Group B.
Yeah, one of the teams I'm going to be looking at is none other than Raven Esports. Remember, they ended up winning the first game yesterday.
Hot take.
But they ended up slowing down. And no, let's save it. Let's save it for when you're on camera. So, because I want you to look directly at the camera and just give them your hot take again. But this team, I mean, they fell off from the first game.
I mean, I won't say they fall off. And again, my hot take is that they're not going to make it out of the top 5 of their group. They're going to play through the play, and mostly because they're being griefed in a lot of ways, fighting up against Twisted Minds on their early drops. They're still playing really, really well, but a hot take isn't hot if it's not spicy. So that's my spicy take.
We'll find out. They're currently in 4th. Can they actually maintain it? And as we're going to be going to Sony's story of the day, which is none other than Twisted Minds versus Falcons, you know what? Let me actually get a chance to ask some of the people that work here. We got Twisted Minds and Falcons. They're not in the same group, but which team is going to be performing better? Twisted Minds! Yes, let's go, baby! Because Twisted Minds was able to perform so well yesterday, Lace.
Yeah, and I mean, let's say exceptionally well. They actually had so many kills, most of them coming from Shifty, about 47 handed to Shifty alone for this team, which is insanity. And we talk about the placement, you know, it's not so apparent in this squad. It was about 2.8 placement points, but they had 2 wins under their belt as well. Also, just the kills were immense from every single member on this squad. And we do put it to a head-to-head with Falcons, you know, because they come in a little bit of rivalry. Shifty came from the Falcons.
Exactly.
So this is something that, you know, we're going to be looking at because it's a little bit spicy and all things nicey. That's what we love. But if you move over to Falcons, they had like a 84 points per the whole entire thing, 4.8 placement average. And we were sort of saying a lot of their zones were gifted to them in that RNG kind of way. And they may need to pick up the kills if they are to go toe-to-toe with Twisted.
Yeah, I mean, the general storyline, there's a couple of them. You've got the trio of Twisted Minds from last year that split up, but that doesn't alleviate the conversation of who is actually the GOAT from the Falcons. Are you looking at Ahsoka? Are you looking at Shifty? Biffle's co-streaming saying, hey, what about me? Come back and play next year, we'll add you to the conversation. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But I think the thing about it is the difference between how Ahsoka plays versus how Shifty plays. You expect Shifty to go out, find kills, be the Slayer, fall, come back to life, do it all over again. Ahsoka's that anchor player. He's not supposed to go get those kills. So it really is, for me, Twisted Minds relying on their slaying presence, Falcons relying on their macro game. So far, it's the slaying presence that's winning out this first day.
And something that you were able to, one of you guys were able to mention yesterday too, for Twisted Minds, is that they have been able to win games in different maps. It hasn't just been one map, right? For Twisted Minds, they ended up winning in Rebirth Island for the first Rebirth Island, and then they ended up winning the final match of the day for Group A, which ended up being Fortune's Keep.
Yeah.
That right there, if we're thinking about that squad maybe going to finals, that's going to be great when we go to match point.
Yeah, average placement is off the charts for Twisted Minds. I don't want to sit here and like rule out Falcons, though. They played very atypical for what they normally would do. They were dropping in weirder spots. They were giving a lot more space for Gentlemates to rotate around the map, and we saw how that benefited Gentlemates. So I think today, I'm looking at Dongy. I need him to show up and be the dong that he was all last year and what he's been so far this year for this team.
That dong, da dong, dong.
Nice.
Sorry.
Let's hope that's gonna happen. Now, for some of the other squads, right? One that actually ended up surprising you, and it was none other than Novo.
Yes, sir. I think for Novo, I mean, they're sitting in a really good spot in their group at the moment, but they're doing it as everyone's pulling their 33%. You don't have one player in particular running away. Everyone's sitting over 20 kills right now. Their average score differential is also very good between all three of them, and you see them in late game moments looking really clean, really polished, good leadership coming through of when to take fights.
Yeah, and I'd so love to be able to add on to that, but I just saw a dog carrying a cane across the back of the screen, so I got immensely distracted. But look, I have to agree, this is something that, you know, we didn't really get to see too much of them on the broadcast and highlight them as much, but you got to realize that these middle teams sort of sitting in the pack are going to be fighting for those top 5 spots, and I do believe that this team is going to be able to pull out something immensely crazy.
I just need to see it be consistent again today.
Yes.
Just make sure it's not a flash in the pan. I mean, we so often see that it's one player who's kind of carrying a lot of the kill presence. That's not the case for this Novo team. They're moving together, they're moving cohesively, and they're playing really well.
And I'm excited to see how they're going to be performing in the first 2 matches, because yesterday they started off slow.
Correct.
And I feel like that's why it caught a lot of people by surprise, because they started picking it up. I'm with you. I want to see that consistency. And without some of the other squads too, anybody that ended up surprising you yesterday besides Novo and any other team?
JDG, I think, is the one. I mean, just the amount of points they were able to put together, they weren't an atypical pick for being a possible top 5er, but to be on top of their group is special.
Melvin had 40 kills on his own, and that's under Shifty, so, you know, they've got the firepower right there.
Wild. They actually ended up outperforming what Twisted Minds did, which was insane already, because we didn't think that was going to end up happening. But I know Blaze has been going around the arena trying to get some interviews. Let's see who he ended up with this time.
What's up, everybody? It's day number 2 at EWC. We're here with the players as they're about to get to their battle stations, hit the drop shits, and get ready for our next group of action. And I got a few homies with me coming in. I got the man Destroy. What's up with you, dog? You ready for the day?
Yes, sir. I'm absolutely ready for today, baby.
Yo, yesterday you guys played amazing. Anything you're changing today, you're just gonna keep doing what you've been doing?
We're gonna do what we do, clean up a couple end games, try to secure that top 5. But overall, I'm super proud of how the boys played.
All right, man. Good luck to you. Best of luck to you today, dog. We got a few more homies down the line. I got my Ravens coming back. Back at home, man. You ready to turn up for the fans today, Niacin?
We will try the best on today. And yeah.
Okay, man. Hey, turn up. All right, do what you do. The crowd is in your favor. Who else we got in the back? Zephyr. What's up, man? You ready to turn up for the Australians?
Of course, bro. Of course.
All right.
Always ready.
Yes, yesterday didn't go as y'all wanted to. You get some extra sleep. You ready to turn up?
Yeah, I mean, we started off pretty hot, but we didn't really close how we wanted to. Today, I think we're just going to focus on some placement, and we should be good.
All right, best of luck to you, brother. All right, now we got a few more homies back here. Who we got coming down the line? Oh, well, look at you guys. Skullface in the building. Skull, yesterday you told me that you were the support player on the team, but you was looking like the main slayer, all right? We gonna see some more of that out of you today?
Hopefully. I gotta take that risk. Gotta take the risk today.
You gotta take the risk, okay? Especially if you wanna hoist the big trophy, right? All right? Yo, Schmidt, come here. Come on, things didn't go well for you yesterday, but it's a brand new day, baby. You ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right, you heard it right there. Schmidt ready to go. Come on with me. Let's let a few more people come on back. Where is the homie himself? Who you want to talk to coming down the line? Oh, shit. Oh, hold up. This is our kill leader right here from yesterday. Shifty, you dropped 47, all right? The next closest player to you had 30. Are we about to see some of that same firepower out of you today?
Oh, yeah. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Yesterday was mid out of me. I was super tired the first 3 games, so today we're going to go for at least 60. Like I said yesterday, bro, I'm bringing my vetting experience to the team. You know, fuck the last month. We're coming in. We gotta get this fucking chip.
Hey, man, get that shit, dog, okay? Best of luck to you, man. I mean, oh, my God, they are turning up out here, okay? Where the boys at? Oh, we got T1 out here, man. How you doing today, brother?
Good, chilling. Just looking to perform a little bit better than yesterday.
Yeah, and yo, you guys got what it takes, okay? All the firepower on this team. You guys got fans in the building. Like, what's gonna change today from yesterday?
We just played a little bit slow, a little bit passive, a little bit, you know. We had good KDs, but not really the kills. So this time we're just gonna be a bit more gung-ho.
Okay.
Start flying.
All right, best of luck to you, brother.
Thank you, bro.
All right, let's get it, man. Hey, the players, man, they are locked and loaded. Yesterday might not have went well for some of them, but they know today is a new day to get it done, all right? It's Warzone, it's Battle Royale. We know that the stakes are high, and it's just gonna keep going up. So, guys, we're about to hop into the games here in just a bit, but hey, tune in, tell your friends, man. Warzone's about to start here at EWC.
Ooh, thank you, Blaze. I like hearing from Shifty, too. He said 47 was mid, Lays. He said he wants to drop Zerkster.
I mean, if it's anyone to do it, it would be Shifty. But look, this is not unnormal especially for Call of Duty. Like, there have been people that have been dropping like 90 kills, obviously, in more online tournaments. So it is very much possible. And obviously, I'm feeling like Shifty might, follow that goal today, and we might see it happen.
That was the most typical COD interview of all time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Straight up. Straight bombs, literally.
I'm just happy I get to be here. I was watching it from home last year. I'm like, I actually get to be here. I get to watch what's going to be happening. As we're looking at today's schedule, if you were able to see yesterday, it is pretty much going to be the exact same thing. Looking at all this stuff, especially when we're talking about teams towards the bottom right shift, do you maybe want to see a win out of some of those teams, especially whoever was in last place?
Yeah, well, if you're in the bottom 3, you better be doing something that makes God blush, because you just have to have an absolute miracle today. And I think for the teams that are kind of on the bubble, fighting between, do I have to go through survival? Do I get the auto qualification through being top 5? It's about playing your game. Try to trust the process. Don't do anything too cute, too crazy. Just play your game, survive.
Don't be cute. Be an absolute menace. Okay, that's what they actually need to be. Especially with how much the kills have been in play, especially with the multipliers that are currently at play as well. And for everybody, I think we have done enough talking. Everybody's ready to see what Twisted Minds is going to be bringing today and the rest of these teams from Group A. Let's get started with COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26, Day 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more chance to dominate the competition and take the fastest route to Championship Sunday. And the temperature in the Gdynia City grid just dialed from warm to hot. Luti.
En effet, la température monte d'un cran. Il reste 6 petites games désormais dans ce group stage. L'objectif de toutes les équipes, il est clair. Être dans le top 5 pour se qualifier en finale. Mais le véritable objectif, celui qui fait très très peur, éviter à tout prix le bottom 3, éviter l'élimination.
Look, the reality is you only get one chance at a first impression. And if yesterday was a collapse, then today you've got a mountain to climb. But we have seen crazy things happen at the Esports World Cup.
C'est vrai, Barney, tout est encore jouable, mais les favoris pour l'instant ne se laissent clairement pas faire. Quoi qu'il arrive, mesdames et messieurs, Paris, je vous demande de faire du bruit pour accueillir nos équipes, à commencer par H1!
Team Stallions.
Novo Esports.
Team PBJ. T1. CT Gaming! Eclectic! Team Heretics!
First Squad!
DK Esports.
Virtus Pro.
FaZe Clan.
Genji Esports.
Ravens Esports.
Team Vitality.
And finally, your defending champions of the Esports World Cup, Twisted Minds. After today, 6 teams will be sent packing and 16 will be fighting for survival tomorrow. So if you're going to come out swinging, today's the day.
Les équipes sont prêtes, les enjeux et la pression montent d'un cran. Le spectacle peut enfin commencer. Bienvenue dans le 2e jour de Call of Duty Warzone à l'EWC Paris.
Virtus Pro with another map win. Genji, they are looking good. And Twisted Minds come back. Another 2-piece. Still able to find one. Oh my God!
Goes huge in the pipeline. Doesn't need Gabe, what are you doing? Oh, Texas Crack needs to find his way out. The Molotovs are doing the damage. No! Watch out.
He's gonna go ahead. He finds the timing. It's a double armor crack. Slides on out. Destroy. Is it dead? You just need one more. Riley! He's able to find them.
little highlight reel of yesterday. Some of the most electric moments that we had. And we are back here yet again in the Qiddiya City Arena here at the Esports World Cup in none other than Paris. Dandro here on the desk, opening up the day alongside my best bud, Enigma. Enigma, how we feeling? Day number 2. We're sending teams home. Some teams are just getting able to skip Saturday and go directly to Sunday.
Yeah, they certainly are. And for some of those sides, it is well warranted, especially Twisted Minds, who sit atop the lot by nearly 40 points. We talked about the land buff coming into Paris. Would they show that? Yeah, the answer was a resounding absolutely. For the pack sides just in behind them, from Virtus Pro, pretty much all the way through to Geeky in 7th, it's needing a hot start. It's very much so wanting to create a gap, a shelf, to get yourself in that top 5, keep yourself there through the rest of the afternoon. There's a couple of sides with storylines that maybe leave a couple of people wondering if they're going to get there. Ravens, for example, yes, they're in 4th, but they're largely leaning on the back of that great map 1. The rest of the afternoon wasn't their typical performance, and we were talking to them today. They say they've got a lot more to come.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some of the stat line here. When you're looking at it, it's oftentimes Neeson is the sort of top fragger of this team, the one making it happen. Currently 2nd in the team right now, just leading 2 behind King Chalk, the teammate. We'd love to be able to see him maybe get a little bit more active on some of these maps. But I'm glad that you bring up sort of this line, because this is what we're talking about all day long. Top 5 make it to our finals on Sunday. Bottom 3 will be getting their keys crushed by the number 1 leader. So when we take a look at that sort of cutoff right now, it's Novo, right? And 96.6 points is what they have. Right behind them is T1, only just roughly 6 points behind them. So you have 6 more maps here today, 6 more opportunities to get those points that you so desperately need to try and make it into that top 5 to ensure that you don't have to play through that survival stage.
Absolutely, and one of those teams that do desperately need to find some points today to get inside that top 5 is Vitality. You see Sage there making his final prayers on the main stage, just letting everyone know that he is under that pressure and focusing very much on trying to lock in on what is to come. Destroy, obviously uttering some of his own words, but for Vitality, it's a case of figuring out your contest. You're actually pretty good on Haven's Hollow, despite the back and forth that you have with T1, 3rd in both of those. Not necessarily as many kills as you'd like, but that's typical for them. It's elsewhere. On Fortune's Keep in particular, they're losing that fight to Gen G, and on Rebirth, they ended up suffering a 16th in the first map there, getting run over inside living quarters. So they gotta get off to hotter starts. They're a team that don't get a lot of kills, so they have to see the later stages. That's how they're going to close that gap.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at some of those other teams, like T1 I mentioned, T1, they've been okay on those other maps, but we're really looking at Fortune's Keep. That's where they've been 5th overall, right? They're the 5th best team when it comes to this lobby on the Keep. We also have teams like Eclectic and Geeky on Fortune's Keep, who found a lot of success yesterday. Unfortunately, when it comes to Rebirth Island and Haven's Hollow, that hasn't been the case, and that's really been the storyline, right, of a lot of these teams. We added Fortune's Keep into the mix. For some of these teams, they were able to take advantage of it. It's a new opportunity to kind of put yourself on the leaderboard. For others, they've struggled to figure out this map. So when we're kind of getting ready to hop into our 6 maps here today, you just have to make sure that on those maps that maybe you know you're not as good on, you just kind of try and raise your floor a little bit, right? Just try and get at least more points than you would normally hope so that way you just give yourself the best shot you can. But we're getting ready to hop on into map number 1. It was yesterday. It was awesome to be able to see everybody in the first map of the day, but they've played 6 maps. They're back here. They got to get back comfortable in the seat. What are you hoping to see from some of our teams here, sort of in what is overall map number 7?
I mean, we look back to the first Haven's Hollow yesterday, I think, and talk about how that played out. It was a mansion zone. Ravens do incredibly well there. They win the drop and then hold out. There was a lot of teams that had to make long rotations across the map. We're going to take a look at that first zone as soon as it comes up and talk about whether or not that flips certain strategies.
Yes.
Ravens didn't really get out of mansion successfully yesterday, and again, we're talking about points that they need on the board. They've really got to figure out that, so whether or not they stick around for the fight with Twisted. A couple of those other sides, your Eclectic team, they're playing in off bank. They've moved over there, giving Gen G the boat. Was that the right choice? Because all the scrims building up into this tournament, they've been fantastic, but all of a sudden the Havens in particular, really underwhelming. So a lot of sides gotta have made sure they've done the VOD review overnight and they're ready to go today.
Well, you can see Twisted Minds on your screen. You heard Shifty say, first 2 maps, I maybe was a little asleep, had to wipe the crusties out of my eyes, but here we go. It's day number 2. You know that they are going to be feeling hot. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's map number 1 of today, map 7 overall. We are back on Haven's Hollow, ready to get it started here. Are we going to see some of those same contests? You brought it up. How does this zone pull? Where does it go? These are all of the questions that we are getting ready to answer here, but it all comes down to this. It all comes down to another day of Call of Duty Warzone.
Most certainly does. For some of those out on the stage, for 3 of the teams currently sat in seats, it will be the final day of the Call of Duty Warzone season here in 2026. The sides currently sat in those positions include First Squad, FaZe Clan, and H1. I will say though, the gap to the handful of teams above them, minute. So everybody locks in, drops in. We've got a southeastern circle, likely pulling somewhere between Cole and Main Street. So you might see a couple of change up in drops, and instantly we'll get a big contest over there at Lumber Mill. But look at Research, look at Cole, a lot of bodies.
Yeah, hey, Twisted Minds, we actually get a nice little peek here. I love that we check in first. It was a contest yesterday between them and Ravens, and it looks like for the time being, Ravens have actually decided to move. Maybe that's just due to where the zone is, not having to try to play on that outside in. But let's take a look at Train Station. Like you mentioned, this contest went back and forth, and right now it looks like it might be all Vitality. I'm seeing one member left of T1, and somebody's flying out here. It's Sage. Can you bring down Disrupt in the water just to continue to have this blender? Looks like you don't want to waste your time. You don't want to waste the energy. Sage, he'll get back on land. Go ahead, retreat from that. But for T1, already going down that early and getting thrown in the blender, not exactly the strategy they want to have.
No, absolutely not. We've talked about this contest over the year, the back and forth that they've gone through. And for T1 in particular, you have fallen foul every now and again of being instantly wiped. So I don't mind the decision to just back off, buy time, then reset over at Pond. But for Gen G, they're landing at Bog. You're now looking to push through Main Street. You will have Eclectic, who have squeezed out of Bank, actually, and will be under pressure from Team Stallions nearby.
Stallions, a team that I don't think any of us really have much expectations for. So love being to them getting early, but down here, well, we had an idea. Where do the Ravens go? We now have our answer. It's the Lumber Mill as they go up against that Team Heretics roster. So you're just starting to see some of these battles and bouts very early on in this map continue to work, and
the Ravens are out.
Oh, yeah, already. Team Heretics. The change in drop spot from the Ravens is going to backfire as they are one of the first teams dropped. But look at this on the other side of the map. Stallions, they come on in. It's Freddy from Eclectic. He lays in wait, patiently catches Jawad. Good shots onto the second player. But already you maybe catch the Stallions lacking. But it looks like you're not the only ones left because you're losing Keybase, who's taking a fight against FaZe Clan on the other side.
Yeah, FaZe Clan actually pressuring in from Bond. That's actually great shots from Clamp out of Grandma's, just overlooking the market side. That means Keybase gets caught, looking like he was trying to set up some sort of pinch play on the other side of Stallions. Either way, both of those teams in main will reset. Take a look at the Research Center. Noval, who largely lent on their Rebirth Island performances yesterday. Relatively underwhelming on Haven's Hollow. We will give the benefit of the doubt that both zones yesterday were Mansion and Train, so long rotations for this side, who are often slow out of Research and often under pressure trying to rotate. We'll check back in. Bank we go. As the cluster rains in from the skies, the Stallions were tucked inside, being ran out by the Eclectic lineup.
Yeah, you can see a regain here from Geeky. It's just one player left alive. Thankfully stays alive just long enough. The only thing worried about is exactly this, is the Stallions kind of sitting a little bit off. I like that Kruger is posted up here on the bank. You see the other two players kind of playing a little bit forward. Now I'm worried though that if Kruger unfortunately gets found on out, he is just kind of the lonesome anchor, but on the other side, looks like Q8Z nothing. Finding some purchase on this buy station near Godroof.
Ooh, oh, you're in trouble. Blasties, a lovely little shimmy and shake there. Not only to drop Smith, but then get out on your feet. Has the coverage in from Almond up on the rooftop. Shifty's just going to be alongside him here at the shack. You're going to be moved over by the gas. Again, this is a more southeastern circle. The next pull will give us a real heads up as to how far that is going to drag. And that is relatively central between that Lumber, Cole, Main, Bermuda triangle that we have. So Cole, a huge part of the late stages of this map. Heretics have moved here after clearing out the Lumber Mill, left their anchor back at home. It's Orbs, it's Teeny, they're trying to squeeze up.
I like this play a lot here, but can Orbs and Teeny, can they manage to work this? It's actually going to be Skullface on that backside. You can see Vitality, after having to regain from that Train side, they've opted just completely go to this area. And so they're trying to maybe get into the mix here for H1. You find Oxidas, but Kyrios, he's there for the trade, and Teeny, he's gonna be flying forward, and it is just all angles from so many different teams. Destroy, Virtus Pro, they moved out of Research down here to Cole. A nice little pincer maneuver there to help continue to clean up some of these players.
This is actually huge for Virtus Pro. There are servers landing side. This circle is going to continue to drag them down. What they want to do is take control of Cole now. It's going to give them a path to center circle later. You win and hold out here, you get a buy station you can set up for your advance for the fire sale. They could go nuclear as long as this next phase of play is perfect.
Yeah, I think you get a lot of space right now if you are Virtus Pro. Right, you kind of called it out. You can kind of look up at research, but more importantly, you can look down at Lumbermill. You can look at all of this cross coming over from Main Street. And well, when you put wide open spaces on players, any like Grimy, Destroy, or Adrian, you know they're going to find their picks. Dare you try and maybe show your face for just a moment. So while that happens on the east side, on the west side, you still have a number of our top teams who have to make this hellish rotation in on the outside of Main Street.
Yeah, hellish is definitely the right word for it. For everything that we just said about Virtus Pro over at Coal Depot and establishing themselves a position for later stages, there is no such thing really on the western side of the map. Main Street's just hell. Fight through it. Take every engagement as it comes. A man who is better than most at that is going to be Lays. Confirmation, by the way, that T1 will be wiped before they get very far in this matchup. So that gap that looks close to the top 5 will now feel ever larger. Twisted Minds, they've tucked themselves in at white. You've actually got Almond pressed way up towards Barn. So this is hunting for Shifty and Blastities. Almond won't be silent, by the way. Will drop Blade in the background, but for Shifty, this is where he's at his best, and well, gets the coverage in from Blast as well. Lovely little two-piece onto the Geeky roster.
Yeah, I like the hesitation there. You see Shifty knows there's the player on the roof, so says, I'm gonna push forward. Hey, Blast, play from behind here with me. That player drops, realizing that they're in a nice little Twisted Mind sandwich, and unfortunately, they are the meat. And well, it was quite a delicious sandwich for Twisted Minds as they go ahead and find those kills.
So many questions?
Don't worry about it, man. France has been a great time. You got to make a rotation out up through Barn. And I like this. Twisted Minds realizing they got to play that northern side. FaZe Clan. It was a torrid day for them yesterday. Hot off the heels already. They've been in the kill feed quite a lot. Dizzy, Mati, Clamp. Can you make it happen? Unfortunately, you find yourself on the end of the gun of Lennon, who is just ripping right now. Finds Connell and is able to take down some of FaZe.
Really important to get Mati back up there. You're between 6 different sides rotating out of Main Street. The later you are on that rotation, the harder it will be, and you desperately need points. You play this very well. It could kickstart your comeback that you desperately need for this afternoon. Shifty will wall bang the hell out of that.
We run
fire. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I was about to say a little bit of a shooting peas there for Shifty, but he will now take control of Sawmill with Almond pushed up towards the north. Blasty's keeping an eye on anything rotating out of Main Street. This is a lovely little pocket of space for them to operate in. And Shifty's just got to be careful he doesn't run into Nova at the wrong time.
While this is happening, Gen G wiped. Novo also wiped. One more team needs to drop. Gets into that 1.2 multiplier. This is the secret to success here from all of our top teams. They're getting at least a 1.2, if not a 1.4 consistently. So for Twisted Minds, they want to play this northern side of the map, and they're going to cut their way through it. They will take down any player that they can in order to make that happen. But look at this on the other side. PBJ, they're starting to get trapped.
Yeah, this is so often the problem with research. You get involved in that long, drawn-out stalemate. You're late on the rotation. We know that Virtus Pro in control of the Coal Depot, and PBJ are just going to be held out. Everyone's going to be looking in their direction soon. That being said, Shifty has not Grimy. You see that in the kill feed. That is over at the Coal Depot. FaZe are working their way out of Bank, going to be up against the Stallions. They were trying to actually disengage this fight. Might be caught unawares from timing. Need to make sure they're in this as a 3. But we go over to the fight between VP and Twisted Minds, and actually Shifty's going to lose the initial. Almond then gets involved. Blasties tries to trade. Doesn't happen. Twisted will have to reset that fight. Go again, but Almond is in a spot to get the boys straight back in.
It's a huge hold from Virtus Pro, but you're not over yet. You got one player from PBJ on the ground and another in the sky. So do you have the angle? Unfortunately for you, Jay Vela has been found out from a different side. PBJ, no opportunity to get their feet underneath them. And finally, this fight starting to kick on off between FaZe Clan and the Stallions. But they're not alone because it's H1 now starting to get in the mix. Ivy Fire drops Dizzy. That's going to be FaZe Clan. Looks like in all of that scuffle will be taken down. You have a team below you. You have all of these different teams on the edge of Main Street just trying to hold any semblance of ground before they are going to have to cross that water.
Yeah, this is awful for pretty much everybody on the west side of this river. Towards the south, Eclectic have hold of the boat. Center circle will be Vitality at Lumbermill, as well as the Heretic side often stacks, but the zone continues to constrict, push everyone towards that Lumbermill main building. So Virtus Pro going to have to figure a path south. They've given themselves plenty of space, as well as control over that buy station. You invest that cash now, pick up all the information, tools, and utility you need, and begin your rotations.
Yeah, you see first squad, DK, some of these teams that have to battle here. Decky, he's going to be the one CBRS starting to rip. It seemed to be the SMG of choice all of yesterday, and maybe we're getting a nice little glimpse of why. Absolutely lasering. Ooh, maybe a little bit of a delay on the tap there. And First Squad, they're actually going to get the last lap as they will eliminate Geeky.
Team in bottom place, suddenly finding points. Axedas on 7. Just wants 3 other teams to basically fight one another so we can get that top 5. I'll be honest with you, I don't really see it forthcoming. I think he'll be one to fall before he gets that marker, especially with Eclectic hearing all of that noise, turning their attention towards the north. They are under pressure from Vitality, though, towards the lumber mill. And actually, Freddy's going to be sat down. So the Italians have other priorities right now. Virtus Pro, they've got Twisted Minds. They're trying to hold them out, get themselves pushed out, but it is not going well. Allman going huge here. Grimy still standing, not for very long.
Yeah, great fight there from Allman. Just a little bit of a hezzy. Grimy tries to do his best to maybe snake that box, find a timing, but Allman, he's been around a little too long here. He's not going to let that go. It's now just Lil A by himself from Virtus Pro. The shots are too good. Shifty surges forward. Virtus Pro will make their exit in 8th place. No 1.4 for them. Have to go again here in the next map.
Twisted Minds can slow this down now. They don't need to get aggressive. They can let everybody else engage. All of these teams pretty much on the south side. One is going to be still on the wrong side of the river. That's Eclectic, but the wide shot here tells us everything. Shifty is going to push up, take space. Allman's had himself pushed out towards Gens. This is just to lock down the north side, ensure that they're not having to watch their backs at any point. Got to be careful about Axedas potentially slipping in around the back. That little bit of blue up and towards the top left, but otherwise it's all on these teams at Lumber to get on with it.
Yeah, and it's just seeing the entire lobby come to a crawl right now. Only one more team needs to drop to get that coveted 1.4 multiplier. Axedas, last player alive for First Squad in the gas, just trying to hold on as long as possible. Stim Nerf coming in here because you are not going to be able to stay that long here out in the gas, and especially when you have Twisted Minds who know you're here, as does Eclectic. Shifty will get the kill, and there you go. Top 5 secured for these remaining teams.
Vitality hear the gunshots. They started to surge forward, then suddenly pull its ring out from inside the Lumbill Mill, so they've had to check back. Norman just has to back off here. You're trying to find a timing if you want Twisted, but honestly you can do it passing the plates out. Allman's got no spares. Outgo the Munis, then the refill, the send. We're in that top 5. It's all about kills from this point on.
Talk about a layer cake here at the lumber mill, and already we're seeing, I'm looking at the minimap, where's the zone going? Out into the wide open in the water. All of your cover is about to be gone, and just look at this. It's a scurry of ants dispersing everywhere. Danny from Heretics is going to drop down. Shifty has an inkling. There's going to be some teams moving here, but who can get the first shots in? It's going to be Shifty. He's at least able to find one on the ramp. Obs is also down. Self-revive comes on through. Not able to get the confirm. You go inside of your Heretics. Vitality, they're going to try and hold out PBJ.
Z-Smith's trying to get active here. Has dropped one, trying to figure out where the rest of them got to. Footsteps aplenty inside of the lumber mill. Blasted is just going to hold outside the water. He's rotated early. Z-Smith drops Believe. Bly's coming back on in. V1, V2, V3, V3 as everybody scrambles, and it's PBJ to dive into the waters first.
Shifty popping the stems. Everybody doesn't want to try and have to go out and play in this area. Jay Vela has a pistol, and it looks like maybe a Raiden on the ground loot. Blast, here's some of those shots. Swings wide. Nice little free kill there. 3 squads remaining. It's only 5 players. Stems come on through. Can Allman get the tap? He can. Praise from below. He might have found the timing, though. He's at least going to be able to bring down Allman. Blast gets the trade. Then it's now a 1v2.
Smith up on the roof. He's taking his time. You will use the self. Smith gets the look over. Cracks Smitty. Swifty gonna back off. Just Stim keeps him alive, and now you've got to steal the 1v2 as these two boys will get back together. Blast, Shifty, get Allman back in, and we'll drop in from the skies and give him the heads up.
Yeah, while all that fight is happening, the buy comes on through. It's now a 1v3 towards the top. Z-Smith tries to do his best. A whole storyline in that final remaining fight. And you can see it's all laughs for Twisted in that game 1. They will secure the win, but that is a much better looking from Vitality than we saw yesterday. You get second, you have decent kills, it's a regain. Great start for Twisted Minds, a great start for Vitality.
I think the really important thing here is this is a fantastic map from Twisted Minds in a zone that should not have suited them. This is the opposite corner of the map. They've had to figure out the rotation. We've talked so often about the chemistry issue, the pacing issue, the comms problems. None of that is evident here in Paris. They take control of the northern side of the circle. At the right time, they decide to go and clear out Coal Depot, rip that from Virtus Pro, and that sets them the foundation to move on down through the map. They could have taken their time with it, let everybody else kick that off and then decide to squeeze. They're in such a commanding position in this group. They say, no, we feel ourselves, we're on fire, we're going to send, and they put so many bodies into the ground.
Yeah, take a look at some of these last final moments here. I mean, this is Vitality. They're in such a good angle, and it's just maybe you're kind of kicking yourself that you let some of these kills get away from you if you are Smitty, right? I mean, that was an opportunity to bring down both Almond and Shifty. It's just not going to be the case.
He's roof, I'm laying under him.
You can hear some of the
I'm
comms.
popping up. Yeah. One shot, come on, baby. It's a good job, baby. Fuck, I'm talking. Let's fucking go.
You hear some of the things, but you even hear them yelling about it, and I love it. I think maybe sometimes, and maybe earlier in the year, we would have seen Blast maybe go for a nice little ego chow there, try and make that swing. Instead, he makes the veteran play, go get the buyback.
Well, also, what did he do just before that? He went and rotated out early into the water. He let Shifty and Almond play inside the mill because that's where they were feeling most active, and it will be a case of Blast just putting himself into that position that we've so rarely seen him in, the team position, the selfless spot. He clears out so much of the water side, and that then puts him in a lovely little position for the win in the end. So great stuff from that team, looking very well balanced indeed. For some of the other sides out there, question marks start to rise. 5 more drops to see yourself where you want to be. Of course, you see the late stages of that map. If you are Vitality, I don't know how many kills you'll walk away with. It felt like there wasn't much in the way of action. I know that Smith himself had more than a handful. What was the rest of the team looking like? The multiplier only comes into great effect when you've had yourself a hell of a lot of kills.
Well, hey, last year, or yesterday, Vitality ended Game 1 and Game 2. They ended in third, so you already beat that. But we got to get ready to hop into Game 2, so don't go anywhere, folks, because Game number 2 coming your way.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
The competition is heating up here in week 4 of EWC, so it's time for another club championship update because we've got a lot of storylines that everybody at home needs to be paying attention to. So let's start talking about them. Starting off with Street Fighter 6. Yesterday, 2-time defending champion Zhao Hai was eliminated from the competition, and he does play for Falcons. This was a big blow to the Falcons club. However, they do have 2 players left in the competition, but they are young, and we're talking 15 and 17 years old. So while they're good, are they going to be able to handle the pressure of competing on the big stage? Only time will tell. Then as we take a look over into what's been going on in Overwatch, we've got big storylines coming out of this title. Most notably, Liquid completely out of the competition. And as this was the only title that they were competing in here for week 4, that means it is another week with no points on the board for our CC runner-up from last year. It's going to be a big deal when it comes to our overall standings. But another big storyline out of Overwatch is the fact that Falcons were dropped down into the lower bracket. They're now going to have to fight for their chances to stay alive in the competition, and it is not going to be an easy road for them. And then on top of that, to kick off the day, Twisted Minds were able to take out VP in their match. So many of our clubs are performing well over on that side of things. And then finally, as we take a look into MLBB, this is another really exciting title. First of all, Onyx versus Aurora yesterday. Fan favorite in Onyx were able to knock Aurora out of the competition. And then as I am speaking to you right now, a big matchup going on between Falcons and YG. If we're talking about Falcons, they have at least guaranteed themselves top 4 in MLBB, so this will get them some points. However, they're currently fighting for a spot in finals. And as they are a club who need to get a win on the board in order to be trophy eligible, this is a massive matchup for them. Obviously, a lot of storylines are going to be playing out here throughout the day, so we'll be checking in with the other stages and updating you all on how it's all going.
Map number 1, a lot of fun for some, but for some it was quitting what they knew worked before, Goj.
Man, group stages is where you want to test some things out. Unfortunately for the Ravens, they tested some things out going down to where they thought the win con would be. They were right. It ended in Lumber, but they get wiped by Heretics off rip. Made a huge mistake. They leave Twisted Minds alone. Twisted Minds win the entire map. Crazy story of the first map here with Group A. It really is setting the tone for the day, though.
Setting the tone for the day. We saw a little look earlier at the standings. Now things are shaping up, and I'm expecting a little bit more turbulence maybe for our Ravens. We'll see if they can get a smoother flight in the next following maps. Hey, anything you surprised you in that first game other than that?
That was the main part that I was paying attention to, is Ravens going down there, Twisted Mind still winning. But with that in mind, I think a big shout is the other side of that coin. Heretics actually putting up a great top 5 finish. They put up solid kills. We also saw Vitality make it to the final fight, which was pretty wild considering they were regaining the entire time. They lose their POI, but those guys are resilient. Placement great, kills, and not so much.
Smith had a handful, according to Enigma. Yeah. Not enough to keep yourself in the running for that top 5 that you need to make it into tomorrow comfortably. Apart from that, gosh, I did get the look at the body language of the guys of Heretics, and they are looking a lot more happy. Again, placement coming in from yesterday around 5th or 6th, so yeah, a happy spot to be in, strong position to keep rolling forward. What do they need to do to keep making the wins go their way, mate?
Here's the thing. They're in a position, the keys aren't going to get crushed, probably. They put up a couple good maps, and they're going to be just fine. That's the key for today. If you can be top 5, which they certainly can, they've got to keep playing with the confidence that they just played in that map. Somebody showed up to their house, and they shut the door on them and kicked them out. Like, that's the confidence you need from a team like Heretics. They're a good team. It's just been a while since we've seen them.
Not today, boys. Another team that is looking very, very good. Obviously, Twisted Minds. Look, the best are doing what we all expected of them. And this is not a huge surprise. Group B, more on that later. But for now, the matches have been fantastic. And again, Heretics, strong stuff. Twisted Minds, though, top of the board yet again.
Yeah, we have to continue to harp on the fact that these guys actually have not been playing well until LAN. The LAN buff is so real for a guy like Shifty, but that entire roster is playing phenomenal, and they made a great play here. They finished things up, able to take down Z-Smith, but to get to this point at Lumber, they have to literally traverse the entire map, and they did so with near ease. They did a great play over at Cole, played really aggressive because they knew Almond was safe. Their anchor is playing fantastic.
North to south, whole way, taking names along that journey.
Yeah.
Take notes, Frodo. Exciting stuff, but we are not quite ready to get into our next map yet. But, as far as changes go, we have seen, a few teams mix up their drops. Here, staying on Haven's Hollow, are you expecting any more changes there?
I think definitely. If you're down at the bottom of the leaderboard, you better change something up. I mean that with the utmost sincerity. You could go home. You're bottom 3 in this group. You are gone today. So if you find yourself down at the bottom 3 and you're dropping in the same spots you were yesterday, change things up desperately. I need you to change things up, especially as we get into the Rebirth Island, where this is a big chance on Rebirth to find a ton of kills, which is how you get those points.
Go big or go home today. Our bottom 3 teams in each group will be eliminated from the tournament. Their keys crushed, and that lovely machine way down yonder. We'll see a bit more of that later, but we've still got some games to play. Gosh, man, I don't even know where to go from here. I'm excited about what I've seen. None of the top teams have really disappointed yet. We've had some nice sort of middle-of-the-pack squads, some of those dark horses making a run for the finish line.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about hometown heroes as well, we've already talked about Gentlemates for Group B. We'll get to them, but of course the Ravens are the big ones to watch out for, as well as Vitality. Continue to step up if you're Vitality. That's what I say.
Eyes on the front squads, eyes on the Ravens, and now back to the casters for map number 2.
Thank you, Miles and Goj. Always love listening to those two boys talk, and not about Call of Duty, if I'm being quite honest with you. But we're getting ready to head into the second map here of Haven's Hollow. Huge game that we just saw here to kickstart our day. And I want to call out that Vitality, actually we're coming into this day sitting about 8th, and with that game, they're starting to crawl their way up the leaderboard, slowly but surely clawing their way back in towards that top 5 where they know they should be. That's where they would like to be able to sit. We got one more game of Haven's Hollow to get into. So based on what we just saw in that sort of last map there, Enigma, what are some changes that you would like to see from some of our teams coming in here again?
I think we're going to look at that early circle and see where it heads off to. I mean, Ravens try and do the right thing, and that is to alternate their drop spot. Unfortunately, they just get wiped straight off rip. I don't mind the game plan. But for some of these sides, Vitality being one of them, the reason why I'm concerned, despite the fact they are edging closer to that top 5, is that they've largely been leaning on their Haven's Hollow performances throughout this tournament. So I'm looking at them to step up in more kills, put themselves across that top 5 now, in order to then kind of figure out if they've got the buffer for what might be an underperformance on those other maps, should we see them again. All about those contests that they've been losing. But for Twisted Minds, change absolutely nothing, gentlemen. Yeah. You look glorious. Fist bumps go out in sync. T1, they also struggled, to be fair. They win at train, but then it's the worst possible rotation in the world, literally the opposite corner of the map, and they never make it happen. For FaZe Clan, it's do bloody something. They are currently sat in 16th. I don't know who has the voodoo doll on swag, but this is tough to watch right now. That being said, the gaps down there are minute. They are very, very small, so one big map would lift them out of trouble.
If you're a FaZe Clan fan, all it takes is one map for them to get right back into the conversation. And as we get ready to drop on in here to game number 8 of our 12-game series, you can tell this is sending all the way to the north of Haven's Hollow, and Mansion is a party already. Twisted Minds getting active, but they're not the only team here. Hot off the deck, you find a Rev from Blasted. Well, he's able to find the shots, and Ravens deleted.
Immediately out of here, the Ravens go. Again, yesterday, it looked all right because you were top 5, but you were largely banking on one big game on Haven's Hollow. The rest of it was actually pretty ugly. And so today, you get wiped first in drop 1 and in drop 2. They'll have to figure out their game elsewhere. For Twisted Minds, you'll gain a little bit more space than you expected in the early stages, but Stallions aren't far away. And some of you may raise your eyebrows at that team and not think too much of them. They were really good in Men Up, and this was their exact drop.
Yeah. You see Kruger getting dropped there. He's kind of the anchor point of this team. Needs to do a little bit better if the Stallions want to find their way into this gameplay. Other side of the map already, CT Gaming, they find themselves at the end of this squad here at Cole. So good ability for them to gain some control here on the map. However, this is out of zone. So this is just trying to open up this rotation for you here in a little bit.
To also try and give you a bit of a picture about the wider space here. Gen G have control over pretty much the entire south side of the map, being Bolt and Lumbermill. Expect them to look pretty good when Fire Sale pops. They'll begin all those contracts in for now. Over at Train Station is Vitality that beat out T1 in the contest. And you'll also see Virtus Probe with their pond spot, that alternate drop that they tend to go with. So they'll start to apply pressure to Mansion for now, but are in a really good spot for a late placement.
Look at this, T1. Losing potentially this contest again, and Geeke is going to be the one to try and squeeze on in. Echo, he's the last alive, good shot. The knock on Freddy's going to be huge for that respawn timer to get Spam Golva back into the map, get his feet underneath him. The only problem here, Enigma, is that you're in a little bit of a blender if you are T1, and look where Vitality is. They're set up A-OK, but they do have Geeke towards the south.
T1 might be able to find a route back in should Geeke get active over Train. We're looking to third party that situation potentially. Keybase drops one, Zanks the anchor in perfect position to provide coverage. Dizzy should get back to his feet, but like under pressure immediately as FaZe are down to just one around Barnside. For Novo, they've gone out of research early. I like this. They're so often held out between them and PBJ in that long, drawn-out stalemate. So they decide to flip the script and instead become the hunters. Vortex going to try and reposition here, get in behind the back of Praise. Looks like he has the route. Can he get there in time to save Fede? The answer looks like no, but the trade should be there. Oh, okay, all right. Vortex made that more interesting than he probably should have, but gets it through in the end. So, yeah, great stuff from Novo here early, getting space played out.
You're going to see that trail come in. Jay Vela, thanks to that kill, will come on in just a little bit faster, but maybe not expecting that Novo has moved over here this quickly. Believe from top research, he's going to get in just enough damage that maybe it's a bit of an overextension from Vortex there. Jay Vela finally getting back towards the top here, just trying to be a little bit of a lookout, provide a little bit of a budget UAV for you to give you the information that you need as they're going to continue this battle against Novo.
Yeah, Jay Vela, great positioning. Also believe we call him a franker. That's because he is an anchor that likes to get involved in the firefights. Vortex with a bit of a Hail Mary send. What he's trying to do there is set Jay Vela up into a position where he can then be traded out, but a little bit too aggressive for me. H1 going to get back in at the mill. Keybase top round will just bang some shots out. We get a little bit of a look at the circle, top left of your screen. Again, just going to continue to pull to Mansion, really. All these sides understand the rotation at hand. For Keybase and Code, they're actually looking to play cutoffs. All these squads that are around them, trying to move beyond them. They're hoping that they can just rip them apart with this MXR.
Basically two strategies here between these teams. You either play on this outside, try and hold everybody in,
good shots, good lord,
or you get Mixie at Mansion. And it looks like for Eclectic, they're kind of maybe looking to do a bit of both. Good shots on over to Mati. Heretics, they landed here at the start of this. Now trying to cut down some of the Stallions' roster. It looks like they have been able to back them up. Twisted Minds are just looking to get lost, I feel like. Maybe pop out where they can, find their 1 or 2 kills, go back into the door. But Mansion continuing to be the home for about 4 or 5 different teams here.
I'm interested to see how Twisted Minds are doing, because with the fact that Heretics have glass and their loadouts, they might have won in the recent fights there. Let's take a look at Gen G. Rotating up from the south, off and land bow. They've come a long way already. A couple more check boxes to go. They'll have a team off towards their east. in Vitality. T1 are also in the mix there, and Gabe Kuhn sniffs something here. Spam will be dropped. FaZe Clan wipes in the back, by the way. Gabe, he's looking to play off this fight, and as these next couple of shots ring out, he'll likely check back into this.
Yeah, you have 3 kills if you are Gabe already. Not a bad start there. Trades come through between Vitality and T1, but you don't get the full if you are Disrupt. So nice little tap there from Sage, and he's already on 4, so pretty solid start from Vitality. This has been our biggest gripe with this team. They can win games, they can get to top 5, but it's oftentimes just lacking a little bit of kills. So even with this nice northern zone pull, they're still doing such a great job of finding their kills, and they gotta continue to maybe do that here. They've moved up towards that chapel, and here we have Gen G laying in wait, trying to take this fight. These two teams about to collide.
Certainly are. Blasties, by the way, has to turn his attention elsewhere for a moment, but we will check in, of course, with this Gen G Vitality fight. There is a most wanted on Aiden here, so you're looking to burn through this timer if you are Gen G so that you can get the advanced into the air. That comes through, that hands you the advantage in the fight that you're about to have. However, Vitality have to decide, do they send it in the moment to draw that to a close, or do they just back off and disengage? VP, they decide to send it to Pond main. It's against T1, Echo and Spam, though. They go to work on Grimy, so 3v2 advantage in the fight.
Yeah, this is great. You can see they were just kind of coming in. They were able to get the loadout, so this is a huge boon. Echo up over the top. Good shots onto Adrian. Will you catch him on the slide? You can. Destroy. Not there for the trade. So it's just going to be D left alive. He's got to go ahead. He's got to play back towards that bathroom area. And T1, they can smell the blood in the water. But this is the problem with Pond. You are just so exposed. But Spam, he's going to be the one to surge on forward. Destroy gets dropped. Virtus Pro wiped.
This is great from T1, by the way. They don't have many kills yet, but the resilience they've shown from losing that early contest to an inconsistent blender, now starting to find a footing in the map. Still not anywhere close to top 10, so ways to go, but it's much better from a side that have often looked a little bit shaky should they lose that early contest at the train station. Gen G, they're still in the mix. They moved away from that fight against Vitality. Is now Eclectic at Gramos for Gabe Kuhn. 4 kills. Look towards Freddy. He's going to be sat inside the pond. Smoke is intended to distract here. Lennon might have a route in to catch him by surprise.
Lennon!
Good shots.
Take down Freddy on the stairs. You can see already teammate moving up from below, but you're starting to get pushed up from H1 here. You see a little bit of that shoulder, and I think that player says, I don't want no part of this. And Lennon thinks that it's clear, thinks that it's okay, not realizing that you're getting looked at through all of this. Eclectic will get dropped and is wiped, and now H1, they would love people to push up onto Gen G here, clear out this bar inside, make a path towards Mansion.
Yeah, they've timed this well. Just reading off the back of the red dots. Conal and Fire are going to play exits for a moment. For Vitality, it's a slow movement through the south side of Pond. You will have T1 on the north side, but after that, a lot of distance between you and Mansion.
Well, Vitality, they're about to be in a fight. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of a listening.
I think I'm just holding our back out and we can slow play it.
He survived the most wanted from
Yeah,
H.
they're going to get an advance. Do you see him on the buy? I can't see the buy. They could hit the backside of the buy. I have the buy, but they can't. One's running to the buy now.
Yeah, you got no place.
I have to get out. I have to get out.
Yeah.
I'm probably dead here. One's on the buy. Right
10 seconds.
He res on the buy.
Right here. Let me know. Watch ammo. If I land ammo, we're chilling.
I'm swinging far right, or I'm swinging into the bridge now. I have armor box. I'm watching the push to ammo now. Yeah. I'm trying to get in on
do it H. I see 2 guys H. One might be going to the buy.
One's still at H. One swinging left towards main. I'm gonna try to take my ball. I'm getting shot in my back. I cracked 1 H. 1 shot at H. Another one on the buy. Another one on the buy. One shot on the buy. Yeah, that's big kill. No subs. I'm plating up. I got the ball. I got the ball. I got him. 2 at H. 2 at H. That's it.
2 H. Let's go. I was getting shot from top mansion. Watch out.
They're looking at us now.
Are they close?
Backside H. Wrapping deep towards their god shack.
Yeah. I see that.
Second H. Right side H. You should start taking angles on these. I'm getting shot from Mansion.
Yeah. Mansion's looking over.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, we just back down. And chill for a bit.
You got Sims. You can put them down.
I don't have flashes. Yeah,
okay.
Here. I can drop some. I dropped some on that.
Plain comms from Vitality, but the action is still brewing as we're seeing a number of teams get dropped on that rotation.
Yeah, glorious shots out of Smith there, not only to catch Echo, but to disrupt who were trying to play cutoffs on their rotation themselves. You will get back in as a 3. The problem is here playing out a mini. Honestly, you might have to give this fight up against T1, just rotating through Mansion itself. There will be 6 sides inside of Mansion, so a hell of a lot of action going on over there. And everyone trying to hunker in, find that top 5, but the wide cam's going to tell us that everybody inside of that main building, they're squabbling over a tiny amount of space. All those hallways will be littered with corpses very soon.
Top 10 secured. 1.2 multiplier is here. You can see it's kind of coming down. Almond currently sitting on 9. Twisted Minds, they get the zone pull, and we know that they can take advantage of that. Just going to go ahead, back on up, down towards Plaid. But on that other side, you can see Novo find themselves on the other end of Vitality. So T1 still just trying to hang on by a thread. Twisted Minds looking to hold this backside buy station. I think this is a beautiful play here. Make sure that nobody can buy their teammates back in, can buy streaks, can buy all the utility that they need to try and maybe have some semblance of regain. Twisted Minds, they would love to control this sort of back cliff area.
Yeah, they understand as well that a lot of teams are going to play in through towards the mansion, might rotate for this back buy station, could be some easy pickings. Also, you just want that top 5 so you can let everybody else kick things off. Vitality, they did rotate away from the T1 fight, found Novo in the courtyard, but then were held out by players on the rooftop. So they're trying to just jostle their way back and forth, find a timing, a gap, somewhere to drop in. Everything crawls to a halt. And that circle will force the sides to move inland. Again, layer cakes. You will have players top, middle, and bottom. But for Almond, he's actually found the timing. He's going to get the drop onto Disrupt. No, doesn't get there. Echo, Spam, they come together. They splash out the Twisted Minds anchor, but they will be now under pressure from Reaper.
I mean, but the fact is Vitality, I think, also started looking over there. You saw them sort of inching, and the second they hear all of that battling going on, they say, wait, hold up. We do not need to push up there with these teams already fighting. Let's maybe just try and sneak our way in. But Skullface tries to be the tip of the spear. He will get knocked. Blade up the top. You're able to get the crack and knock another one down. Skynates come on through. You swing wide. You get dropped by a member of First Squad. Reaper's actually just going to poke his head out. He finds two. Vitality, they thought they had such a clean rotation in, but they're getting cut down from just too many different sides. There's still 8 teams remaining in this lobby. Vitality trying to hang on for a top 5 will not be able to get it. First Squad holding the line.
Insane stuff from them. Came into the day bottom of the pack. An awful performance, really. We knew that they were underdogs, but even then, yesterday was saying something. But my lord, how they've stepped up in these first 2 drops. This map should now clear them from the bottom 3, and everyone else goes on red alert. Circle's going to shift way back out. God. And if you're a Vitality fan right now, you're screaming in silence, because that's exactly where you were stood a moment ago. T1 under pressure. Echo will drop Almond, though. Doesn't get the confirm. Transfer is there. Gets the confirm on the second turn. At least you walk away with a couple of points and likely put a huge dent into Twisted Minds' end game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great play from Echo there. Unfortunately, yet again, still not top 5. Everybody is trying to hang on, and this is the problem. First Squad, they have the high ground. They're just looking over at this gas. Blast, he tries to swing wide. Will get immediately taken out from Reaper. That puts him on 5, and already the gas continuing to move. All these players playing on the inside. First Squad on the top. Shifty's going to double back out to that buy station and try and make something happen here. Doesn't have the cash to get any of the teammates back on in. Realizes maybe I can sneak my way up towards this roof and just stay alive if possible. Not going to be the case. Praise is actually just going to be the last player to go down to the gas, and here we go. Top 5 secured.
Yeah, Shifty does at least get that top 5. You'll be fine with that if you're Twisted. As is the dominance right now, you probably care little. For First Squad, you're in a glorious position. The problem is here, there's no real high ground or win condition to particularly hold. It is a circle out into open land, no man's territory really. They will start to play out of mini, but all these sides are going to start to overwhelm them. Such is the tide right now. But there goes Lays. Geeke dealt with, top 5 at the very least, but you do have another 3 and another 2 to deal with.
Oh, Stallions on the outside. Q18, nothing. He's actually going to be the one just gets in enough damage. You take down net out, you take down to killer. CT Gaming eliminated. Final 2 teams here in the lobby. It's going to be Stallions. It's going to be First Squad. 2 teams coming from the MENA region, battling it out here to take a map win.
Exodus just holds the heady. SMG in hand, trying to read where these 2 players coming from. Jawad one side, Kruger the other, attempting to set up some sort of pinch. Also looking to loot the bodies. And what spoils of war do you have for this final fight?
I don't know if you're going to be able to find anything, because First Squad has set up a firing squad in these final moments here. Zone will continue to close in, but they have the best positioning. I don't know what the idea is here. Kruger gets dropped. Another one goes down, and First Squad fist bumps out, representing such an underrepresented region. MENA on the map, feeling good.
His team looking incredibly good, considering everything from yesterday. They might have just put more points on the map on the board, in one map than yesterday's 6.
Yes.
As is the difference in performance. A squad that is clearly VOD reviewed, a squad that understood the task, the assignment coming into today. That map by itself might have just guaranteed them at least through to tomorrow. So great stuff for this LATAM South roster.
Thank you.
Really happy for them.
That's mine.
You can see the celebrations up there on the stage. You're all good, brother. But of course, for so many of these sides that were involved in those late stages, hell inside of the mansion.
No, I mean, hey, you got to give credit where credit's due, man. And you're in those end game moments to be able to just kind of set up. It's just patience, right? They're on that top side plat. They catch Twisted Minds. They catch Vitality. They then realize where that zone pulls. They just have the ability to move forward. Great job from First Squad here. Like I said, I mean, I may have said the region wrong. Still underrepresented. Still putting on for their region. And absolutely coming out show that they deserve to be here at the Esports World Cup. Out of the sound.
Absolutely love to see it.
That's what you love.
They will have understood the pressure coming into today.
Yeah.
We talked the LATAM South sides out of this tournament well and truly. We knew that they weren't really coming into this with much pedigree, with successful history. There was very little to sit there, and if we tier listed, if we tried to do any prediction odds, these guys were always towards the bottom of the board, and they started that way just yesterday. They'll have no doubt sat down and said, look, we've nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Let's leave everything out there on the stage in Paris and to get that map win. Likely a huge weight off the shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that was one of our teams that we came in today, like you mentioned, bottom of the leaderboard, and that's a huge game to potentially to get them on the map and feeling good. So for that team, you know, for some of these squads, we're talking about, hey, you got to be top 5. You got to be top 5. For them, it's about not being bottom 3.
Yep.
And a map
Very
like that is a great way to make sure that you are not getting your key crushed here today. CT Gaming, another squad that made it to the end of that map as well. That northern zone pull, man, it'll absolutely cause some chaos. And, well, maybe reap some rewards for some of these other teams as well. But that's all we have here for Haven's Hollow, my friend, is we're going to get ready to shift gears to Rebirth Island. Players loading on up. When we come back here in a moment, we'll be dropping on in to the island.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, champion.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
What's that, bro?
Hi, I'm Sukex. I'm here with GK Esports. It's my teammate Laze, it's my teammate Decky. And we're here to try some French viral food.
Ooh. What's that, bro?
That looks good.
Okay.
Everyone pick one.
What's that? I never saw that before. What?
Looks like a
Looking
peanut.
good, bro.
That looks good.
Holy.
That tastes really
Really good. Holy. Okay. Let me try yours.
That's fire.
Wow, it's insane. Yeah, Passage is insane. What's that, peanut or what?
Peanut.
I love peanut. Holy.
What do you rate it?
10 out of 10, everything.
That's a 10.
For real, 10 out of
really
10.
is a 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. But the pistachio is the best, I would say.
9 out of 10, but this is the best one.
But it's very sweet.
Yeah, I could only eat one of that. That's like too much.
Is this something you guys would buy?
Yeah, for
I
sure.
would buy it.
For sure.
The peanut one
100%.
definitely.
I will buy everything. Yeah, it's fire.
Recommend it to the other teams and audience?
Yeah, you should definitely try it.
What are you saying? 1 out of 10?
10.
10.
It's really good.
10 for me as well. 10. Everything's fire.
Now we're getting fair play, bro.
Well, 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 if that wasn't a brilliant match number 2, you got Lace and I hold shift here on the stage to bring you our match 2 recap. Now, we want to draw your attention more down to the bottom of the leaderboard because that's where it really counts. This is where teams will go home, keys crushed, and also their dreams. Now, obviously, the squad that just won, this is what we were talking about. You want to kind of like move your way out of that bottom 3 to still have hope.
Really, the top 2 teams in that last game did what they needed to do to put themselves maybe with a little bit of distance. I'm not going to say we started from the bottom, now we're here, but we started from the bottom and now we're maybe slightly out of the bubble. That's kind of where we're at right now.
No, from the bottom. Okay, now you've got me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
Thank you so much. But like, if we look at the terms of like PB&J getting eliminated just in that match has now put them in the bottom 3. The bottom of this leaderboard is it's so incredibly close that one game can change your fate.
Absolutely. And look at it this way. I know that like as a Warzone community, we are to kind of focus on what's happening up top. You got to remember that you don't get eliminated today. You make it to the playoff stage or the survival stage. The money you could possibly be coming home with is significantly more. So yeah, of course, we're focused on who could be a champion, but we're also focused to see if the power rankings across the world start to move, especially with Latin America and MENA getting focused on right there.
Yeah, and I mean, you even have a look at FaZe Clan. You know, they are right at the bottom of the leaderboard and didn't really get to change too much in that one, but there is still hope. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about what FaZe might need to be able to do to push their way up?
They don't just need Clamp, they need Goat Clamp. I need my boy to show up and start fragging, because right now they're finding themselves in the middle of a lot of dicey situations early. They're not getting themselves set up. It just doesn't really feel like the normal FaZe Clan that we often had seen from before. So my boy Goat Clamp, be that goat, dog. You know what I'm saying?
And now, Shift, you know we love to put you on the spot and in the hot seat. So I've drawn a little sign for you, which is a hot take.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
Yeah, so we love it when you say hot take. And it's also, will Shift be cancelled from this hot take? So you got any hot takes for us?
I've got one. First of all, my hot take from yesterday, still holding strong. Ravens, where you at? Said they weren't going to make top 5. Currently there. My hot take, this looks more like a banana than a jalapeno.
Hey, I tried
Back
to
to you,
throw
Lace.
chili. I'm so okay. The hot take is not to insult my drawings, all right? Because honestly, I just had to copy it off a Google image. I thought I did
Not
pretty
bad.
well.
It's actually not bad, but it does kind of look like a banana.
Yeah, okay. So the hot take is obviously my drawings are terrible and not what you're predicting with our teams. Enigma, do you have any hot takes for us?
My hot take is that Shift is full of absolute baloney on the Ravens call. I'm going to be honest with you. I expect them to bounce back big time in this one. But honestly, I think if I'm looking at some of the teams in the hot takes right now, I think their vitality needs to become considerably more nervous than they look because, they very much so lent on those, Haven's Hollow drops yesterday. And right now, they are crumbling under that pressure. Got to see much better from them this time on the island.
Yeah, my hot take is that looked more like a pepperoncini than anything.
I have no idea what that is.
Well, that's fine. You're uncultured, and that we'll live and learn. I agree with you. I mean, Ravens, they are kind of on the outside looking in, just for the top moment. Not being within that top 5. But you are correct that for a team like Vitality, they got to kind of maybe look to lock in. But the reality, when we kind of look points-wise, my friend, it is a close race right now from basically 3rd all the way down to 8th right now. Right? It's like 3rd is sitting in Gen G with 116 points. 8th is Vitality with 105. So it's still just a very, very close band that realistically all it takes is these last 4 maps for any of these teams to kind of really pop off, lock in, and they could just find their way to create a gap against the competition.
Yeah, no, certainly could. We've seen it before. And for a lot of these teams who just kind of operate in the mid-pack, it's ensuring that gap never really appears. In order to do that, you start finding kills. And where's the best place to do so? It is Rebirth Island. Far more of those kills and points on the board than the other 2 maps. That being said, you fall early here, you're handing so much of the prerogative to your enemies. Into the skies we go. The circle's pulling slightly northwestern, stinks of something off towards the northwest corner of prison. But for everybody, it's about getting boots to deck. We're going to check in first with the team that won out last map in first squad. They're in Industries. An interesting call, if I'm completely honest with you.
Hey, somebody's got to do it. Nobody really has been at this point. Obviously, the team from Indeed LATAM South knows what they are doing. Maybe you can find some success. Maybe with this additional turbine, you can third-party something, but this is sort of the problem. You have Heretics on the outside. You got T1 at Bio who can now look down at you, and it seems like it's just looking to be a big old action party. over there at Turbine. Prison likely to be the same. King Chuck is here trying to go ahead, hit some loot. But you have the Stallions not too far away on the other side of Prison. And well, got a number of other teams as well. Just kind of trying to get a lay of the land here across some of our top squads to see where are the drops, where are we hanging out, where are the battles. One that we know is going to happen, it's here at Control.
Certainly shall be. Novo, FaZe, scrambling over things. Virtus Pro will be set up at the post. They'll send bodies soon. For the two teams inside of the control center, it's about settling this before they get here. Don't want to be caught in a third-party situation. Semtex look good. Somehow Clamp is completely fine. Blade is dropped. So basically a 1v3 then. At the control center, all falling apart for Novo, and they've lent so heavily on this map, they need these fights to go their way, and they most certainly don't. You just about get Blade back into the skies, but Vortex and Fede, they're dealt with again. You'll have to go and find somewhere else to regain, and it's into the waters. If you are Novo, a terrible start.
Yeah, hey, huge job from FaZe to control that center side. This is something that you needed. Shift called it out. You wanted to see more out of Goat Clamp. Winning a nice little early win like that is a way to make it happen. Down here at Bio, T1, they get this for free, and when you got a VS Recon in the hands of somebody like Spam, with so many players diving in and out of these different areas, he might just be able to kind of line it on up. The player is weak. That's an easy kill for him. For Eclectic, it's about staying alive in this prison side. Raven starting to push. The swing is there. Good damage, but King Chalk, he's just too good with it. You drop Keybase, you drop Freddy. Two members of Eclectic gotta say goodbye.
So often talks about why the Ravens are as strong as they are. It's because these two operate as a two-headed dragon. They're very much so all over the top of each other. Kill numbers often identical. Damage numbers right up there together. And you see it right in that moment. Nielsen hits the first. Here's drop. Trades are immaculate. Teeny in the water here, swimming around, trying to get himself to a pocket of safety. Zeppa will land in with him too, just trying to clear all this out. Zeppa was the one yesterday, working things with the machine pistol. Unfortunately here, it's just got the semi, and it'll do nothing against net odds. So Heretics off to a poor start here in the Rebirth Island. Let's take a look at Turbine, what T1 have to offer.
Looks like you're just gonna play cleanup on some of these players that have been dropped. I think if T1 realizes how many regainers are happening out here, they could definitely use this opportunity to just get some free kills. And it seems like you see Destroy is over there, potentially looking to do the same as well off that control boat side. So while you have a lot of these different players are just trying to hold their ground and maybe find kills, be the sharks in the water, Disrupt, he's going to be the one to be the apex predator from land and just try and clean out where he can. Ravens, they decided to move on down to Control Center, continue their path of carnage from prison, and now they're starting to get into the mix.
Yeah, very much so establishing dominance over large portions of the map here. If you are the Ravens, King Chalk wants to get through Mini, squeeze up onto the bridge side, setting up some sort of pinch play with Nielsen, who's operating on the other side. King Chalk will drop the first. Nielsen's PA goes over the top and drops Dizzy, so FaZe might be eliminated here. No, you do at least get one back into the air. Concerning for a moment, and great work from King Chalk. All comers swatted away. Ravens are moving.
Oh, but you see that trail, and immediately King Chalk, he says, wait, let me reload the gun, let me get the plates in, let me go hunting on this FaZe player. It's Goat Clamp coming in from the skies, and King Chalk from down below will send a couple of warning shots, invest the streak, and he's just going to kind of be the one here to kind of sit in a 1v1. Gen G on that bottom gen side. They're starting to clean out some of these players, pushing over from Chemical as well. The water becoming a safe haven for some sorts for so many teams, but it feels like a lot of our squads have taken some sort of idea here that while you have these squads landing in the water, they are not safe for that long.
Speaking of not safe, Novo will go out as the first side to drop here on the Rebirth Island. They were only clear in 5th place by around about 6 points, so could drop out of qualification position by the end of this one, should T1 get moving. The usual location for T1 is right here at Bio, actually. The Heretics have decided to regain in that location. Maybe overwhelmed the anchor, landing on him, because Disrupt and Spam are pushed up towards Turbine. So a little bit of a flip of position here. House swap, if you ever saw it. Teeny, who so often has gone nuclear in the past, taken over, broken records, in fact, on LAN. Feels like if Heretics can get him into this tournament, that's when they really look a different level.
Yeah, it's kind of the storyline for a lot of our teams. They got one player who we expect to be the one frying, and it's not going to be the case. Well, we saw how it ended last time in that last game, Rebirth Island. It's a new map. How's Vitality feeling now?
Just landed water. That's crazy, by the way. I think they did it. I think
Raise on them did it. I'm still going though. I'm still going. Okay.
Okay. Heard that. I'm gonna go water.
Oh yeah, on me. Kudley and them have entire tunnel control.
Okay. I'm gonna keep clearing this shit. I'm trying to get fucking crates for the swing. I'm gonna try to rotate. Yeah, just get in the score. It's fine. I'm just trying to get him back. I can always come back late.
You have a smoke screen too, Sage.
I hear you. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke screen my top controller probably and try to get in.
There's one bottom boat on my live.
Yeah, I'm just swimming right past him. Yeah.
I'm gonna go try to get in that building along the coastline down here.
Yeah, guys fighting on the helipad. Alright.
Fighting at my bio.
Alright. Heard that.
Top turbine.
Alright.
Good comms from Vitality about how they want to make this rotation in and what some of the ideas could be. So while Vitality starts to move their way on in, I'm looking at that kill feed and it's starting to light up with some of the usual suspects.
Yeah, certainly is. We've got a lot of activity towards the northeast corner of the map, over towards Bio side, at least 3 teams scrambling. Control center, it belongs to FaZe. They're happy and comfortable here. We'll get a look in on this war that is going on between PK as well as the Heretics. Pushed a couple of sides out in the moments before we joined them, but Teeny, he's waiting in the stairwell. He wants someone to swing.
Ooh, like just a couple of tags there. Doesn't commit to the fight. But you will just maybe try and bait this player in. Good shots, and you actually get dropped. You are able to break the armor, and I'm waiting for the trade, and it's not going to come through. Lays and Decky, they do such a great job. They pinch from either side. They drop Obs and Teeny, and just like that, Geek have gained control of Bio. The problem is you win this fight, you think you're going to be A-OK. You're not going to be expecting big ol' Bradford Biffle to swing from the back. He's able to get the double crack here. I'm waiting for the other 2 players to maybe come and help, but that's not going to be the case. They see that T1 is starting to move over. They're going to slow it down just a little bit, go ahead and reposition.
Yeah, T1 looking to take back their turf here. Also, not very far away, Gen G, and well, Lays, Stukex, they don't care. Absolutely cutting sides apart. Feed will light up in the color of peach. H1 and Twisted Minds, they're down towards Harbor side. Twisted Minds will come out on top largely in this, and again, an example of how much better they've become. Blast instant on the trades, something that they've lacked so much so over recent weeks. Looks like Vitality are out, so their suffering this afternoon continues here. They won't make top 10 or in a blender for most of the time anyway, so don't expect a lot of kills. They will continue to slide down the leaderboard.
Yeah, just seeing where this zone is starting to pull. Twisted Minds, they felt no pressure, right? They had nobody really with them at Factory. Nobody's going to be hanging out red. Nobody's sure as hell going to be Harbor, that's for sure. So just slowly but surely making their way on this southern coastline. That's all they need to do. Now it feels like Gen G, holding down here in Chem, they get some ideas that Twisted Minds are starting to move on up. Some good shots coming up from Gabe. And how do you start to hold the line?
Gen G in a great position, but that question's all important. How do you hold this line? This is where Gen G have become undone before, trying to watch too many things going on all at the same time. They've got to pick a fight, focus it, and then transition into the next, rather than just being simply widespread and hoping to repel all comers at once. Over at Bio, Decky just trying to keep an eye on the skies here, ensuring that no one's regaining around them, set themselves up for the later positions. Top 10 should be here momentarily, but as you watch the timer at the top of the screen, Resurgence will become disabled. Everyone down to their last lives before they require buybacks.
Huge moment here in this map. This is where all of a sudden you have to sort of think twice before you maybe push an area. For Virtus Pro, they're just going to surge forward. Look at the top left of your screen to see where we're going here. Ravens on the outside of prison. You find 2 members of Eclectic. Clear out this courtyard side. You might be able to put yourself in a strong position here. You got a number of teams behind you in prison. It's a lot of layers, but if you can set yourself up in the right spots, you might be able to cut them down as they try and make their way into zone.
I honestly think I would prefer Heat up on the water tower, to be honest. It's relatively center zone. Don't think he needs to be involved in the prison battle. They've made a great play of Ravens to clear all that out. Eclectic had hold of it moments ago, so they've done all the right things. It's just about ensuring that they put Heat in the spot. If he's well protected, you'll see him there ascend, get his way up to that water tower. Allow now Chorg and Niacin to go on the hunt. Spam drops Kyrios in the initial. Now going to be traded out though. So needs his boys in the fight, and unfortunately Disrupt's not even close. He's over in Chem, hunkering down.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot to be in for T1. You kind of have this moment where all of a sudden your boys get taken on out and you're just last alive. And Ravens, they're going to try and do the same to Twisted Minds. You slide on out, you find one, you back up, try and bait them into the crossfire. Allman's going to tuck himself in the corner, and you can see it looks like Blast is above. But it's just patience right now from so many of our teams, just waiting. They don't need to overextend. They want that 1.2 multiplier.
Yeah, lovely rotation by GK here. Moved in from Bio alongside the coastline and up and on towards Chemical. Waited for the zone to tell them where they needed to be. Virtus Pro have done a lot of work to get to this position in Industries, including repelling a lot of that T1 roster. But now they've got to make moves through the tunnels and hope the other end isn't blockaded. Stallions, we'll see you in the next one, gentlemen. Nearson gets caught by what looked like I don't think he was expecting. Maybe even a cluster. And he stays around for too long. Zach says, thank you very much. I'll have my water tower back. And he's starting to bang away from the top.
This is exactly what you said. Go ahead, pop yourself up on up here. Look around you. And I like from Zanks that he's holding that lower level. Doesn't have to be all the way towards the top. Just let me get a little bit mixy. And as we see this zone pull and where it's kind of ended up here, it's right on top of Chemical Engineering. This is where Gen G has been hiding. And for so many of these teams, you are not going to have the space to try and get into zone. Lennon, he's got the MXR in hand. He's got his eyes over towards this courtyard side, and he is just going to soften up all of these targets while the rest of the teams will continue to battle.
Yeah, just stripping them of plates, denying them any sort of economy. By the way, Matty goes massive. The pressure from Lennon forced Reaper and Accidas back out towards prison, and Matty dropped all of them. Lennon then gets active. He will clear up what's left of Eclectic. We still have 3 teams to die, though, before we even see top 5. Zone's going to shift everybody northbound. Look at these teams now preparing themselves for the rotation. Virtus Pro want to get there early. Off goes Grimy.
I like this. Grimy, if he can put himself in a strong position at this roof, he could just start firing through the windows on this Gen G team, but Aiden will be the one to try and work, looks like alongside Gabe, towards the top to clear this out. Give yourself a pass. Curious from First Squad. Last alive. You can see so many. One player from Twisted Mind still alive, just hanging out into the gas. Yet again, still just trying to play for that top 5. It's Almond, a veteran player making veteran plays. That's what we like to see, but from above, Lennon, he's going to go ahead, sneak on out. GK will get drugged, and you're going to see the Virtus Pro have set themselves up ahead of you. Top 5 secured for all of these teams.
Grimy's already on 10. He's just trying to hold the line. Will have to back off though. Reposition has the coverage in from behind. A beautiful plays here by Virtus Pro over the top of one another. Gabe Kuhn, what have you got to offer? Because it feels like the only team that can stop Virtus Pro is the full 3 of Gen G. Zone will drag actually back in their direction, but it's also relatively neutral. It's out into open space, so both sides trying to control the rotators around them.
It's 2 full teams of 3 and a handful of solos. Any of these teams of 3 just need to not get scammed by any of the solos. And you see, that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to cut them down where they can. Gen G, they will hold the top side of Chemical as the zone will force you over to Helipad. T1, Echo, you have to be careful. You're going to have a player. It's Almond from behind. He claims another soul. 3 teams remaining. It is Gen G, it is Virtus Pro, and it is none other than Almond swinging on out. Grimy will cut down Gabe Kuhn. Can you get the taps? You got to jump on up. The shots are firing. Can you manage to find it? But look who's already made the wrap. It's Almond.
Surely not. Almond up towards the Helipad. He's on his lonesome. Aiden's trying to do all the work here against Grimy and Adrian. Aiden's just going to have to try and drop off here.
Oh, no.
Needs a moment.
Oh, no.
Grimy's got the angle. Doesn't get the knock though, so we'll go on.
But look, Almond, he's at the back. He might actually have a solid idea here. The shot's coming on out. He's able to drop Adrian. It's Big Ben from the top. He might be able to put this into a 1v1. Grimy, he has an idea where he is.
My God.
You break the armor, but you're not going to be able to get there. Almond, can you clean this one on up? He's going to make sure it's a 1v1. Can you get the plates? Can you reset the fight here? Grimy, he's tucked his tail, and he's going on a long wrap.
He should ping on the map though for Almond, and yeah, Almond finds out exactly where he is. The 1v1 is here. Ben goes massive. Twisted Minds get it done, but what a play from the Esports World Cup 2025 champion. That's why he's the leader. That's why he's the captain, and one of the best players to ever play the damn game.
Listen, we talked to a lot of people before even first matches started. Say Twisted Minds, yeah, they're good, but they're looking kind of bad lately, right, man? Dude, I don't know what you can say now. Almond clutching up like that. Those are the type of plays that's not just about getting you into top 5. That's the type of plays that win you the Esports World Cup, okay? I want to be very clear here. And to see him be able to pull that out in that game, that's a little gross.
And they've already looked fantastic with Twisted. We've talked about Shifty, we've talked about the comms, the setup between the team, but it's moments like that from Almond that suddenly put that belief into you, the electric into your veins. And quick listen in. Absolutely glorious stuff from Twisted Minds. You can understand why they are incredibly excited here. It feels like no matter the odds, no matter the obstacle, they overcome. And Almond with this one slips on the gauntlet, snaps his own fingers, and does the damn job himself.
Hey, you can see the Twisted Mind fans in the venue excited about that one. Twisted Minds, they came into today top of the board. I know they would love to be top of that board by the time we get done these 6 games here today. So they can be the one crushing some keys. Reminding everybody, by over in our area of excellence here at the Esports World Cup, while underneath Call of Duty Warzone, their name sits from last year. Just a nice little reminder that they are the team that they said they were, and that when it comes to that finals map on Sunday, they will be the team we expect them to be.
Certainly looks that way, of course, for so many of the sides out there, Gen G inclusive. You're probably wanting that one back. Yeah, I think you did a lot of the right things if you're Gen G. I've talked about it. They have issues sometimes controlling Chemical. They're a little bit focused on everything rather than one fight at once. They get a lot of jobs done. But then when that zone drags back out relatively neutrally, Gabe goes big, felt like that they had it in the palm of their hands and then let it go. But either way, they've been pretty impressive so far today.
All right, well, that's our first map of Rebirth Island done and dusted. We got one more, but let's go ahead. Let's see some of the great content and what some of the desk has to say about that game.
Well, we're not going to get to the desk just yet. We got to do an interview here on the stage. I'm here with Clamp from FaZe Esports as FaZe trying to claw their way back out of that bottom 3 to get to that survival stage. Clamp, what's going on here? What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, yesterday was like a really tough day for us. I mean, like, our best map is Control, like River for sure. And yesterday we got like wiped like off the rip. So yesterday was really tough. Today, I mean, we just made like 2 mistakes. I made one on this map. We made another one on the first map, you know, but I still believe in us, you know. I mean, we never stop fighting here, you know.
Hey man, you never stop fighting, and I can feel your heart from here, all right? I can feel that passion. You know, 3 maps left in this set. We've seen crazier things happen on this stage. And all you guys do is got to get into that top 14. You know, going into the final few maps, you know, what are you looking forward to most? What is the strategy that you guys have going into the final few maps?
Could you say it again?
No worries, no worries. Going into map number 4 and going into map number 5, when we get on over towards Keep, what do you guys want to change up? What do you guys plan on doing?
I mean, honestly, I just feel like, I mean, at this point, we're just gonna play like we know we can. You know, like yesterday, maybe we were kind of afraid because we got like 2 really bad maps, or maybe like 3 in a row. So we're playing like kind of afraid. I mean, I feel like today we're not playing that way, but I mean, still we're making mistakes. But yeah, I mean, we're just gonna play confident and, you know, like qual at least for LCQ, and then we will clutch it up right there.
All right, there you go, man. Hey, keep playing confident. Best of luck to you, Clamp.
So we swung by the STC arena because more storylines have been unfolding here in Overwatch.
Oh, yes.
So Ginny, you need to walk us through what's been going on.
All right, most important one of the day. Falcons got knocked out by T1. I repeat, Falcons is no longer competing in Overwatch when they were the title defenders, by the way, which is insane.
God.
T1, this is really good for them. They are now guaranteed a top 8 finish in Overwatch, considering how well they've performed in TFT and also in League of Legends. Climbing up those rankings a little bit. Now, the first game of today was Twisted Minds against VP. Twisted Minds knocking VP into that lower bracket. Also quite significant because VP is currently doing quite all right when it comes to the club championship points. They're not confirmed top 8 yet, but last year they were tied 4th for the club championship with Twisted Minds. So a bit of a rivalry going on over there as well.
Which means that the win that Falcons need once again eludes them across multiple stages today. This is going to be tough, but we'll pay attention to the rest of the squad, see who's getting points on the board, and of course update you on everything later on. Storylines are happening here in MLBB, so Ton, you need to break everything down because all eyes were on Falcons.
I know everybody's been coming along because it is a big result. Falcons losing out in the semi-final, nearly completed the reverse sweep against Yangon Galacticos. They were so close, but I've said the same thing to everybody. I don't think this is that bad of a result for Falcons. I think, realistically, they'll look at it and sort of say, look, a top 4, they'll play their 3rd, 4th place game tomorrow. A top 4 is not a terrible result. They'll pick up some club championship points. Of course, the team would have wanted to go on to win it. That's what they would have wanted. But realistically speaking, I don't think it's too bad a result. All things considered, some of the other teams that have dropped out, Liquid, Vitality, some of the top squads that we were expecting to go on and do really well here, it's a bonus for Falcons, if anything, that they picked up as many as they did, as opposed to their opposition. As far as the teams who have made it to the grand finals, though, Yangon Galacticos, for those guys, that's a massive thing. Club championship, maybe not so much, but for those guys, that's massive for that region to make it through. The prize pool here at MLBB, $1 million if you win it. And never mind anything else. So, I mean, they guarantee themselves a minimum of $500,000. Massive moment here at the MSC.
Yeah, definitely not too shabby, but the win still eludes the Falcons club when it comes to the club championship side of things. Will they be able to do it in any of the other games? We'll have to wait and see. It's all popping off today. Now we've swung by the Allianz Ball to check in with Trav about what's been going on in Street Fighter 6 because we mentioned Falcons earlier on in the day, and what's been going on?
Yeah, because Falcons have just been knocking each other out. It's a crazy business, rough bracket for them in the lower bracket as well. So they faced each other in the lower bracket. One of them had to go. It's Crime versus Mickey. And really unfortunate for Mickey, he got knocked out of the competition. And that means there's only one Falcon left. They come in with 3, and bear in mind they had the world champion from 24 and 25 at the EWC. He got knocked out in the first day, got bounced 0 and 2, and now they're knocking each other out. So really unfortunate day for Falcons across the board, not just in Street Fighter, but in all games. And now we've got the same, where Zeta Division are playing against Zeta Division.
I don't know what is going on this year at EWC, but the storylines are not writing themselves. They are absolutely all over the place. Our defending champs have been struggling for 4 straight weeks, still haven't found the win that they need in order to become trophy eligible. And like you said, that's the case across all of our stages here today, except mine. There's still some chances available for them over in Warzone. So we'll have to see how everything goes throughout the rest of the week. We'll be checking back in.
Thank you, Glitter, for just running around everywhere here at EWC 26 and getting those club championship updates. Luckily for us, Falcons is still yet to come. They have not been eliminated, even though they're trolling down in the top 5 to go directly to the match point finals. But for everybody currently watching, don't forget to go sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Just join, earn rewards, and just maybe we'll get a chance to interview you on the final day. But now we got to talk about what just happened, because we were expecting Twisted Minds to start off hot, and boy, were they actually able to do that shift. And I know you got something on the illustration for us too.
I know my boy Hector is sitting on the watch party right now saying, no way these guys are doing this again. Yes, sir, I am. Let's take a look at the end of map number 1, because Twisted Minds have been making unbelievable late game rotations. I don't have 3 hands, so we're going to do it right there.
Hey,
let's jump into this thing. Okay, we're at the last circle, and this is the most bizarre final pull that we could have possibly had. Let's just tally the situation of where exactly the zone is pulling. We got to go from the top side all the way into water. That doesn't feel very good if you are currently looking at Twisted Minds, but they're going to do some quick maths. We got 5 squads left, 14 players. It doesn't feel good to have to rotate right through Lumber itself. So what do you decide to do? This is the late game column that we're talking about. That's so magical. They're going to rotate around Lumber, but not just around. You don't want to be shredded up by the players up top. So you're going to go on the inside mostly to make sure you're in a position to actually rotate out to water without being harassed by all of the teams that are currently inside of Lumber. So let's just kind of speed this up and watch exactly how they make this play happen. You're going to get a really nice free cam look in a moment to showcase how close to the building that they hold. Right here at this point, you can see them making this rotation on the inside. You do not want to be in a spot to where you're sitting and dealing with all these teams that are on the outside. The reason for this is pretty simple. You want to get into a spot, if I can get this thing to pause, to be on the outside of this circle first. You do not want to be in the middle of all of this nonsense that's happening inside of here. So your anchor is going to go wide, eventually find a couple of kills, and then you're going to let your inside players play for picks. That's where Shifty finds a couple of eliminations, and most importantly, stops Team Heretics from getting outside of the circle. The last team left remaining is the team that you're seeing right here in Vitality, and yes, they do find a lot of eliminations on the inside, but from Blast POV, this is the space that they create to give themselves a chance to win in the late game. We saw it in map 1, we just saw it there again in map number 3 with Almond sitting behind the play, waiting for it to unfold in front of them. It's brilliant, and that's why they get the points they do.
And it's fantastic to see the recognition that even with a pull to the water, there's still some natural cover. So you're out in the open, but trying to fight that from Lumber, it's not an easy fight to take from the rooftops. So it's really good play calling coming up from Twisted Minds. We saw it a lot yesterday. It's the reason why they won 2 maps yesterday, and it's the reason why they're pretty much favorites to be topping this group.
We just saw it with Alman as well, being able to just clutch up, even though he's a solo, just going for it. I do want to take a look at the overall, though, because now we're going to have to switch our focus to the top 5, because remember, the top 5 will be moving on directly to match point finals. The bottom 3 are going to get those keys crushed. And if we're looking at it, one team that we're kind of looking at Twisted, honestly, it's pretty much going to be guaranteed miles. They don't have anything to worry about. They could end up making somebody else's life harder, though.
Well, that's the thing. Top Dog's got the bark and the bite right now. Virtus Pro tailing them as well. I mean, Gen G, GK, these are a lot of teams you expect to be there. The second page for me is where things get really spicy indeed. T1 on the bubble there, just chasing Ravens. The next few maps.
Sorry, who did you say was in 5th?
Essential. In 5th, it's Ravens.
Oh, did Enigma catch that? Because I'm about to sign out with Oscar Mayer with this baloney I'm selling out here.
That was a lot better in there. Well, actually, you've been right on your hot take, because you said that Ravens wasn't going to end up making it top 5. Today, they started off by trying to switch up things. It didn't end up working out up until this match when we actually saw them waking up.
I'm saying, I'm looking for but to be fair, like T1 and Novo haven't done my hot take money favors. They've just been okay today, so.
Yeah, I mean,
okay can get you this far.
That's true.
At this level, okay is okay. But I mean, the second page, and once we get to that, that's where things get really, really dicey. Again, bottom 3, those teams will be going home, and that's where stuff gets rough. What an unbelievable result for First Squad, though. Yeah. They are the heroes of the day. They have won the hearts and minds from 14th or 15th. I mean, from bottom 3 to that 9th spot with a little bit of cushion. That's a lovely place to be.
Starting off the day, First Squad in last place too. Getting that win makes them jump up out of those bottom 3. And also something to keep in mind is H1. We you expected some of these squads to do something different, Seymour. H1 decided to pretty much hot drop at the start of match 1 as well, which didn't really, it kind of ended up going their way, but not really.
No, I mean, First Squad, they knocked PBJ into an elimination spot. They also kind of put some pressure onto the other elimination teams to really step up, and we saw it in that game 3. It was a top 10 placing for H1, a top 10 placing for FaZe as well, just missing out of top 5. If they can continue to find themselves in positions like that and mix it up with some slaying, you can start to see pressure on those teams just above elimination to maybe have their keys crushed. I wouldn't say it's like a certainty to see these teams eliminated today. There's still a chance to pop off.
I would say it is a surprise to see FaZe and PBJ in the bottom 3. I think just based on the trends that we've seen across scrims, especially for PBJ, they bring a lot of slaying presence that hasn't shown up on land in particular. Praise, the rookie, has not put the numbers together that we were hoping he would in his debut. So see who can kick it up in the last 3.
If we were to close our eyes and just throw a dart randomly towards those bottom 3 teams, we already saw a bottom 3 team get out of there, right, in First Squad. Is there any other team that you're currently seeing with what we have seen so far up to this point? We have last 3 games here for Group A that could possibly push themselves out with the win.
I'm going to go PBJ. I think they've been in a position to get to the late game. They're not tallying the same kills that we would have expected to by their metrics coming in, but at least they're putting themselves in positions. It just comes down to closing.
I gotta say, I haven't really been that impressed with Vitality. I think that they're even towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and we're seeing them get to late game at times. They're not really playing that with kills as well, so the pairing isn't there. I think that they're in trouble right now. I haven't seen enough to kind of show that they can break into that top 5 at all, and we should be worried to see what they can do.
I think any and all these teams can drop. I think all of them go down. I think all of them go up. The thing you have to worry about is not so much those bottom 3 teams, because as we've seen, you got pulled magic out of a hat here in Warzone. It's about the middle of the pack squads. It's about the squads on the bubble. They have to have a bad game as well. So this is about your fate no longer being in your hands. It's now in the hands of all the other squads in that drop with you. It's a terrifying place to be as a competitor, and I really wish them all the best of luck.
Yeah, and in game 2, we saw some teams towards the bottom, towards the middle of the leaderboard as well, being in contention there towards the end of the game, using those multipliers to their advantage. We saw First Squad getting the win, and I believe Barney got a chance to talk to them as well.
What's up, guys? Barney here, backstage with, of course, Axedas from First Squad, a team that is really showing up on day 2 of the group stage. We're going to have a little chat. Axedas, today, the first win is on the board from map number 2. So now you've probably got some momentum and also another top 5 finish in map number 3. How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling good. Yesterday, we finished with last top, and it's very sad for us because in my country, you play with a 130 ping, but in here, we can play like same thing. And yesterday we got a last stop, very sad, but today is different day. We think about we go get this better. We better, and we make this.
It's a good mentality to have. When you finished yesterday, when you went back to the hotel, what did you guys say to each other? Because today it's like watching a different team.
We think about we ask one for another, why are we playing like that? Why we don't have confidence? I don't say that. We don't trust it. I don't trust my friend don't trust me, and today we say we can do it. And we wake up, we enter in LAN and say that we go get a good play. Every good play.
I love it. I'm getting a lot of positivity from you, and it's really good. Today, do you feel like you can make it? Feel like you can make it to survival stage tomorrow, because currently you're not in the bottom 3?
For me, yesterday is one tournament and today is another. Yesterday in 6 play we make 44 points. Today we make a 6-6. Like in 3 matches we make better yesterday. For us, I don't say that, but unbelievable.
It's amazing to see you guys today. Axedas, I really appreciate you joining me in this interview, and I appreciate you doing this interview in English as well. I know it's the second language. Just did a great job. Back to you guys.
What a fantastic interview with Axedas, and he had so many gems in there that I think maybe some other players into this game could take away from. So we went back to the lobby, said, why don't I trust you? Why don't you trust me? Let's play with trust together. Let's play off of... It's what Twisted Minds is doing. It's what teams like Gen G and Virtus Pro do so well. Love seeing that come out of him. But the other thing that he said, today's a brand new day. It's a brand new tournament. We're thinking about them completely differently, and it's obviously working out well.
Well, we so often talk about leaders and what's very important inside of the camp and the mentality and the communication. That is a great interview to find out if you are any side out here, whether it's Warzone or anything else in the Esports World Cup, how to bounce back from setback. Again, they came in as a team that was massively under-respected, undervalued on pretty much everybody's predictions. And they said, we don't care about any of that. Why don't we trust one another? What's going on with us? They go out, they fix that, they put their arms around one another, and they've come out looking great today. And you could feel that positivity indeed radiating from Axedas in the interview. So yeah, lovely to see. Of course, still 3 more drops to go, but they're in a great position to make sure that they upset all the odds and make it through to Saturday.
Well, here we go. It's your last chance to earn some points on Rebirth Island before we get ready to head on over to Fortune's Keep. So let's go. And well, this zone, it's looking maybe a little similar to that last game, a little northeastern pull that we have there as I'm looking at the drops and where do our squads go ahead and land. As we take a little bit of a look for Twisted Minds on your screen. Well, of course, it's going to be Factory, but a little interesting. I'm taking a look at the mini-map, and well, they're not nearly as alone as they usually are.
No, but what I will also say is neither of Vitality, by the way, typically land living for free, and PBJ have landed straight on them, so the Vitality struggles continue, while PBJ are trying to figure their way out of the hole they've dug. Control center we go, back again. FaZe Clan and Novo at it. But you've also got company here from Virtus Pro. Grimey's moved straight over. He didn't give a damn. We'll get dropped in the end by Fede. It just goes to show, if you are these two sides, no matter how that engagement is going between you, because you've always got to risk a third-party situation.
I wonder if the play there is just say, let me just try and find one or two, cause some chaos here, and then let our other teammates fly forward. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, not going to be the case. Immediately drop Novo, just playing together too well, and kind of throwing this FaZe roster into a bit of a tizzy yet again. Tizzy for dizzy is not exactly what FaZe needs in this map.
It is, they're in big trouble down there towards the bottom as Dizzy gets dropped yet again. Currently 20 points from safety. A spot we didn't think any of them would be in come now. Novo need a good game here. They dropped outside of that top 5. But Rebirth Island has been where they have picked up so many banger maps historically. So could they go yet again? It is all about these three hunting in packs, moving with the SMGs, and no better place to do it than Control Center, but they have Virtus Pro hunting them down.
We were wondering when they were going to move up. Looks like the time is now. Looking to start to get a little bit active here. Starting to move forward. Just so many different areas. We slide on out. Ravens, they've also made their way down here, and just look at the kill feed. You might think it's the New York Stock Exchange with how much trades is happening here. You drop on down, you run into another up over the top. Fede will cut one more. King Chalk says goodbye. Novo, a little bit of patience, nets them continued power over Control Center.
The thing is, for Virtus Pro and Ravens, these are essentially free hits because their anchors are in pockets of space. You can just keep going. If you are the fraggers or the support, if you're missing King Chalk, you die. So what? Just go back to my boy, get my loadout in, go yet again. Same thing for Virtus Pro. That's why they take control over the boat. Novo endlessly have to be careful because their anchor is never really safe. That's why they hunt in a pack, always aiming to play that 3v2 advantage. Zanks atop his tower. My oh my, will you let your hair down and let anybody else up? The answer, likely no. Frede, Keybase, they are so good in this prison fight. But Frede swings early and Deculays cut him.
You see that he missed the stun.
Yeah.
Like if he throws it up into the stairway, he might pop a two-piece. Instead, it bounces just a little bit too close, hits more of the big open room, and they see that. They say, yeah, okay, cool, man. Miss it, that's fine. We'll go ahead. We're just going to wait for you to push this. Great job from Geeke for the time being. Gen.G sit down here towards that other side. Looks like they will find themselves in a bit of a scuffle with T1. Disrupt gonna open up the fight here. We'll catch Gabe Kuhn running. You don't have to worry about it too much just yet. Lennon, he'll get some good damage back you down.
Yeah, will do. You also have Aiden set up over in Chemical, so you should be completely fine for now to take this engagement. Echo, by the way, does a great job. Just as we see Spam and Disrupt start to engage, Gen.G at Industries. Heretics are trying to play the northern coastline. Echo stops that in its tracks. So lovely setup for T1, who sit just outside of the top 5. Only 1 point as such when we came into this map. So a banger here. Puts them on track for their targets. As Disrupt strips yet more plates from players in front of him. That circle's going to continue to squeeze this side. For T1, this is about creating space now. This is forcing all these other teams into other areas of the map, allow them to loot, set up for the advanced UAVs, and Disrupt. Well, he'll do even more than that. See you later, Heretics. Bye-bye. Dealt with and out of here.
CT Gaming, Heretics make an early exit here on this last map of Rebirth Island. And already, Virtus Pro continuing to do this nice little move and shift. You called it out. When your anchor's safe, you can play a little bit more free. Grimy, he's going to be the one to fly on over. Him and Destroy, they'll work together. You catch Jawad here on the outside. Nice little armor crack, pistol in hand. All you need is one more bullet. Maybe the nade will do it for you. I respect it from Grimy. He says, I don't need to go hunting right now. I don't need to get caught out of the water. Don't worry. Back on over to Grandma's. Ravens continue to be here. You can see as the zone is moving, it's pushing Twisted Minds out, but I'm looking at that kill feed, and it looks like Novo maybe have found their end against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that's that problem with having your anchor involved in the fight at all times. We'll come back to it in a moment, though. Ravens have a lot to juggle. You've got Twisted Minds sat directly in front of you at Factory, but PBJ are starting to squeeze up from living quarters, and as such, it's going to create a little bit of a pincer by its lonesome. Heats has actually done very well in the kill feed there to pick up Believe, but King Chalk and Nearson will check back, ensure that this is cleared out, because because you don't want to be trapped between these two sides.
Yeah, this is a huge sort of triangle that we have going out here. PBJ could put themselves in a fantastic position here to hold out two superstar teams and maybe get the points that they need to get them out of that bottom three. But they have to play it correctly if they want to. A lot of our top squads here just vying for position, vying for squad, opportunity just to find the kills that they need. Circle will continue to close on in as more northeast we go.
Gen G work their way into Industries. Quietly does it. Spam just peering over with the sniper. We've seen this alternating role between him and Disrupt before. Disrupt, by the way, having a fantastic tournament. We've called him out through this year for his underperformance in relation to Spam in terms of the slaying department, but well, he's fixing all of that here in Paris, let me tell you. He continues to strip away. He's going to fly up towards Turbine here. Does have company from Virtus Pro. Doesn't mind the fight, but it will be felled by Adrian, but does a lot of work with his life there.
Well, let's go ahead. FaZe Clan, it's looking like a good map for them. Let's take a listen in to see if they have what it takes to get out of the bottom.
Yo lo tiré. Me pongo el heavy, avancen.
Date. Voy a avanzar aquí a la izquierda. Está
Pasando del agua, pilas del agua.
Arriba. Arriba, Wandi.
Te aquí. Buena.
Nice, something.
Remate es el último.
Volando, está volando el otro. Cayó en el agua ya. Aquí, mi ping.
Vamos a limpiar abajo, venga.
Aguántame.
Juntos, ya estoy abajo. Acuérdense que tenemos gente en el agua, vengan.
Aquí a mi derecha.
Subió.
Que suban, papi, suban de vuelta. Sí.
Lo tienes en la bay, sin la bay.
Espérame.
Aún no agarré.
Nos tiré el cluster. Sí, está
en el techo. En el shack también.
Ya nos cayeron los de BP, papi. Aguas. Me estoy bloqueando. Ahí no en el agua, son dos nada más aquí.
Uno por donde llegamos. Vamos a echar por donde llegamos.
De mi derecha me tumbó. Abajo dos, uno.
Muerto. No puedes sacarlo.
Puedes revivir en tienda. Dale.
Oh, it was Vamos! You make your way into the turbine and you just get caught at the wrong time. FaZe Clan had everything going their way, but they drop outside of any type of multiplier. It was looking good. You heard the confidence. You even heard them say, calm down. Let's just chill. We don't need to do anything. But it's just too many teams at the turbine that push them out and cut them down.
Yeah, hell of a lot going on there. Eventually, it's a 5-man contest over at the turbine, and eventually you were felled. But the Ravens, you're sniffing out a lot at prison. PBJ have made their way here, so the next targets for King Chalk and Nielsen, a huge development off of our screens, by the way. Twisted Minds have moved all the way up the coast, taken Gen G not only out of Chemical, but off the map, and now control essentially the entire center of the circle. It's putting themselves in the spot to continue to dominate this lobby.
You can see Vitality still alive. They're actually going to be one of these squads that have taken a home of Turbine. Just on the outside, you have Virtus Pro, who they were trying to get Mixie at Turbine. It got a little bit too worse for wear for them, so they're going to go ahead, back on up, hold the line here at the shack. But T1, they get a sense that VP's in here, and Disrupt is the one trying to work some of these angles. Good job there. He finds the timing, slides on in, will cut down Adrian. Where's the trade from Virtus Pro? It's not there. Plates go in, he resets the health, and he's looking to get back active.
Disrupt has played that incredibly well, by the way. Just ensured he was always staying in a position where Echo and Spam could cover him. He's not going to send this, although actually he does get a little overextensive tucked into that box. Just wanted to keep himself on that corner. Boys should be able to buy him back in at the Industries buy regardless. PBJ, they're dead. They're out of here. Will not get that top 5 multiplier. Woes continue.
Oh, battle
done.
Continuing to go. Vitality swings in, and you have to finish this fight quickly because Resurgence is disabling.
Lovely stuff out of Vitality. Time it well. Understand that there is a situation ongoing and move up once those red dots start appearing on their radar. Ravens, though, are about to do the exact same thing to them. They hear the gunfights. They want to get involved. Sage will get cracked, ripped down to a slither of HP, but will survive just for now.
I think the Ravens make a great call there. They could have flown at Vitality, but they look at the zone and say, the second we do, we know T1's over at Bio, we're going to get held. We're going to get gatekept. It's so easy for us to get third party. It's way more important we get to that 1.4 multiplier. We have the points. We're sitting pretty okay in top 5, but they want to feel comfortable heading into Fortune's Keep.
Right, you are. Because now it's all about waiting to see who blinks, who makes that first move. T1 will have to leave bioweapons at some point. Is it for Industries, or do you make the crossing to Chemical? How long do you want to invest in this fight? As you back off here, the call might be being made. Gentlemen, do we wish to continue to get involved in this, or do we play in for top 5?
Tough decision. But for other squads, you don't really have a choice. You have to take the fight if you're going to try and make it deeper into this map. For Ravens, they're going to go on this outside. You catch Sage. That's the anchor from Vitality. Getting dropped underneath you. It's Smith and Skullface. 2 of the 3 S's trying to work together. But I think they're going to try and lay in wait here. They understand we cannot take this fight. We cannot take the 2v3 on Ravens above us. How do we get out of this industry side? How do we get in? I guess maybe they can make their way over through the tunnel. Try and play in underground. Get over to Chemical if you can, but that is a hell of a fight to try and make happen.
I would have agreed with you about the tunnel play about 30 seconds ago, but T1 did make that rotation. Backed up from the fight, went from Bio to Chemical. Actually, I think it's Echo dropping back. No, it's Spam, just trying to cover your retreat in case it's needed.
And actually, the Ravens get active. They will wipe Vitality here. Now have Spam trying to hem them in, and it might force the Raven squad through the tunnels as all of T1 turn and face in this direction.
That's another top 5. Miss for Vitality. So many of these squads still outside of zone. Who's in zone with full control? It's still Twisted Minds. T1 here on the outside. You saw them getting a little bit mixing into that fight with the Ravens. They're going to hold the line. Yet again, one more team needs to drop to get to that top 5. All of these squads know it. It's 1 player from Virtus Pro alive. You got 1 player from H1. Other than that, it's 2 Ravens and all 3 squads still alive. Stallion's one of those ones that they might be able to sneak their way over. Do they make this read, though? The Ravens are close by. Trades start coming on through. Zone is closing in. T1 goes for the res here. I don't know if you're going to be able to get it, as you're now just sort of trying to play as a full 3. Spam, no plates. On the low ground, Kruger's gonna find Echo, disrupt, swings, puts number 10 on the board as he gets the drop, and Zone pulls back over to Bio. T1, they might be in such a good spot.
They want to get ahead of this, but actually Ravens are going to move first from Industries. They go back through the tunnel, get themselves set up now, so they'll be able to try and hold everybody out. It's on T1 to catch essentially what remains. Spam's going to try and loot a couple of bodies. There will actually be 1 player from H1 beneath him. Doubt he reads that. But look at this wrap. Blast and Shift have actually dropped amongst this, and Almond trying to make something happen in the gas. Feels a little bit like a Hail Mary. Not that it really matters much in terms of the grandstands, but it will be Ravens in control of win condition. Disrupt, trying to upset that. Somehow totally misses Almond? And as Almond hits the buy for Shifty to fly back in, Ravens are just playing cleanup.
Yeah, all they need to do, it was both teams trying to play for that buy station to get the players, the teammates back in. But look at this, they've been able to do it. But unfortunately, Shifty, he's still here at the top. He's still ripping. Stallions dropped into the back as King Chalk will cut down Echo. 7 players remaining across 4 teams here. It's all 3 players from the Ravens. It's 1 player in Shifty from Twisted Minds, a T1 player, an H1 player, but you hit the buy yet again, and Conal drops Disrupt.
And the zone will drag again. All these sides must shift themselves. Ravens are trying to get ahead. You read that Spam's just in behind you. King Chalk sees him, cuts him, drops him. T1 are out of here. Ravens now solidify themselves with a top 3 at the very minimum. 3 v1v1. But one of them is Blastides, and he is eventually sniffed out by Nielsen.
Yeah, we're not going to see another one happen here. It's a 3v1. Conal will get dropped, and Ravens Esports will claim a win here on day 2. Shift had a lot to say about Ravens, but I might go ahead and suggest we do a little bit of content today. Boulangerie for him, because he's got a lot of baloney coming his way.
Certainly does. Look, we'll check back in once we see the final scoreboard. But the Ravens coming into this with the 2nd best team on Rebirth Island. Had not looked that way so far in the tournament. Felt inevitable that they would eventually start to light things up here. But I've got to applaud their decision making. Clear out Industries, take their time, set themselves up in that spot in tunnel. And it's kind of, okay, we've got the opportunity to push Chem should the zone send it, or rotate early before anybody else. And they are brave on that rotation. They're so far ahead of anybody else. Deal with everything in mass. And then don't get over aggressive. We see it so often from some other sides where they, all right, we're in control of this. They overextend, they push on out. No such thing. King Chalk and Nielsen had a vice grip, an iron fist around the throat of this lobby, and they do a great job to close out.
Nice, très bien, très bien. Très bien. Il est au-dessus, je crois. Je pense. Ouais, sur moi. Ouais, sur toi. Track. Ah, let's go, baby. Bien joué. Let's go, baby. Bien joué, les gars. C'est une énorme game, les frères.
You love hearing the energy, the fist bumps, the nice after you get a win there. what a way to juice it up. Only 2 more maps remain here for Group A, and I think ending Rebirth Island on a win will definitely have the Ravens feeling great as you get ready to head on over to Fortune's Keep, a map that just a few months ago they said none of us have ever played this map before. So being able to have them feel this good sitting here, gonna feel very A-okay.
Certainly shall. I penny for the thoughts of the Ravens, though, because you do see teams like T1 in the later stages. Novo at least dropped early. We didn't really see too much from Eclectic, so some of those sides in behind them won't be a factor. But they've done great work to put themselves in the driving seat right now. There's been a hell of a lot going on here inside of Paris. So what we're going to do is going to take a moment. We'll be right back after this.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Mesdames et messieurs, I'm here with Show H1. This is how we say in English, actually. He's the co-streamer of Friends for 2 teams, H1 and Gentlemates. I'm gonna ask him some questions in French and translate for you guys. Show, est-ce que tu es content d'être là? Comment est-ce que ça se passe? Représentant de 2 équipes, H1 et Gentlemates. How are you feeling?
Mec, extrêmement heureux. Honoré d'être là pour Gentlemates, les caster et tout, et d'avoir eu l'opportunité de pouvoir me prendre 3 joueurs. C'est exceptionnel, c'est que du kiff. Et puis, genre le setup est trop bien, il y a une vibe de fou. Je peux inviter tous les Français qui jouent sur le setup. C'est du bonheur. Moi, je kiffe.
I mean, it's so fun for now. Like, I can invite everybody from there. I'm really proud to be there for Gentlemate, of course, and I am really a lucky guy to have another team, like for the first H1 groups in the Group A with my team. So it's basically only loved. Everybody is so chill and cool, and the setup is really good. Deuxième question, mon cher Cho. Comment est-ce que tu vois la compétition arriver? Là, pour l'instant, on en est où pour H1, on en est où pour Mate? Est-ce que tu es serein? Est-ce que personne ne sera éliminé, c'est sûr, mais qui va réussir à se qualifier directement en finale? So now we have the 2 teams. How you feel? Confident or not about the fact they're gonna make it to grand finals instantly, or they have to go to the survival stage?
Pour H1, ça sent un peu le pâté actuellement. On est 15e sur 16 et je veux que tu traduises pâté. Donc compliqué. J'espère qu'ils vont réussir à avoir le top 13. Et pour Mate, je pense qu'actuellement, on a la future équipe championne du monde. En tout cas, c'est ce que je souhaite.
Okay, so I asked him what's he feeling about the 2 teams. So for H1, it smelled le pâté, and that's mean I don't know how you said it in English, but it smelled the pâté, and basically we just have to don't get in the bottom 3, or we're gonna get out of the competition. And I think for Gentlemates, whatever happened, this is the team who will actually won the competition. So of course they're gonna make it to final, and of course they're gonna win it all. Show H1, un mot de la fin, last words.
Mate win.
I don't have to translate that. See you there.
2 more drops remain in Group A, and even though a lot of our bottom teams were giving us a bit of a surge, maybe a resurgence, in the first couple of games, last couple have really been dominated by some of our top teams, and now we got 2 left to play. Who you liking?
Hey, big shout out to the Ravens, man. Hometown heroes, they're back. This looks like what they did yesterday. The first 2 maps were complete duds, but Rebirth Island, they've made a huge comeback going into Fortune's Keep. They're safe. Big question is, can they maintain a top 5 position after a win like that?
Absolutely the case. Other squads that are on the bubble outside the top 5, you saw Novo T1 really trying to boost themselves up. Novo eliminated a little bit earlier than they would have liked, considering that they had like 13 kills in the first 3 circles.
Well, yeah, funny enough, I think they actually won out most of their engagements in Control Center and kept pushing VP away. I said, please leave, but they were fighting as a full team of 3. VP finally show up and wiped them because they're all together. So it was a bit of a resilience thing that they were doing that worked, but unfortunately that does punish them by going down early.
Absolutely the case, but now with 2 drops remaining, we keep our focus not just on who makes it to the top 5, but who's sitting in the bottom and who may be crushed. thoughts kind of surrounding PBJ, FaZe, the guys that have been kind of lingering right in the bottom 3 all day?
Yeah, I know we've been talking a lot about FaZe, and for good reason. This is a really strong team. They did fantastic in their regional qualifiers. I've been casting over GoClan for like 3.5 years, man. This guy is a very, very strong player. Got their listen-ins. Everything sounded good. Everything was moving perfectly. It was a great move. And then they all get wiped. It's the same thing. When you make a big rotation as a full team of 3 stacked on top of each other, there is some risk associated with that, and they get wiped much earlier than they would have liked. But take a look, leaderboard-wise, a big move from T1. Yes, they did not win that map, but had a gigantic kill tally, which means they're way up there into the top 5.
Get kills, get top 5. That's what everyone's pretty much shooting for, at the least for the time being. The T1 was able to put themselves in a very comfortable position alongside the likes of Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, and Ravens a little bit. Yeah, I know my hot take's kind of falling a little short.
Listen, I respect your hot take.
I appreciate that.
There was a possibility that Ravens could have flopped on main. They did flop in the first 2 games, but again, on Rebirth Island, they've really clutched back up and reminded themselves of who they are and what they did online. They're doing it on LAN.
Hey, if it was safe, it wouldn't be a hot take. We got more of those to come. We also got more Enigma and Dandro gracing our screens. Boys?
I will give Shift some credit. It was actually a hot take. Some people like to go lukewarm with those, so I will hand him plenty of credit. And yeah, to be fair, Ravens did put themselves in an incredibly uncomfortable position, and they're not done just yet.
Yeah.
We now move over to Fortune's Keep. They've been below average when it comes to this map, so we're not done just yet. And all of these teams now must look at how they performed yesterday when it comes to Fortune's Keep and how the leaderboard sits.
That win, though, on Rebirth Island will give them a pretty comfortable position. They're currently 20 points above Gen G in 5th there, so
it's not bad.
As long as you have some average, I think Fortune's Keep, you should be okay. I think my hot take is going to be FaZe Clan might have an actual chance to do this, my friend.
They might.
As we get ready to move into Fortune's Keep, because like I said, we lit that listen in on Rebirth Island. They were feeling good. It was a much better map on that Rebirth Island than we've seen before. But when we look yesterday, this was the best FaZe Clan look. They looked solid on Fortune's Keep. So I need them to take that momentum from before. They might be able to claw their way from beneath, because when we look at the teams that are around them on that bottom 3, it's basically the bottom 5. It's teams from 12th down to 16th. This could really mix it up after these Fortunes Keep. And when we kind of look at it, a lot of those other squads like Heretics, CT Gaming, PBJ, they're some of the worst in the lobby when it comes to Fortunes Keep. FaZe Clan, actually not bad.
No, FaZe Clan are very much in the middle of the pack. PBJ only achieved 10 points across 2 maps yesterday on Fortune's Keep, so they have got to figure out what they are doing. Yesterday, the zones pulled to middle of the map, literally top mid, which we don't see very often, and then it was off towards the bay. We are going to get a look at the zone early here, and that is wild. That's way off towards the east. I actually expected Winery to see a lot of competition. It gets given for free. That is insanity, considering what that looks like. Gen G taking a hold of that nice and early. Lighthouse will belong to Novo. That's where they've moved on off to. Keep. That's for the Ravens, who are looking to cement themselves on through to Sunday.
Listen, man, I'm watching this kill feed, and Vitality is already hot off the press. I'm seeing kills against GK, kills against Virtus Pro, so many, and now H1 is in the mix, getting a little bit of fights in return here. So obviously a battle happening towards the keep, but everybody is just hot off the presses, guns hot for these last final 2 maps. 5 teams will make it to Sunday. 3 teams got to pack their bags and hit Charles de Gaulle.
It's a long line, if anyone's wondering. It takes you a hell of a long time to get through that airport. So you might want to start getting them done already if you're PBJ. But it will be Gen G in complete control over Winery. They are fine here. Loadout in hand already. Don't know if you can hear the Dan laughing off to my right-hand side. I'm very proud of that one. Spam sitting atop the tower with the sniper in hand. We've seen a lot more of this today. Feels like that's an adjustment out of T1. Again, he brings an extra element and dynamic, does that young man, because he can't just run with an SMG as one of his main weapons. He's such a talent. Again, in the lead for the Rookie of the Year at the minute by many people's standards. VP, you got company. H1 are going to meet you at the bay.
Who's going to swing first? Looks like it's Ivy Fire. Sim is there. You let your teammate fly forward, though. Unfortunately, the trade comes on in. Kudli dropped. Ivy Fire gets the full. You can't get the second, though. Grimy. He'll get a nice little 2-piece on H1. Last player anchoring off the distance.
You got to deal with this quite early as well, so it's great stuff from Virtus Pro. They will continue to repel that because they must get a hold of the buy station before other teams start to arrive. Speaking of which, FaZe Clan, they're patrolling even the north side of the coastline. And they're going to push beyond the player who is from Ravens that's pushed out from Keep. Actually, just sneaky their way in through the backside, but Eclectic usually operating out of Grotto. They'll be forced to rotate out of here early. You can see just as Keybase's attempts to find space is cut down by the first squad.
Yeah, first squad, they're going to send those shots out, but you can see already that T1 has an idea that there's probably some of these first squad players around them below. So as you start to hear some of these bullets go out, you start to turn your attention. For Grimy from Virtus Pro, looks like they've been able to sort of regain over here towards this bay side. Vitality, early kills on their side as they look to clear out sort of this outer winery area. They'll give it up to Gen G, they'll let them take it, but they'll say, hey, we're gonna try and farm all around you, have fun. Holding all of this landmass, but now they're kind of running up against the Stallions, and you have to be careful here, because as you can see, you got that one player from Gen G on the minimap who is kind of looking down at here. If you're not careful, you could find yourself at the end of a couple bullets from either Gabe Kuhn, Aiden, or Ledin.
Yeah, you're actually in a horrible position here if you're Vitality. The Stallions players starting to squeeze up on you. Players of H1 are potentially harassing your anchor. You don't really have much in the way of coverage. And while Pier does have a buy station, there's not a lot of loot. So, yeah, tough one to watch if you are a Golden Hornet. As for Geekade, they're set up Terrace's Chapel. There are about 14 churches on this map. Call them what you wish. Twisted Minds, they're at the gatehouse close by. We'll have to continue to rotate. They've had no problems with that. Yesterday we had a bay zone. Who won it? Twisted Minds. Dominated the lobby with 22 kills. They'll have no issue getting themselves across this map. But Shifty, who has just got himself back in, he hears a zip nearby, wants to get up, active off the back of it.
Ooh! Oh my lord, how the hell do you win that? What? Nobody but Shifty! Oh my god! Off the top rope, it's a straight up kickflip. I can't believe that. That's a juicer to just start running this map if you needed one.
The thing is, you'd think so. Shifty just shakes his damn head. He's like, what the hell was that guy doing?
Another day in the office.
Does get the support in.
Guys lost.
And again, those guys look so much better in that area right now, but when you've got a man in your team like Shifty with the ceiling he possesses, you can never count this team out. FaZe Clan, what have you got? It's got to be something, otherwise you're done here. They're trying to hold the Ravens out. They have a lot of land to rotate out of if they wish. Might push them into the hands of Twisted Minds though. Nearson on 3, burning through the timer, hoping his duo can get back in. King Chocolate, just watch this one play out for now.
I kind of like this from FaZe Clan. Get up into this keep. You know there's going to be teams here. You know you need the kills. You know you need the points. This is a great way to do it. I like this from Clamp. Sit on this rooftop. Try and catch some of these players flying in, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Meet up with the teammate, you find King Chalk flying in, you don't allow the Ravens to regroup. Now, do you make this read that Neoson's on the inside? I think Clamp was thinking about trying to throw a little bit of a shoulder there, but unless you're gonna have the teammate, maybe get guns that you feel comfortable with, you don't need to do it. Instead, he's gonna go up towards the top, maybe try and keep eyes on the spy station that's down below.
Reminder of the peril that FaZe face right now. They are currently 25 points or so away from safety, so it needs to be the best performances of their damn lives. Heretics also aren't safe, neither are PBJ, and these two will draw blood down towards Grotto. Believe will come out on top. A Franker if ever we've seen one, but who else is here? Eclectic. They've been here for most of the year, and they don't like any intruders. They'll deal with them, send them packing, continue to move across the map.
A little bit late on the shots there from Believe, not something we see all the time. And Freddy's just gonna push forward. He hears the self go off, not even worried about it. Drops Believe, and you see Praise gets taken out by Teeny flying on in from the Heretics. So PBJ, just zero opportunity to feel like they maybe can have a sense of a foothold in this map. As we take a look back on over, Mati still in the kill feed, still finding King Chalk, doing a great job of finding these kills at the keep, and more importantly, not really allowing the Ravens to get into this map.
Thing as well, for a lot of these teams that are at the keep, you've got to rotate out at some point. Zon's just told you that, as if you weren't aware anyway. So I'm looking for smokes in the back pockets of players, because otherwise the crossings are a nightmare, and I'm not seeing many. So right now, this play from T1, huge for them. Get the advanced up, let you know what your path is, and figure out a route to some semblance of safety, because if you don't get across with information in hand, we've watched many a side be cut on rotation. As if he can even bloody get out.
Yeah. A couple buybacks going on down below. See already, there's going to be Novo below you as Vita from CT Gaming tries to make their way forward, but at distance, it's going to be some Vitality players who get into the damage. You soften them on up. Vortex on this backside. It's a nice two-piece. Vita to Killer get dropped. Not going to be a fun day for them. Let's see how the Italians are feeling so far.
Prendimi i soldi restati, che è l'unica.
Adesso Nico, sì, stanno celando. Da dove? Sta quadrato mi sa. Più al top, ce la faccio, dici? Sì. Più al top. Ho il top. Dobbiamo rotare da destra. Non c'è quadrato, non lo vedo. Rutiamo. Hanno beccato quadrato, ok? Rutiamo. Faccio una stick. Mi sto largando, Grappolo. Cluster, l'ho fatto cluster. Sono larghissimo io. Arrivo lì. Noi veniamo sotto, Nico, da...
Hanno riso davanti, hanno riso davanti.
Sì, si allarga in fondo, va in fondissimo.
Grappolato.
Sono messo bene io.
Siamo in safe là,
Ron.
Dobbiamo vincere Pierre, raga, Andate.
Adesso largo, Wani, fatto. Vai, spara.
Vitality.
Vai, lontani in fondo a destra. Caga.
Prendi il mitraglione, lo prendi te lì?
C'è un altro.
Prendo io.
Occhio dietro, non viene niente dietro.
Solid rotations coming out of Novo. They cut down one player from Vitality. That'll get them a little space on the map they desperately need as the zone continues to close in around Winery.
I don't mind the call. We are aware that zone is going to pull to Winery, so let's jostle into position as they look towards rotation. Twisted Minds, considering playing the tunnels, are they aware that T1 are directly beneath them as a full 3? Fight that we all want to tune into. Ravens, well, they've been in the blender pretty much the entirety of the map. Don't know if King Chalk is long for the world, to be honest, and the answer is no. Ravens cleared out, top 10 now hit. All these teams getting a 1.2 multi. Vitality holding on by a thread. Sage will do his damnedest, but Vortex will drop him. Skullface will have to leave his boys behind and nothing. But Burn Ash at this point, he will mourn them and move on over to the Winery buildings, but on his own, there isn't much he can do.
In the back that you see there on your screen, FaZe Clan eliminated. They made it to the top 10 before they were. So it's a lot of kills, it felt like, from them in the kill feed. Let's see if they can take advantage of that 1.2 multiplier to start the run. Back into the map we go as H1 starting to play on this beach side, potentially against Novo. How do you get into the zone?
The thing is, for everything that we were just saying about FaZe Clan, H1 with a team in 14th. With the amount of kills on Kudley alone, that likely leapfrogs PBJ and makes them the team to chase. So if H1 have a great game here, that only turns the screw, pours salt into the wound for FaZe Clan and CT Gaming and PBJ as they all watch a gap start to appear.
A little bit late on the gas play. Athletic, though, they sniff that they have maybe some Italians pushing their way up through the grapevines. Maybe could look to hold them out. Sage, last alive, throwing some shoulders, trying to get a lay of the land, but the second he does is ripped. And yeah, it's Teeny and Shifty that'll line up to cut him down. Vitality will drop. It is a top 10 finish, so at least a 1.2 multiplier. But the team needs to do a little bit better if they want to try and make it to that top 5. Virtus Pro, they've managed to find some signs of life. They are here doing great, but let's check on over because Gen G, they're about to be in a battle here.
Heretics are just waiting for them, begging them to step through the doors. Gen G will drop in, gets the Kraken initially. Lennon finds Zeppa, great work, backs out, sends and swings. Orbs and Teeny though, they'll clear out. Lennon's 2v2 as they go.
I like this, you back up if you are Gen G, you lose the one and it's okay. And you might have found the great piece of con timing because Athletic, they've started pushing it from the back. Freddy, it's a nade, you drop Teeny, you drop Orbs. Heretics bid adieu.
Superb work from the Italians. Weren't bad yesterday on Fortunes, needed some points on the board, and they're making their way to the late stage of this map with kills in their pockets. Gen G are forced on the wide rotation. Zone just pushing everyone to further north. Athletic will probably shadow them in at this point. The team's in driving position. T1, Virtus Pro. Two members of the Twisted Minds, and that's who Gen G may meet here first, as soon as they peer up over this wall.
Zone has pushed us to this house right above the Bay Area. Aiden just trying to look across up at the top. Here's Twisted Minds on top of the building. Do they make the read that you have some people behind you? Because Gen G and Athletic, they're about to fight behind you down below. It's Novo and T1 continuing to battle. It's finally Virtus Pro make their way out of the hole. You do not look left. Fede finds the
the kills that he needs. Talk about Rookie of the Year. Great stuff from him. Pops off in a moment where his boys needed him most. Hunkering in for the top 5. Gonna let everybody else scramble over this land. Member of H1 just above him. Gen G being held out by Twisted Minds. Gabe does not have a stim available, so he's gonna invest in the self-revive play. Aiden is down and out. Twisted just holding. Gabe couldn't get back up, but it's read by Blastides and done. Gen G fall, as do H1, the 2 members of Twisted to close this out.
2 members of Twisted Minds. It's a T1 player in Disrupt as well as a player from Novo. What do we see here? How do you start to move? Fede, he just went huge for the team. Can he stay alive? No, because Twisted Minds have separated themselves. They find one, they clean up Disrupt. It's another win. They don't even care. Put it on the board, get them to Sunday.
Talked about it earlier. We had a Bay Zone just yesterday. The team that came out on top, Twisted Minds, and they dominated. We do it this time. We do it as a 2. It's Blast, it's Shifty, the players that we've so often spoke about through recent months as pacing issues, comm issues, chemistry problems. No such thing here in Pax. They are looking absolutely stunning, dominant on the day, and how that sends a shiver, not just through the rest of this group, but to potential rivals in Group B as well, who are waiting on playing this afternoon. And yeah, Shifty feeling himself basking in the lights here on main stage. Let some people know out there that they absolutely stink.
Yeah, he's loving it. We got some great Twisted Mind fans here in the venue. They are sending him all of the energy, all of the love. Nice little sign that I heart Blast. And well, if you are obviously Almond and Shifty, you are saying I love Blast too. He's making some veteran plays always up here towards the end. But let's just kind of see, how do we get to that point where it's just 2 members of Twisted Minds and a couple of other stragglers here. And it's really just, they hold the high ground. It's classic Warzone.
Well, they operated in the same way yesterday. They're kind of like, okay, we're going to position ourselves in a spot where we can just basically go and let everybody else rotate beneath. And it's so calm.
Wait, was there a second PA? Am I blacking?
Yeah, you blacked out.
Am I blacking?
I literally was interested.
You blacked out. Look, the thing is, this is so casual from them. And again, they did this yesterday. They kind of set themselves up, just overwatching the bay. They don't need to send themselves into it, go hunting red dots. Gonna let everybody else scramble over those bottlenecks and the chokeholds. As long as no one's in behind them, they're relatively covered. It's about shooting straight. And, well, there's not many people that have ever done that better than him. And for everything that we've said about Blast and his issues, there's one thing he's always done, and that is shoot incredibly well on land.
All right, well, we got one last map here in Group A. It's going to be a banger. Do not worry, though. We're going to get hopping into it very, very quickly.
So I basically know from playing ranked a lot. I started competition last year, but I got an issues during the plane last year. I tried to take the first plane. I take the first plane, but I thought that the second plane would be so hard for me, especially for 11 hours travel. So it was like impossible for me. I have this since I'm a little kid, honestly, and I was just didn't pay attention. I didn't know that we have like opportunity to see bigger, and so like my parents go in holidays in plane, and I'm stuck in my house. And basically, I was working with a psychologist for my problem with the plane, so it was the timing was a bit too short. The thing is just the first time I just go alone without my family. It was my first plane, so the condition was not really good. I saw that the EWC will be in France. I was like, it's a second chance for me. So I'm going to prove that I'm a good player and I'm not cheating.
It's really hard to tell with Kudley as to how he's going to be in this tournament. He's got the potential to be a world beater from what we've seen online. he comes into things last second and very much so shakes up the standings. But LAN is a different beast.
Kudli is one of those, there's a lot of question marks on him. I don't even know where to rate him because I think this is like his first time on LAN.
I just don't care about the critics about me. I think I can be like easy top 5 best player in the world, honestly, if I'm just working on it, especially my mental. My objective and another objective is to be quite in the finals. So if we go to the final, we prove that everyone can have a chance to make his last minute team and can be as well in the WC and maybe win, we never know.
One final map, one final chance here in Group A to survive here at EWC 26. Miles and Seymour to take you through a little break before we get into that final drop. Mate, how are you feeling about this next game?
Feeling great. I mean, a lot on the line. We get to eliminate our first teams from EWC here at Warzone. Keys are about to get crushed.
Keys, dreams, hopes, and an early journey home for many of our players. It is going to be a tough one. We will see 3 descend into the Crusher today. And there's a chance we do see you. We kind of know where we're going here. So, I mean, where are you worried about? What teams are you looking forward to in the next one?
I mean, FaZe. We heard it just before the break between Rebirth Islands that they were kind of on the brink. They haven't been playing that well. We're seeing placings. Fortune's Keep, not really the best for them. But they're not alone in this fight. I mean, you got PBJ to worry about. You got H1 to worry about. We just saw from Cooley. It would be something if they were able to turn up and avoid that, but it's going to be hard for these teams.
As we know, though, the way Warzone plays out, the way Resurgence plays out, anything can happen. We have seen some incredible comebacks, and the chance is still there just to escape that bottom 3 placement. We'll be keeping a very keen and firm eye on that. Top 5 not cemented either, so at the upper end of the bracket, we have still got teams to work out. This group is far from over. What are you feeling about the top end, mate? I mean, let's face it. Twisted Minds, they're looking fantastic.
They got the fans. They got everybody around them. VP2. I mean, you saw Grimy earlier on Rebirth Island. He nearly clutched up. Unfortunately, Amin had a different story for him, but we also hear the hot take from Shift about Ravens. I'm not worried about Ravens whatsoever. I think that they are going to be A-okay, and they've shown it too. I think that Ravens have turned up.
Yeah, the energy's there. I mean, they're sitting just next to us. A couple of confident faces indeed. I mean, they should not be too worried. However, cannot take your hands off the wheel. Can't take your feet off the gas. It's going to be a tough one. But, mate, wondering about the last 2 maps. I mean, is there anything you would you come to expect? You're a caster of Warzone. You know your things. I mean, how do you feel about these next 2?
I mean, Fortune's Keep? Yeah, the next one. Fortune's Keep. It has been a blast. I've been loving it so far. Biggest map that we have in Resurgence, and a lot of teams are probably still trying to find their comfort on LAN playing this one. First weekend that we get Fortune's Keep on LAN, so it's going to take a little bit for them to get used to it, but they got one map, and this is where they can lay it all on the field.
Time now to go to our final map, the last chance to stay alive here at EWC 26. Back to the casters, boys. Let's get it on.
One map is the difference between some of these teams having dreams and some of these teams having nightmares. The dream stays alive for H1. Nice little heartwarming piece from Kudli there for him to be able to be here. Says we want to prove that we can be one of the best teams. And well, after a fantastic last map, Enigma, they've been able to do it. They have jumped out of the bottom 3 here. They got about a 20-point gap on any of the other bottom 3 teams. They might have just done it there in Game 7, but they have to continue to do it here in this last final game of the day.
Yeah, they're going to want to make sure, so you can't go out early. You don't want to watch your destiny slip between your fingers. You've got a grasp on it right now. It is PBJ, CT Gaming, and FaZe Clan who sit in those bottom 3. I'm going to be honest, you need a hope and a prayer if you're FaZe Clan. You would need a 35-point banger, and considering you've had less than 100 points all the way through this tournament, I just don't see it coming. For CT and PBJ, you sit just over the 100-point marker, but it is H1 the team to chase alongside the Stallions. They sit around that 120 points. First Squad and Heretics just above them. So there is a lot to play for. A couple of these sides need to figure things out. Top 5, Novo currently sit in that spot, chasing. They're on 145. Gen G sit in the 5th spot, 157. So that looks pretty good. But again, a lot of those teams towards the top can have bangers, so we're far from settled just yet.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is map number 12 for Group A here at the Esports World Cup. Yet again, bottom 5 will make it, or top 5 will make it to Sunday. Bottom 3 get their keys crushed. If you're any of the remaining teams, guess what? You got one more day of play ahead of you in the survival stage. You can see the standings on the right side of your screen there to see just how close it is between some of our teams here. And we start off with Gen G, the team that's currently in 5th place. You're down a member, and you're starting to maybe lurk here as you have a couple of those Vitality boys lurking nearby.
Really important one for Vitality this. You trail Gen G in that spot by just over 12 points. Should you take Winery early here, and even better yet, eliminate Gen G, that gives you the chance to close. Nova are often in this contest. They split them currently on the leaderboard, but they're down in Lighthouse. Can deal with that problem later. The one thing we do get here, ladies and gentlemen, an Eastern Zone. The first one we've seen on Fortune's Keep inside this group. It's time to find out how it plays.
I know they do things backwards in the UK, but I think you mean West.
West, god damn it.
It's okay. It's okay. Listen, we've been locked in on all of this Warzone action, and it has just been
directionally
lights
challenged.
out. You are directionally challenged. I was going to bring it up and say, okay. Just taking a look around, a couple of the different teams here. Where's the lay of the land? How's everybody feeling here in this last final map on Fortune Ski? You can see a couple of those Stallions members over on the boat. Not a terrible idea.
I love it, to be completely honest. The rotation from this side of the map over to the west would be awful. So you just skip it. Just take the boat. Get the hell out. I mean, he is leaving his boys behind if you're Kruger, but he's often the anchor anyway, so it doesn't matter. Just kind of let him sail off into the seas and ensure that you boys can go and push out. Ravens, they're in the keep. They want to get out of here. Relatively sharpish. They will have loadout. And that's about picking a path.
One thing to note here, I'm not seeing FaZe Clan on the minimap anywhere around. I don't even think FaZe has decided to try and play this lower side. It's one last map. I think they maybe have done something completely different. We'll see where they are later because I'm looking at them in the kill feed, and that they're obviously have landed down here in Main Street. You can see on your screen already trying to fly back in towards this ammo cache side. And for H1, I think they're happy to maybe play in the water here a little bit, try and take advantage of these players trying to regain. CT Gaming, another team that needs to have a huge game. They're down here in Main Street as well. Mati tries to go for the quick scope, just not going to be enough. Kudli will be dropped, and you're going to send one more out into the water.
Fire getting on the move. Reminder, H1 currently sit in the spot so many squads are trying to chase down. Them and Stallions, really, what everybody's looking for towards the bottom of the board in the feed. And Fire, well, he's got no issues clearing up around PD. This is putting them in a wonderful position to see Saturday. We really didn't know what to expect from this team coming into it. And as such, meeting their own expectations. PBJ, also in a tough spot, sit in the bottom three. They've cleared out Books. They're looking to just hold what is relatively center circle when it comes to town, this east side. And we've seen it before. If sides can set themselves up at Books and the zone drags more towards the middle of the map, you can cut down the sides, leaving in mass. Just that, the points in the play that they'll invest in.
Look at a nice little front row look at FaZe Clan. You saw Dizzy on your screen there with a decent number of kills. Only 5 in that last game. I thought it was way more, if I'm going to be honest with you. But hopefully they can do something different, putting themselves in a much more active part of the map. Maybe a better opportunity to get those kills. The other side, though, you got to make your way over. You can see our mini-map coming up there, and a number of teams outside of zone have to rotate in, but also a number of teams set up well to maybe gatekeep some of those rosters. Keep our eyes on how you are going to rotate in. And one of those teams that has to make it happen is going to be Gen G as they start this fight against Vitality. Let's see how the comms are flowing.
Prime brisket.
Yo, do any of you guys have stims? No. We're definitely gonna need a streak.
Yeah. You want to loot up for Pia?
I'm about to grab the recon.
I'm looting up one.
Yep.
I can start that.
Stack it, triple stack it. Come. Good shit, boys.
Yep, good shot.
Throw a plate box right outside. Oh, you guys are all max, nice.
Okay, dude. We just gotta prolong the game, okay?
Yep.
Yeah. We're in a bad spot as well.
Yep. I'm gonna get top search.
Alrighty.
Pretty calm comms from the boys. They're in Gen G. They're just on the outside of zone. The Huff T1 gatekeeping them, but you can see here, Vitality, they've gone ahead. They've regained over here at this Main Street side. Can they find any amount of positioning to hopefully put themselves a line in the sand, cut down some of the likes of maybe Eclectic or other rosters?
And certainly what they need to do at this point, they are chasing a 16-point gap. GK. They themselves are right up there alongside Vitality and Nova. A bang here could make it happen. Could see them through to Sunday.
Skullface operating in the grotto here. This is a center circle as you like. The one thing is this fire sale approaches, feels like there's nowhere near enough cash in hand for an advance. If other sides possess them nearby, they will be out-infoed and leave them incredibly vulnerable for the fights that ensue.
That's a great call out. Yes, you're able to get your feet underneath you on the regain, but it's all about, do you have loadout? Do you have enough for an advance? Do you have enough for streaks? Do you feel okay about how many plates you have? These are all things you got to keep in the back of your mind, especially when Sage is down here, and well, he's getting found out by Novo. So you're still a man down if you are. You can see just on this outside, Novo. It's Blade looking over the boys as they start to push forward in that grotto area. They've been able to find Zanks. Tries to get a little bit squirrely with it, but will not stay alive. Stim keeps Vortex moving as they start getting shot from the top here. Looks like that's Skullface, who's now looking down, was hoping maybe to find one on the exit. Just a little bit too short.
Zone's pulls next, slightly more northern than we would have expected. So for these sides fighting right now, your Ecletics, your Novos, they're going to have to move quicker than they would have liked. For Vitality, you are still inside. They're looking to pick up a couple of stragglers, maybe strip them of the money and weaponry and loadouts that they possess. FaZe Clan, again, they've got to find a hell of a lot of points here. They're in town with a lot of bodies around them, and I'm seeing 3 kills on Dizzy, a 4th on Clamp, so you can shoot this side.
Oh, making waves, and well, one of the big fights there against Praise. Jay Fella, though, trade onto Dizzy. Marty was also knocked, so 1v2 here. If your FaZe Clan, as the other opposite member of PBJ lands on the side of him that could set up a pinch.
Well, look who's not too far away. It's also H1 who needs to get in, so they could decide to hear all this action, maybe clear it out, clear their backside, and just bring down some of the pressure. But for FaZe Clan, you have been able to back down PBJ. An opportunity for either of those teams to ensure that the other one does not make it through. Instead, they both understand the weight of the scenario. They back off, they reset.
So many big sides here inside the keep. Virtus Pro, Ravens, T1. All looking pretty good in terms of qualification to Sunday. But they do have company. Nielsen drops Q8Z nothing in an instant. Pressure starts to arrive from Twisted Minds. They hear the gunshots that look to third party because it's not an ongoing engagement. Decide to back off, just play for pockets of space. Big kill from Smith there. Sorry, Sage. Onto Vortex. And out go FaZe Clan. We see it in the kill feed. That is likely them eliminated from the tournament. Don't see any way back. So unfortunately, for Swag and the LATAM North roster, this is all you will do in Paris.
A heartbreaking exit from that team. I'm sure we'll talk more about it after the map. And you can just see how disappointed they are there on your screen. So many teams, though, on this outside. As Zone starts to continue to push them in. I like where Ravens is set up. A lot of these other rosters are trying to just beg for any amount of space they can. You can't throw a shoulder. You can't put yourself into the line of fire of any of these other rosters, because the second you do, you're about to get laced up from probably 3 different teams.
There's so many sides still up, 14 of them. We are approaching the end of the 4th circle. T1 again, so much space. Spam's going to consider the high ground. Look to see if anybody's playing off the back of that noise queue. So a lack of intel available to T1 right now. Checking all corners, all comers. Almost going to bang away in the direction of Novo. Just holding the north side of the map. Rotating in with the walls. The problem is that we'll have Virtus Pro set up in spiral before you get to a place of comfort. They're the big checkbox for T1 included, unless they decide to completely skip that fight, playing through the lower side instead.
Feels very odd. Everything's kind of come to a standstill. We see in the kill feed there, H1 shots. They've been eliminated from this game. I think they might have done enough, though. We'll have to wait and see. Cluster ringing on out. A little bit of area denial. As Geeke are just here on the outside, and I'm looking at that kill feed. T1 wiped by Geeke here on the outer edges of the zone. Let's listen in to see how they are feeling. What's the plan moving forward?
Ja. Ja, wir tunneln unter uns wahrscheinlich gehen zu.
Die einen sind halt direkt hier, Fighten links, Graveyard, maybe focussen die das. Unter uns, schön. Ja. Komm vor. Ich kletter. Nein, an der Wall. Handy, pass auf. Ich wurde PL. Ich geh oder so. Hier kann er bei mir sein. Die werden früher oder später fighten. Wir müssen darauf spielen. Ich fahr left an die Wall. Ja, wir müssen darauf spielen. Komm. Komm vor. Links los. Bonnie. Eine Kugel. Jungs. Ich können nicht chillen, Digga, hinter uns. Chill. Ihr habt Cover. Was für Cover, Digga? Rest, ne, er ist schon Tommy. Hab ihn. Bonnie. Einer kommt von oben. Crack. Ich bin von Bonnie, genau. Von Graveyard links. Noch einer kommt. Oh, ja, das war der.
Oh, listen, I can't understand German, but I can understand frustrations when you get knocked. But the action doesn't stop there. Ravens have decided to move forward. They're starting to get in the mix. Gen G now getting guns hot. They cut down a couple of Ravens. Eclectic also getting dropped in all the fights.
Nielsen's going to get the reload in, just looking for a little semblance of cover here as a PA ripples over the top, sending corpses sky high. Speaking of which, incoming cluster as well. Smokescreen, who's dropping that to send over a rotation? Looks like Vitality are on the hunt, going to meet Raven straight up. Sage will find the first, now trying to squeeze the rest of the boys.
Only one more player from the Ravens here. It's Nielsen. You get some early shots in. Nades up over the top. The problem is Nielsen, he's hopped up over the wall, and Gen G is going to be on the other side. And you also have VP from above. Grimy trying to put the CBRS to work to take down Nielsen, who has 1 HP. Thankfully, Regen comes on in, and Grimy, he's just shooting anything that moves. Gabe Kuhn dropped. Skullface in the back as well. You got to move into the zone as it completely shifts over to Church.
I think VP have missed the Twisted have played in for their spiral though, so he might be on Earth in the moment. Aiden's gonna get the timing on Nielsen. Ravens are done. Gen G and Ravens though should be through on to tomorrow. So for Ravens, just about last second heroics. The Vitality have got all the company with Twisted.
C. Smith from below. He mistimes it. Allman cuts him down. Twisted Minds. They continue to hold the bottom of the spiral, but the rest of this lobby has moved forward. Adrian has been able to cut down Sage. That means it's just Skullface from Vitality left. It's one member of Gen G. It's Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro. Time and time again, Skullface tries to hit the hop up, and he unfortunately misses it. But as I'm looking at this, that might have been a blessing in disguise, because Virtus Pro, they hold the entire rooftop.
They have no idea that he is here. Skull can't rotate into that gas early though. The second he starts to cough, it will ping. And so as Twisted Minds begin their own rotation, they'll be aware that VP know their location.
I like this. They understand that they can't play on that outside. Grimy, though, will get those shots in and cut down Aiden. That's another solo they don't have to worry about. They're probably getting flashbacks of that earlier match on Rebirth Island, where they let a solo absolutely chalk their entire map. Allman, he gets dropped, but the fight breaks out between these two squads. Allman and Shifty are taken out. Blast is found by Skullface. Skull goes huge when he needs it. It's a 1v3. Can he line him up and knock him down? The MXR, it's good, but it's just not good enough. Virtus Pro will take map number 12 in a very convincing fashion. They won 2 games yesterday. We're looking great, and here they are yet again, feeling fantastic.
For that, we should more than cement the position. Of course, Twisted Minds, God, they've been etched in stone for a while now, but Virtus Pro, Ravens, T1, Gen G, felt that they'd all done enough. It's towards the bottom end that I'm particularly interested in. Those top 5 should be feeling comfortable about marching on through to Sunday, regardless of how everything else went on. We saw them in the latter stages. It's those bottom teams. We know that FaZe Clan fell too early. We didn't see CT Gaming from pretty much the middle of the map. It's those other sides, your H1, Stallions, PBJ, First Squad. Where did all of them exist? How many kills they walk away with? That determines whether or not you're packing your bags or drawing up VOD review for tomorrow.
Yeah, one thing to note there at that end as well, a big conversation we had, it was like Gen G and Vitality, how could they do? It was kind of a battle for that top 5. With both Aiden and Skullface getting to the end of that map, it feels like it's going to come down to whoever had more kills at the end of that. We saw Vitality having to regain. We saw Gen G getting mixy sort of in some of the middle of that map. I'm very curious how things are feeling. But man, what a way to wrap up Group A here at the Esports World Cup. 12 games over the last 2 days. We saw some heavy hitters performing. We saw questions answered about Twisted Minds. We've seen some really great squads come to fruition here. And in this last and final map, I mean, it felt like it was all out, just everybody trying to hang on as much as they could. A little bit of listening from Virtus Pro as they wrapped up that map.
I'm right here, trade that. Easy win.
Watch out. Let's fucking go, boys. Fucking go. We'll close out on a fucking dub. Come on. We'll close out.
Yeah, incredible stuff, of course, from Virtus Pro. And just hearing those comms, man, like that. This team 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, they were falling out publicly and viciously. It was an airing of a lot of dirty laundry, let's put it that way. But the way in which they have come together these last couple of weeks, suddenly we believed again they could return to that form that we saw in Birmingham all the way back in March. And yes, they have indeed managed to get themselves on through to Sunday. Several of you won't be surprised. Maybe that was who Shifty was signaling to earlier on, not quite sure. But Ravens as well, they should be feeling pretty comfortable about their performances. Talked to them earlier on today, they were very disappointed with day one. Much better here in day two, despite the slow start, showing an element of resilience that you also want from the side with a ridiculous ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels so cool looking at this list of teams that we had here in Group A. I honestly think I can say, looking across the team list, almost every team had some type of just highlight moment, some type of big energy that they were able to bring across one of these 12 maps to kind of prove that they're a formidable team here, that if they make it out of that survival stage into the final lobby on Sunday, that they will be a force to be reckoned with. Great stuff. But for a lot of our teams, guess what? It's not done yet. You still got a survival stage to play through tomorrow. 5 of our teams will make their way towards Sunday. Get a nice little rest day tomorrow. Hit the VOD review. Maybe get a little bit of a download of some of the other squads. For 3 of our teams, unfortunately, like you mentioned, they will have to pack their bags. They will have to watch their keys get crushed. And they will have to have their EWC run.
Certainly shall. Checking in with a couple of the teams there. Love it to see Tommy, of course, Warzone legend. Regardless of the events of this tournament, he will still sit inside the top 10 earners of all time, despite retiring almost a millennia ago. Of course, coaching in the Heretics. For Eclectic, the body language relatively neutral. I think they came into this tournament as one of the surprising favorites to get qualified through because of how good they've been in recent scrims. We haven't seen that side. I'll be honest with you, that sign is to take as hot as I hold shifts. I'm going to be honest with you. Twisted, putting up ridiculous numbers. Wait till you see the final leaderboard, whether that be as a team or individually. So many of the fans, though, inside of here have been fantastic for those sides out on the stage. They've felt every bit of noise, the electricity, the pressure, but also the love coming in from the stands.
That is, I mean, listen, I want to wait for any type of confirmation on our squads that are potentially getting eliminated, okay? But I got to say, for some of these teams that were at the bottom, they just barely did not get eliminated, it feels like, by the skin of their teeth. It was so close on this bottom 3 to see there. I mean, it's just going to be wild. Like I said, I want to get confirmation. That's why I'm not listing any team names of who it's going to be. But man, I mean, it's just great to see all of these, right? I guess let's talk a little bit about some of these teams that are going to have to play through the survival stage, right? They will match up with sort of the middle 8 from Group B that will be coming on here in just a few moments when we do our walkouts and get Group B to play their last final 6 games. But if you are in this middle 8, is there anybody that you're kind of thinking that maybe needs to really kind of step it up? Because obviously you're going into what is potentially a harder lobby than this first 12 maps that you played to start your Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, thinking the sides that I'm expecting to be in that middle 8, I think Vitality, right? Like, we look at some of their drop spots in particular. If you end up even more contested than you are right now, I become a little bit nervous for them because they haven't been great on contest. It feels that they've been trying to regain a hell of a lot. I think another side is Heretics. Their placement has to be better. They're a squad capable of finding kills. We know that. I mean, Teeny literally broke record online last year in terms of 1 map kills, and they have the capability to do something special here in Paris by getting through to those finals. Their placing is awful. The rotation, the ability to pump the brakes and just decide, okay, we're going to set ourselves up for a better condition later down the line. That really needs studying in the back
that. They do have Tommy as coach, so they have the brain there to get it done.
I think for me, it's eclectic. I think this is a roster that you and I both had pretty high hopes on coming into this event. It feels like they're kind of really hardcore relying on their Fortune's Keep to stay, you know, basically active in these lobbies. They're doing a great job on that map of finding the kills. They play it almost better than, well, I'm not going to say better than anyone else because Swiss looks pretty good on it, but, you know, they look very formidable on that map, and I just need them to kind of maybe figure out some of their Rebirth Island, figure out some of their Haven's Hollow, just to, I think, be more competitive, right? They won a huge scrim not too long ago against a lot of these top teams that they're going to have to battle against.
Well, there was analysis done by James Brown, the AG Global coach, and he came back. Yeah, shout out to him. A fantastic work, a brilliant mind in space. But he came out with a rankings, essentially, of all the team's performances over a massive sample of scrims. Eclectic were the second best team on Havens, third best team on Rebirth, and seventh best team on Fortunes. We haven't seen that so far.
That's the opposite of what we've seen.
That's one of the best stat lines we've got from any team in the tournament in terms of consistency. Yeah. And we've gotten to land, and all of a sudden, all of that's disappeared. It is a very different environment for sure. But yeah, they're going to have to step it up if we're going to see them through to Sunday. Heated exchanges from PBGA. Curious about if they know whether or not they are through. Because it was very much so touch and go. Again, aside that, I mean, even recently they won a scrim. They've had a couple of high-end performances, but back to, unfortunately, familiar territory for them.
Well, we've talked a lot about the middle of the pack. We've talked a lot about the bottom of the pack. Let's talk a little bit about the top of the pack, okay?
Yep.
Twisted Minds. I know we kind of have talked a lot about them, but it's for good reason. It's one thing to top your group and to say, all right, hey, yeah, we were number one. It's another thing to just completely and utterly obliterate your
annihilate,
group, which is exactly what they have done. Unofficial numbers here, friends. Virtus Pro sit around just shy of 200 points at 198. Twisted Minds sit at about 313. 212 kills for them. My favorite stat line, the Anchor Almond out-fragging Blast. And we saw that in that 1v1 against Grimy to secure a map win.
Yeah, we've talked about how that role has evolved over recent weeks. It feels like, we're seeing Gabe can be moved into that role for Gen G, and a couple of other players, Echo becoming more involved. For large periods of this last year, this last literal 12 months, it's been a case of your anchor sits in a pocket of space. That's what you always want to do. Certain sides, Twisted Minds included in that, kind of went, why the hell am I leaving Almond out there not getting involved in the gunfights? As soon as he steps up and come forward, it's gotten him more involved as the IGL as well. He's able to dictate the play better, make more informed comms, and all of a sudden that pacing that Shifty has demanded from the team all year long is there. The chemistry's there. It's great stuff. And yeah, they've sent out a signal to pretty much everybody else. Of course, the Falcons and their struggles yesterday in Group B, they will be looking over at this and well, they'll be raising their eyebrows for sure, because it feels like Twisted all of a sudden have all the momentum they need to challenge up there at the very top come Sunday.
Well, they've surely twisted the game alongside their fist around the rest of this lobby. Thank you. I was actually sitting around for a while. But they're feeling good. But also, we saw them on our screen not too long ago, and I think it'd be cool to talk about them again, is Virtus Pro. You hear what I'm saying? Like, yeah, screw it. We are good to end the game on a win, but guess what? Enough yapping from us. It's been great being here, but we got Barney ready to talk with, I believe, potentially Twisted Minds.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Sorry, we were just dotting the T's, crossing the I's, making sure that we've got everything sorted before we come down here and chat with Twisted Minds. Now, Shifty, my man, how does it feel to not only, secure the victory in Group A, but to dominate that group, my man?
I mean, it feels great. I think any tournament would feel great, but especially with our past, month or two, I think for the boys, this was everything we needed, everything we knew we could be. With everyone doubting us, we just knew get to land, fry out, and we did just that.
Nice little confidence booster, Armin. I'm pretty sure that coming off the back of that final game, you guys are about 120 plus points ahead of second place. Now, does this team feel like the winning combo now for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of all clicking right now, and we're peaking at the right time, and it kind of shows on the leaderboard, so we're going to carry that confidence in the finals.
I like that. Confidence, momentum, that's all we need. Gentlemen, join me. Let's go over this way. We're going to go over to the Crusher, because we got fun things to do. Because as you know, having competed here last year at the Esports World Cup, climb up onto the step. Come on, we all want to see you. As you know, after competing here last year, you'll know that crushing the keys is one of the awesome things that we get to do at the Esports World Cup. Before we do it, Blast, I want to talk to you, my man. Sunday, we got new teams coming into the mix. It's going to be slightly different, but like we said, there's a lot of confidence, there's a lot of momentum coming out from today. So how are you feeling about that?
I mean, they're just Warzone gamer tags. I've never cared about the gamer tags. I think this team has the most potential, the most talent, and when we're all flowing, I just think it clearly shows how good we can be. And yeah, I'm excited for Sunday.
You guys are in peak flow. I like it. I'm guessing tomorrow is going to be a nice quality time day off. But before we get into any of that, it is time to do this moment, the Crusher. Okay, Armand, why don't you do us a favor and press this button and open up the iris for the Crusher. Here we go. Revealing the teeth. Does that look menacing?
Yeah, I would not want to put my hand in there.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't. Health and safety. Okay. Now, Shifty, I'm going to get you to pull on this, and I'm going to get you to eliminate all the keys. Bish, bosh, bash. That was so fast. And there you have it. 3 teams crushed. I'm going to turn this off for you guys so that we can hear ourselves think. Was that satisfying?
Yeah, great.
Ooh, anything you want to say to the eliminated teams before we send them packing tonight?
Sleep well.
Sleep well, gentlemen. And that right there closes out Group A. Twisted Mind's absolutely dominating the group throughout the past 2 days. The survival stage will be tomorrow, but we will see them on Championship Sunday. It's going to be spicy. We cannot wait for it, but of course we have lots more Warzone action coming your way. But first and foremost, let's head over to the studio to round out what we just saw.
That was nice out of Twisted Mind. Sleep well. I thought he was going to be saying, enjoy the flight back home. I thought it was going to be something along those lines.
Night. Ain't nobody buying a flight back right now. They're going to get their scheduled ones on Monday.
Yeah, sleep well, though, teams. Sleep well. That's tough, though. That's tough. Hey, Crusher looked good.
Yes.
Shot down a lot faster than we thought it would.
It definitely did, especially for those teams. It's going to be sad seeing their key disappear. It's not going to be sad for Twisted Minds. We're really going to talk about them a little bit longer, though, because this squad, not only did they dominate day 1, they dominated day 2 when it came to the numbers as well.
They had 1 game outside of the top 5.
Whew. Yeah, all the questions coming in. Are they going to be those guys? Is the land buff a real thing? Yes, 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 and more yes.
They
that was all good.
Over 100 points over second place. I don't have the raw data in front of me yet. We should see it here in a second. Over 100 points. That is not only the period, it's the exclamation point on the season they've been building up to. They're doing it on land, man.
Clean. Exactly. You want to say these guys are nuts, dude. I mean, Shifty said he wanted to go for 60 kills today. He got pretty close to it, I think.
There you go. We get the stats. Oh my, yeah, wow. Over 100 points.
Top 5, though, is the most important part. Yes, Twisted Minds is impressive. Look at Virtus Pro. Ravens make it. Gen G make it. And T1, with that banger map they had, they did not win, but they put up a crazy amount of kills. That jumped them all the way up. They get 5th. DK and Vitality barely missing out.
Yeah, crazy stuff going well for T1. The rise of the rookies. That is an exciting place to be. The pressure there, definitely not a massive factor. Now, again, we crank it up a couple of notches when it comes to Sunday.
Correct.
We'll see how the boys can perform there, and again, under that calm leadership of Echo, we'll see how it goes.
And we're going to be looking at number 3 as well. Raven Esports, they started off slow. We thought your hot take was going to end up hitting their shift, but they were able to do enough to actually finish in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, we got the steak on the grill, and we got at one point to medium rare, and then we left it on a little too long, and then that hot take got a little too well done. But no, I mean, they're a slaying team. I just thought that going into this event, knowing where their drop spots were going to be in this group, they were going to be continually battling against not just Twisted Minds, but potentially Gen G and T1. It's just that Ravens did a really nice job of adapting, finding good kills, and even though the placements got a little bit scattery, they did well enough to obviously get into themselves to the playoff.
A team that was able to do well enough to get from the bottom 3 to actually outside and go to survival ended up being H1, and this was a team that I was talking about because in game 2, that's when they ended up hot dropping some of the top squads and just wanting to go for it, actually going after it. That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah, H1 really well done. Team Stallions barely holding on. Man, we saw them on stage, and I didn't want to call it out until we saw this screen right here. First squad, heartbreak. To be a team that wins a map and then doesn't make and has to go home is brutal.
Started from the bottom, we still here. Sadly, they boomeranged all the way back into that lower position. It was a wonderful victory, but that's the way it goes in Warzone, man. It has to be good all the time.
How about the last 3 maps from PBJ as well? 38 of their 129 came in those last 3 maps. That's what gets them over the threshold as well. I think it's just like we saw them throughout the weekend, even though we didn't really talk about them all that much because they were outside the bubble for so long. Today, they had a good start with average placements, and then they finished great with average kills. So now you just got to put both together, and they can make some noise in the survival stage.
100%. You said it just before we kicked this off, by the way. Everything resets after this. So they're feeling a little bit more comfortable. Like, boom, we did did it. Now we got to figure out how do we do it even better next time, because it's going to be a lot harder to actually make it through Survivor stage and make it through those finals.
PBJ, crunchy or smooth on crunchy day? We will find out. Crunchy for me too.
Oh, love that.
Love that. Crunchy indeed. I mean, you can't go not crunchy from all these squads. Now, Novo, this was a squad that we were expecting them to be able to do a little bit better today, but Bede is still one of the contenders for Rookie of the Years.
Definitely Rookie of the event for me right now. I mean, this is just next level unbelievable in a final circle. To go from finding 2 to a full squad wipe by yourself. Damn, son, where'd you find that?
I can't believe when Destroy came around the corner in the green, we were like that. Ain't no way. Ooh, it was one of those. It was really good. I mean, exciting gameplay, very, very good stuff. Perfect finish. Perfect finish for the rookie.
And again, where did he get that? He's been doing it off screen, not in competition, having to sit in the sidelines until this WRS. So to do it on main stage, to do it on LAN for the very first time, in a big way for the very first time at EWC, really well done and great ice for the kid.
Yeah, and one of the other teams that was able to also make it to Survival, Vitality, they started off super slow when we talked about them yesterday. Today, towards the end of the day, they were able to step it up in a big way and were able to at least do enough to be in that first page.
But listen, Vitality, I think, caught a lot of flack today from everybody, and I think it was decently for good reason, but this is the same Vitality we've been seeing all year. They're a little bit slow paced, they play for placement, they're really strategic, they just don't get enough kills to be a top 5 team. They're still 7th in a pretty tough group. Like, this is a good team. A couple games go their way. If they get one banger, they're a top 5 team. They could do that in Survivor stage for sure. Easily could do that in a match point final.
I think the same story point echoes to a T1, to a Gen G, to a Novo, like the guys that are just outside of what we saw pace being set by Twisted Minds. The problem is Twisted Minds is doing that inside of that group against some of the best fraggers that we've seen. So it's just like, yeah, that's great and all, but when it comes to crowning a champion, you have to be able to slow down that other squad, not just play well yourself.
Well, here's the big fun fact. I mean, Group B is coming up here shortly. Vitality, when they go to Pub Stomp, aka go to quals where all the big teams are gone, they obliterated everybody in the open quals to get to this stage. I think Survivor stage is going to go to them.
Survivor stage is going to be real exciting as well. I mean, this is where you can't leave anything out. You have to, any trick, every secret, everything you've possibly got, nothing comes with you into the next game. This is it, folks. You are laying it out here. I've absolutely no idea who makes it through. I'm all bets are off, folks. Can't wait.
And for Survival stage, for some of these teams, they could use it as just more practice here at EWC, because we've seen that in the past as well for some of the other squads. They maybe struggle when we come to groups, especially with the top dogs, especially when you got Twisted Mind just absolutely destroying, but they could end up using that as a little bit of a step up for them.
You get more gameplay, right? I mean,
Exactly.
That's a win. That's a win, especially you make it into Sunday. You're coming in hot. You've got a lot more reps. You're more comfortable on LAN. It's the lower bracket curse thing, you know? You get 1 or 2 more games to play. It makes a world difference.
I think the other part about this is like, as you prep for your first 2 days of groups, you're looking at where the map comps are going to be, and you're saying, okay, here's where our drop spot is. This is who we need to prep up against. Now you don't want to get too much in your head when overanalyze what's coming up in the survival stage, trying to put those together, and then even more so if you do make it to the final stage, as you start to deal with all the top dogs over and over and over again. It's like you have to make adjustments, but you don't want to change the playbook completely.
And it's also worth remembering, those big point sponges are going to be gone. The big teams like Twisted Minds will not be soaking up nearly 400 points, right? So because of that, a team like Vitality is going to have more kills on the map.
That's the main one too, with the sponging of the points. You were saying Twisted Minds ended up being outside of the top 5 in just 1 match out of 12. That is absolutely ridiculous. Now, when we're going through survival, right, especially from the teams from Group A, as we're going to be finding out later on today, which teams are going to be going as well to survival and which teams are going to be going home from Group B, which is one team that either surprise you or you're looking forward to step it up outside of the ones that we've been talking already?
I think my first thought does kind of lean towards Team Vitality, mostly because of the consistency that we've talked about. But I think just based on slaying presence and how that's going to translate to the survival stage, I actually sold my eyes on Novo. They were so close so many times to getting to high kill thresholds and then getting to the late game, but they got gate kept by a team trying to rotate in. They're going to be a little bit more free, a little bit more loose when it comes to doing that tomorrow. So I got my eyes on Novo, I think.
I agree with that, Tully. That's a high school team with a really, really explosive play style. You give them an opportunity to run rampant, and they absolutely will. But yeah, the gatekeeping is there. That comes down to decision making. That comes down to timing. That comes down to the game ahead of them. If they can find that, superb results tomorrow.
I think it's a really good shot. I'm going PBJ, man.
I like that call too.
I know they've been
smooth.
near the bottom, but with some of these big point sponges gone, I think PBJ could step up in a huge way against some little bit lower level competition and drop a banger on the map that propels them way up to the top to make it to finals day.
Crunchy, right? Crunchy?
Praise is good, man.
Yeah, with strawberry and toasted.
Might need to try that actually. Hold on, you might be cooking with that one. One team that's gonna be cooking has been T1, and I know T1 is currently with Blaze.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the pit stop. We're having a laugh here when we're talking about English breakfasts versus American breakfasts, but we'll get into that one later. I'm Blaze, joined with the fantastic Lace, and we got the amazing team T1 with us. We got Echo, Disrupt, and Spam. You guys just got into the top 5 in your group, so you get a day off. Echo, how does it feel to, accomplish the first goal?
Feels good. Feels good. We were definitely, after day one, we kind of looked at it and we did a little interview earlier. I said we've got to go a bit more gung-ho.
Yeah.
So rather than like day one, we were kind of, me and Spam sit back, let just Disrupt do his own thing. But today we were kind of like, you two fly, just get them kills and then it'll work out,
And we saw that. I want to say, I think it was probably in the map 5. I saw you guys drop 24 kills or so. You guys absolutely slayed out. So the build up, getting there, to play more gun-ho, to be more aggressive, was it more changing the location that you was dropping in, just being more aggressive on the fights as you guys saw them? Like, what was the opportunities in which you saw in these lobbies?
We kind of just said, before we were playing double anchor so that if anyone runs at us, like we can like shoot them, like watch the crosses easier so that we can, force them back. But then I just said, you know what, just fly, and if I get run at, I'll run around long enough that you two can get me back.
Can catch up into it. Almost a little pubbish in a way. Rather than setting up that wall, go out there, do what you got to do, things catch under fire, you got the firemen coming to put things out.
Yep.
I mean, Echo, I want to kind of touch on that same sort of story. I mean, 7th and 8th from Atlanta and Birmingham, now to EWC, and I've obviously been watching your journey throughout the group stages. And I want to know the initial turning point for you guys, because you're kind of in that mid-range leaderboard, right? And not doing particularly well, not doing particularly bad, and then you spit around and you now go a ticket straight to the finals. Where was that turning point for you guys where you're like, this is it?
We had two bad maps to start. Well, like bad by our standards. So then going into map 3, we kind of, it were an average map, but we kind of like threw it away a little bit. We had a little break. We got a coach in, coach talked, said a little bit of stuff. Then we come out map 4 and we were like, I just said, we've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And they had an English breakfast as well. That's
what we're finding out. Jamming, we don't talk about beans on. You guys, we actually, you know what? They outrank me. We can definitely talk beans on toast, okay? I think I'm the only one here who loves an American breakfast. Now, let's pass the mic on over to Disrupt. Now, talk to me about, your day and, how these lobbies kind of felt for you.
I mean, I had a great time. I was just running around, getting the kills. Teammates were just looking over me. I was fine.
Now, did any other team surprise you as far as when it comes down to the placements? Because when we got it, we got VP coming out, we got Twisted Minds, we got Gen G, we got you guys, as well as Raven Esports. Do you think that was supposed to be the top 5 to come out this group, or did anyone not make the cut?
I thought Novo Esports would have qualified, but that's the one I'm surprised with, to be fair.
Okay.
So,
yeah, and Novo had a heater day 1. I think today they just kind of fell down the wayside a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys are going through the finals. There are some juggernaut teams heading on into the finals. Obviously, you've just finished fantastic group stages. You get your day off. You probably want your VOD review and do all that sort of stuff. But yeah, you're going alongside Twisted Minds, who absolutely triumphed the leaderboard. And of course, on the other group, potentially Falcons going in there. Have you guys got a particular plan to sort of take on these very heavy firepower teams?
I mean, we're probably just going to do our usual stuff. And I feel like if the lobby gets better, we get better. So I feel like we'll get more points in a better lobby.
I mean, we've witnessed that through these group stages, and I hope you guys felt that too. I mean, you've done a tremendous job to turn things around.
I love how you said that too, because sometimes when a lobby isn't at the right skill level, people be scamming. All right, not doing what they're supposed to do. And then next thing you know, it's falling apart for everybody. And it's like, okay, who is it that's not taking these shots or making these plays? So get into a better lobby will definitely make you guys better. I want to talk to your rookie over here, Spam. Now, Spam, you're on the main stage, EWC, and, to qualify top 5. Like, what has this experience been like for you today?
I mean, it's incredible, but I can't say I didn't expect it. I was kind of expecting probably higher than top 5, but I was expecting top 3. But it's not really that what matters. We qualified. rookie year, UWC rookie year. I mean, it feels great.
Definitely does.
And I mean, I want to pass the mic back to you, Echo. Obviously, vet, rookie, right? Has there been any sort of changes that you've seen in Spam, or any sort of insight that you would have provided to him to get to this level, or have you just completely trusted, you know, a newer player coming into your team?
I'd say I wouldn't just say. I wouldn't just,
you know, you got the dad
I wouldn't just say just on Spam being a rookie as well. These also, you know, he had a little bit of experience last year. They've both come in and they've both like listened so much. He's just putting it into practice. But yeah, like when I first started playing, I played with Dio bits. I knew kind of what to expect, but I didn't really know what to expect out of Spam. So I'm like, oh, is he just going to be one of these ranked kids that is just, he runs around, gets kills, but then like he doesn't know the end games and that kind of stuff. But
or probably can't listen too, which is one of the worst things you can have in a new team, man.
Exactly.
I mean, I feel like the older players don't listen. You know, they're set in their ways. They got their habits. Habits are hard to break.
We do be hard-headed. Like, yo, my strat is the right one, okay? Follow me on my rotation. Why are you not behind me when I'm shooting to clean up my kills, you know?
Exactly right. But I mean, look, it's really beautiful to see, to have like a nice cohesion with the team. And, you know, you see this across different types of esports where, you know, bringing on those new players. And I love that you said, like, you know, these ranked kill grinders, because that is apparent. But they're a new dynasty, right? So they bring a fresh perspective, but then, you know, with your knowledge, you can kind of instill that on them. So, I mean, that's awesome. But is there any like tea you can tell us? Like, do you yell at him at all? Or
oh, we've definitely had some like a little bit of arguments and a little bit, you know.
We call that team. That chuckle I got out of you, Spam, like, yeah, little argument.
Just blink twice if you need help.
Oh man, you know, so like one thing I love about doing interviews like this is like getting some of the information that we don't normally get out of you guys. You know, I opened up this interview talking about English breakfasts versus American breakfasts. Now, when you guys, okay, everybody against me. Now, when you start today, what did you guys eat before you came into the arena? Was it just black coffee? Was it just water? Did you guys eat anything at all before you got into your matches?
Adderall.
Kind of energy drink. That's it.
Energy drink, straight caffeine.
Energy drink and a Neurogum. That's all I've had.
Straight caffeine.
Yeah.
What about you?
Energy drink and a banana.
Energy drink and banana.
Yeah, they're bananas.
Yeah, anything.
Nothing.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water, mate. And yeah, I think I'll try Neurogum as well.
And a little Neurogum. See, I like you, Spam. You get it, okay? Keep that same diet to start the day. But right now, I know these players are probably hungry. You know, they have played their asses off all day long. Guys, thank you for coming in, joining with us on the couch at the pit stop here. You get a day off tomorrow. Hope you get a chance to get some rest and see the city. But that's going to do it for us on the couch. Back to you guys. We got some more Warzone action coming up.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Yo, what's up, everybody? We are here at Media Day for Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup. A little bit going on behind us right now. Let's see what we have. We got to talk to the man.
You're really getting us in here right now.
We are getting in here. I'm ambushing you, absolutely. This is the reigning Esports World Champ.
Yes, sir.
That you have right here. How are you feeling? How's your travel? How's Paris for you?
It's my first time in Paris, so I'm just enjoying it. Also, my 3rd EWC. I've been a part of everyone so far. And I'm just appreciative that, I get to be here.
Okay. We have Mr. Gabe Kuhn over here who's getting his shots. You can see here already. Let's get a little You see, look at this. He looks aggressive right now. He's like this on the map. He's like this in person, silencing the haters. This is exactly what you like to see. We're gonna check out some of the behind-the-scenes stuff that we have happening in this back sort of area. So let's go ahead. Let's see what we have back here. Oh, it looks like Mr. Shifty is just getting wrapped here. I don't know if we can actually. Let's grab Mr. Shifty actually out here. Yes, exactly. We're ambushing you just like a nature documentary. Feels good. How you feeling, man? You've been here. You guys have been boot camping in Paris. How you feeling ahead of this week?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I've been here for a while. I've done this, so same routine as always. You know, just get ready and then go for that ship.
It's not the only thing going on though. We got to go check out what's happening over on the multi-set. All right, gentlemen. I was told that there was art going on in here. Nate, I'm going to ask you in your best words, what is on your screen right here?
Talent.
I'm going to beg to differ. Give me a different word.
Art.
Art. I like that one a little bit better. Mr. Trick? A little bit better. You signed yours.
Yeah, I did. I'm proud of my work. I know you're not an artist, so you don't really know art, but this is art.
It's a signed 1 of 1, and that's what he has going for him. It's good. Seymour, I'm glad that you got to be able to do this, but we got other stuff we got to check out in the back here. All right, we're here in hair and makeup. Everybody's got to look good. Of course, I already look good, but you can see all kinds of players, talent, everybody getting their makeup done. Donkey, how you doing, man?
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Have you got your hair and makeup done yet?
Yeah, I'm looking pretty, right?
Well, anyway, Donkey, how are you feeling ahead of the competition this week?
Feeling good, confident, a little nervous. You always got to be nervous, but feeling good though.
I don't believe a single thing he just said. All right, we're over here in photos. Got a couple players taking pictures. Spam, come on over here. Come sit down because mainly I wanted to do this because we have Echo taking photos right now. And man, does he look awkward. But how's Paris for you so far?
Paris has been amazing, man. I think it's probably the best event I've attended so far. And I can tell you now, there's not going to be another event like this.
Okay, that's what we like. How do you think Echo's doing right now? Is he? You think he's not really one to like take instructions well?
I wouldn't really say he's in his element, no. Oh wait, look at him. He's kind of
hitting that.
Whoa. Shame he's got a bit of a lazy eye, but he's got it going. Go on, fella.
Go on. That's what we like. And you can see players maybe have to do something a little bit outside of their element for once, but that's what you have to do when you're trying to be the best here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, I was trying to catch some fans in the audience, but what better fans than the players themselves? I, of course, have for fun right next to me. We got Juju saying, and we've got Flanked as well. Honestly, guys, what a tournament. You guys are playing next, but obviously you're sitting in the crowd right now. Who are we hate watching?
There's one team that lands on us every single day of scrims. They get ran every single day of scrims. They're getting ran on the main stage. We're hate watching CT.
You heard that, it's CT. Are you ready to be in the twit longer when that happens?
Oh, I'm ready. I don't care. I mean, I really think they suck. I mean, as you can tell, their vibes are down. So I don't even think they're going to, we're not even going to see them in finals or nothing. So I'm definitely hate watching all day.
All right. Now, obviously, we want you guys to perform incredibly well. But out of this group stage here, who are we going for? You got any friends playing now in Group A?
Oh, we got a few friends. I mean, when the tournament's not going on, they're friends. When it's going on, they're not as much. I kind of like seeing Gen G succeed for once, and maybe a little T1.
Yeah.
Succeed.
Yeah, I mean, T1, I was expecting like a stellar kill-heavy performance, and I mean, they're kind of sitting in the middle of the pack. Judy, what about yourself?
I'm gonna say T1, like Echo, Disrupt, Spam. Those are my guys. I'm gonna also say the Stallions, Kruger. That's like my brother. So I gotta go for him. They're having a rough few games, but I think they could bounce back and they could come back and do their thing.
Absolutely. You know, a little bit of hate watching is good, but of course these players also want to share a little bit of love. Well, I appreciate you guys chatting to us, of course. And when your group comes up, I'm excited to see what happens.
Welcome back here, guys. We have, wait, boys. I know you guys look like you just came off the yacht here with this attire, but we got to get some work done. Joe's in the studio. J-Dub, what's up, dog?
Good to see y'all, man.
Backhanded dog.
Good to see y'all.
That's clean.
How are you feeling, Joe?
Yeah.
How are you enjoying Paris?
I'm glad to be here. Paris is amazing. Food so far, maybe I haven't gone to the right spots yet, but food's been a little rough. I'm not gonna lie, but so far though, Paris is amazing.
I've been hearing that, honestly. I feel like you have to go to like the Michelin stars, check that out, or just go to the cafeteria here. Actually, the cafeteria here at EWC has some fire stuff.
I'll tell you what, Joe, have you been ordering steak? Don't. I'm telling you, dog.
I'm
They
a big
do
salmon
chicken
guy.
here.
I'm a big salmon.
Okay,
So I haven't
okay.
found
Me
salmon
too.
yet. I love salmon. I haven't found a good salmon yet. I tried like a steak and fries place. It was all right.
All right.
It was okay, but I haven't found a good salmon yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna make some phone calls after we're done with this, and I'll let you know some spots. I know Barney definitely has some spots. I know you're an ex-pro player, man. Being here at EWC, does it ever make you want to be like, I want to stop dominating the content area and just go back to being a pro?
The second I walked in, I saw the stage, I saw my friends play it and stuff. I'm like, I miss this. Like they truly, especially being here, because they crush it, man. The setups, the production, just everything they're doing is just amazing. And just seeing the first setup, I was like, I'm trying to come back, man. But I don't know, the content's great, but this is incredible.
That's straight intel. Somebody pick my guy up over here. I tell you what, pick my guy up. No, I mean, so hit me with. I mean, you've obviously been in the space before. I know you've been checking out the streams, the scrims, all the results from LAN. What's your take over what you've seen thus far through a day and a half?
I would say it's played slower for some teams, but then a lot of teams that, like I would say, are like sleeper teams that some people kind of counted out, especially Twisted. I mean, those guys are animals. Everybody knows that, and then people on Twitter just love to yap like, oh, just a bad roster change, this and that. Those guys are absolutely dominating right now. So I think, especially tomorrow and finals, it's going to be a movie.
It is going to be a movie. I mean, we got Group B coming up, too. We got Falcons as well coming in. They're right now outside of the top 5. Where I'm going to put you on the spot, brother. Where do you have him finishing at?
I'll never count Ahsoka out, ever. That guy, I saw him walking into the venue, AirPods on. I said, Ahsoka, egoed me. I said, he was so locked in. I said, yeah. So I'm saying top 2 for them, and then I'm going Gentlemates.
I like that. I like that.
I'm going Gentlemates. I have faith in freaking Grombalok. That's my guy right there. I'm going Gentlemates. Man.
They looked good yesterday too, and I think some of that was because the drop location was a little bit freer. That Falcons were playing a little bit off their usual stuff. But I like your comm here. I think Ahsoka's going to come up with the game plan of, we're playing more aggro today. We're going to get active.
Like I saw him, and he looked like the squad was dialed in. So he had his AirPods in. He was focused. He's like, all right, I'm dialed. So
I'll tell you what. I know for a fact if it wasn't just Ahsoka being upset with where they are on the leaderboard, I know he's looking at that board saying JDG's in first. Bro, we got those guys all day, all week.
But they were shooting, though. I'm not going to lie. And I also saw after Falcons got wiped, I think first it was like game 5 or 6, the one person you don't like, they were shooting Soka's body. Of all people, that's not the one you want to get fired up. And I was like, that might be a mistake. So I think that, especially now that they're about to come out just frying.
Soka's dad gets to sit behind us too, so I was like, we have to watch out what we say too in regards to Falcons. He's like twice my size, bro. Okay, I'm like 5 foot nothing.
He's like a bodyguard out there.
Exactly.
Like, he is a literal bodyguard. But like the whole family being here, like that's so inspiring for a lot of people too. I love to see that kind of stuff. That's amazing.
I mean, I would say like, over the course of the last 3 years, we've seen just the general support go up. Like last year in Riyadh, I felt like a lot of people traveled for it. And now that we're in Paris, it feels like everyone's like, oh, well, bet I'm on that flight. No problem. That's sick.
Yeah, make them feel a little bit more at home too with having their family here. If it's not going their way, we do have a game for you though that I didn't tell you about earlier because I wanted to surprise you with it. So if you can, Tomash, pull up that $100 squad because I want to see what kind of squad this man's going to be able to build up. So you're going to have $100 and hopefully they'll be able to pull up the graphic there so you can see it. And I want you to just build the best squad that you can.
Damn.
You can take your time.
Wait, I already know who he's going for. Pick one.
Is it going to be Soka?
No, I think I know who his budget pick is, though.
Oh.
Give me... This is tough. Wait, who made this?
That's what we've been asking, too.
I'm going... Give me Gromalot.
Yup.
Oh. Give me Blast.
How much is Blast?
And give me Ahsoka.
So 65, that gives you, you've got $5 left over.
$5?
That's a solid squad.
That's going to get me a nice croissant here.
Do you
Hopefully.
do you feel like you got enough slaying presence in that team though, dog?
100%. Last year, Gromalok had like an 18 kill game.
That's fair. Okay, so Grom's your slayer.
They're due for a good day today.
All right. Blast your support, Soka your anchor.
Yep.
That's budget right there.
Trust me. Trust the process on that team.
I respect it. $5 to spare, just in case. You never know what's going to happen. You say croissant too. By the way, for everybody that we do have a lot of audience here that are watching EWC that might not be familiar with you, so please let them know where they can find you at.
I mean, honestly, you could probably find me everywhere: Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Joe. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Straight to the point. Appreciate it, man.
Absolutely.
We're going to start getting ready for Group B. So for everybody watching, make sure you stay tuned because Group B is coming up.
What's this?
Oh my God. I can
Seen
smell
this?
it from here. I can smell it from here. I'm kind of hungry.
¿Seen this? It?
¿Qué más puede?
¿Qué tenemos
pero,
aquí?
¿Qué será? Oh.
O sea, como si tiene una manta.
Una mantita. Debe ser algo de París. ¿Algo de París? Yo diría que...
200 al che viene.
200 il che Un croissant.
Un croissant? No.
Un croissant.
Cosa ci sta aspettando di bello?
Perché?
Un espressino?
Andrea, apri.
Oh mio Dio!
Ma che roba è? È grossissimo! È enorme! Ma è più grande del Brizzi!
Calmiamoci. Non è più grande di me.
Quanto è grande?
Wow.
Yo.
Yeah.
Is that a monster croissant?
Yeah.
Oh my God, está gigante. Un big croissant.
Sí,
Yo sí la
big
tiene.
croissant.
Oh la la. Oh la la.
Well done.
Go for it.
We'll have a look.
Go for it.
We digging in?
Hey, get your hands ready, boys.
Yeah.
Come on, G.
Oh my God.
Damn, bro. You're making off of me.
Get you some of that. Come on, Ed.
Hold on, Ed. Hey, bro, I'll tear off a little piece, bro. Hold up.
No, get a big piece. Yeah, I think it. Feeling kind of parched. It's like I need some water or something.
Mordida.
Pero todo nada.
Sí, güey.
Mangiamo?
Proviamo?
Te lo imbottisco tutto, vieni qua. Ah.
No, dai.
No. Comportiamoci bene.
¿Sí está rico?
Bueno.
¿Cómo que sabe?
It's actually so dry, I can't lie.
Qué buono, pazzo. That's good. Merci.
In case you weren't hungry before, bet you are now because we need one of those croissants, Miles.
Like a pillow, like a pillow.
Us holding a croissant right here, they're staring at us, we're just biting into it like Lady and the
Lady
Tramp.
and the Tramp could never. They could never.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, everybody, to COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. My name is the 7GG, joined by Miles, Lace, and none other than Whole Shift, and the fans of Leviathan, which they're going to be hoping that they can make it into survival because this squad did end up struggling a little bit yesterday.
They need some ayuda. They need a lot of help, tell you what, because they're currently sitting a little bit on the bubs to be eliminated. Not great news. Need to step it up today. The bad bubs, the dangerous bubs, the go home a little early bubs.
they
Don't say that
they
too
don't
loud.
want that. Yeah, Miles, we don't have any security here. Even the cameraman's over there. So,
what we're saying, and that's absolutely fine.
we do have some jewelry though. I mean, we can throw down, but one team that was able to throw down was JD Gaming, being able to finish at the top with 146 points. A big surprise though is that third place G2 Esports. I know you've been keeping an eye on them, Lace.
Absolutely. And I want to sort of touch more on the players. Big man. Shout out to him. Holding the consistency so well for this team. He's on, I think it was like a 36 kills, which is actually above Anxiety, which, hold on, the reason I say this is a little bit unique because notably, like in our previous LANs, Anxiety had like 72 kills at Atlanta. So we have not seen the true power of Anxiety come out here for G2 just yet. And it seems like Big Man is obviously holding it together for the team. So I feel like today, G2, obviously in third position, still doing incredibly well. We ain't seen nothing yet.
Crippling anxiety brings down many, but not those boys. Excited to see how For Fun do today. But yeah, Leviathan, an interesting look. They're in godlike esports. A lot of teams, I wouldn't expect to be that low. Again, it's close score. Very, very close score.
Yeah.
So again, this still feels like anyone's game. Very, very early days here on the last chances you've got to qualify for the Subaru.
We got to talk a bit of a dark horse in a way. Just wait for it, because as soon as I say the team name, you're going to be like, what? Dark horse? What is he talking about?
Oh.
And it's actually Falcons.
Yeah.
Because they started off hot, but then they slowed down in a big way. If we go and just look at their first 3 games of yesterday, they were averaging pretty much a first place finish. After that, they were averaging a 12th place finish.
And I think the thing that's actually most compelling about the whole day was even in their first 3 games where they were great, for replacement, they weren't necessarily up to snuff when it comes to kill participation. And we've been talking about this a lot throughout the year. You go to Birmingham, you then go to Atlanta, the kill tally across the board totals go up. Now that we get to land, same thing. With the multiplier changing from last year to this year, kills matter arguably more than placements until finals, where you need to eventually get a win. But you really don't need to win until you get to the match point threshold on finals day.
Good news, they can get the wins, but yeah, kills are paying the bills in the format right now. But I mean, are you worried about the Falcons? Is anyone actually worried?
No.
Is there any concern? What about you?
I know who's concerned right now. All the Falcons fans, maybe not for Warzone, but for everything going around with the club championship, because the Falcons have been getting eliminated over and over and over again. And today they're trying to put a stop here in COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. I think it's time. I want to see which teams are going to be going to the match point finals and which ones will be going home as well, because this is Group B.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the Qiddiya City Grid. Just 6 maps remain in our group stage, and after seeing 3 teams sent home, reality is now setting in for Group B.
Il est maintenant l'heure des 6 dernières games de ces group stage, mesdames et messieurs. Le groupe B va se terminer comme vous l'avez vu précédemment. Les 3 dernières équipes ont vu leurs clés être détruites, finir dans le crusher. Il faut absolument éviter ce bottom 3. C'est également le groupe de Gentlemates. Ils sont chauds, ils sont là, ils sont prêts, Barney.
Yeah, that is right. And so with that being said, you know what? I can't wait for this to get started, my man. It's going to be crazy. Every map, every rotation, every decision made could have dire consequences. And so with that being said, Lucy, should we introduce our teams?
Yeah, I mean, c'est tellement important. I want to speak English. I'm so hyped. They hype me out for right now. Évidemment, mesdames et messieurs, je vais vous demander de faire un maximum de bruit pour toutes les équipes. Vous allez faire du bruit pour Mate. Mais s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, faites un maximum de bruit pour les entrées de l'équipe du groupe B. À commencer par Fnatic.
AGAL.
Max Esports.
For Fun Esports.
Ninja in Pyjamas Easter.
Godlike Esports.
GD Gaming.
The Vicious Esports.
Team Nemesis.
New Icons.
Kadgoy Vdati.
Leviathan. Team Orchid.
G2 Esports.
And finally, your reigning club champions, Team Falcons. I don't feel if we stress this enough, but we have $1 million on the line and a chance to be immortalized in Esports World Cup history. It's time to show the world what you are made of.
Les équipes sont prêtes. Les meilleurs joueurs du monde se sont encore une fois donné rendez-vous pour nous offrir un spectacle exceptionnel. Les dernières games du group stage, ça commence maintenant.
Group B is here, and I couldn't be more excited. Goja Seymour on the mic leading into what could be a chance for some of these teams to change their fate in day 2, and for some, untimely demise. They're going to be sent home, just like we saw in Group A. It's going to be a ton of fun, and looking at our players, looking at their walk-in, Seymour, I saw some nerves, but I also saw some determination from the likes of the Falcons.
And I saw some fun, too, from AGAL. I mean, I swear it must be a bit at this point that they're going to have a different walkout every single day that we see them. No, I think you're right. A little bit of fear in the Falcons after day 1 doesn't really go the way that they expect. They're outside of the top 5. They got to find their way back in if they want to make it to Sunday with no issues. we might be seeing them in the survival stage.
Yeah, there's so much we can talk about, and I think, frankly, of course, we do need to talk about yesterday. The Devs did a great job of doing that, setting us up for today. But one thing I want to talk through is some statistics. What are some of the scores that people are trying to go for? You've got to remember our two different bubbles we're going to be paying attention to today, just like we did in Group A.
Yep.
The bottom 3 go home, the top 5 go straight to the finals. The scores to beat if we were to repeat history from Group A. Gen G get 5th place in Group A, 177.4 points. That's the scores we're looking for. And on the other side, it was PBJ actually holding the line down at the bottom, getting 13th. Still going to the Survivor stage, 127.8. So those are the two scores I'm going to be looking out for today if it is a repeat of Group A, which of course it could be slightly different.
And for 5th place in Group B, we're looking at AG Global just hovering underneath 100 points, 98.8.
On a good pace.
On a good pace, for sure. Orchid right below them, 88.6. So a little bit of work to be done on the outside of the bubble for top 5. And the bottom 3 teams that need to make some changes today. Leviathan, Godlike, and New Icons. And the biggest surprise was Leviathan after the start that they had on Havens.
Yeah, I've got a challenge and a charge. I don't do this that often, but I'm going to challenge Leviathan right now. You have to come out as hot as you did yesterday, starting things off in Havens Hollow, and you somehow, some way, have to do it again and again and again and again. It's not good enough for a team like Leviathan, who has this caliber of players. You've got rookies like Criminal God that are difference makers, Amir, who is a veteran in the space. It is not good enough to scrape by, not at this stage with how close this leaderboard is.
And they just continuously found some issues by other teams that just were rising to the occasion in day 1 from Group B. I mean, JDG, they were constantly keeping Leviathan on the back foot. Same thing with NIP as well for a lot of those early games. Gentleman's had a fantastic day 1. That was a big stunner, but why did Gentleman's have a day 1? It's because they were left alone by the Falcons. So it's just going into Havens Hollow, what changes for a lot of these teams? Does Falcon go back to what was working beforehand? Does NIP continue to stay consistent towards Mansion? Will JDG continue to run pace through these maps? It's just, there's so many questions.
I've got to add the extra data behind this JDG domination. They're at 146.2 points right now. That means they're through. Like, they're pretty much through at this point. I already told you what the metrics were. You're trying to beat 177. As long as they don't completely just crap out for 6 games, they're going to be through. They need 30 points in 6. That is very easy for a team of this caliber. However, the rest of the teams that you mentioned are fairly far behind. These guys have a ridiculous amount of kills already. They have 104 kills, and only 1 map have they not been top 5 in the first 6. They got 6th place in game 1 yesterday. How insane is that? Averaging well past top 5 every single map is really impressive stuff. You're right, NIP's had a great day 1 going into day 2. Let's see if they can keep up the pace. And again, I think when you look at the bottom of the leaderboard, it is also worth mentioning teams like For Fun, Fnatic, Nemesis. They're all, yes, technically safe as of current, but the point spread from 13th all the way up to like 10th, no, 14th all the way up to 10th is 5 points.
Yeah.
Like, we have no clue how this is going to shake out, and I think that's what makes it so fun to watch, is that this day 2 right here, even maybe the first map, could dictate a ton for this leaderboard.
Not to mention, Leviathan and Nemesis are quite literally tied for 14th place right now for that elimination spot. And you look at the fans, they're showing up. They're hoping that Dumir can lead this team to a better day number 2. Team Nemesis, same thing. I mean, we love this story. They show up for their boys. I mean, they're always a hoot to be watching. And for the lads down under, it's just how do you show up on day 2? How do you get some movement going? I think that towards the end of day 1, we saw Nemesis looking a little bit better, some better placements, more kills. It's kind of like the opposite of Leviathan. It's just how do you start like that?
Yeah, as much as I want to keep talking about the Falcons as well, because I think there's some fun storylines there, I will mention them in reference to another team. Remember, the Falcons go down first. They landed on the Vicious, and the Vicious, they lived up to their name, man. They got vicious. They slammed them at the very beginning, shot their bodies, and sent them packing. And these guys, the Vicious, kind of came out here and surprised some folks. They've moved up the leaderboard. They're in 8th place right now at 68 points.
And I mean, this team, they're fantastic when it comes down to contesting a team one-on-one. The only thing I think for Vicious that can get better in day 2 is handling those third parties, handling when, you know, they're dealing with multiple different teams at the same time, because they're fantastic when it comes to their mechanics, their gun skills, their fights are so good. It's just the macro aspect of this team. If they can figure that out today, we can definitely see an upgrade from Mena.
Yeah, they're very well within the mid-pack right now. Again, literally in the middle at 8th place currently, and they are just behind kind of the top team, which I would argue is the top 7. You see the Falcons all the way up at 85 points roughly, whereas the Vicious, who are right below them in the standings, are at 68. So still a lot of work to do for the Vicious, but a couple good games, and they're going to be in a really good position to really represent this MENA region very well. A reminder, if you don't know who this is, the Vicious, they won the MENA region qualifiers by 40 points.
Big time.
Stomping the Stallions and Gamax, the Stallions who technically made it through. Remember, in Group A, the Stallions crept their way through there just at the bottom of that mid-pack, making it into the Survivor stages. So I'm expecting to see the Vicious at least call to Survivor stages, if not something bigger.
And I love that in Group A, we saw just the rise of T1, because having the story of Rookie of the Year just linger over the head of a lot of these players is something that now we get to bring into Group B for this Orchid team, because Orchid just above Falcons is the next one that we got to talk about, because when you have Serial underperforming, that leaves some questions for Team Orchid to see if he can step up. Sizzin, he's the second highest kills after day number 1. He was sitting at 39.
Huge.
If he keeps that up, that is great for Orchid, but he needs his rookie.
Yeah, I mean, Sizzin is doing an unbelievable job for this roster. They've been put in a blender a bit by the zones and a bit by where people have relocated to on the north side of the map. On even a map like Haven's Hollow, they really started out slow. Remember, AG Global came and played up here at G2, is what we call it, in the top right-hand corner by Research, and it really messed with Orchid's flow pretty early in this competition. If things change on this map, if AG go all the way back to Chapel, you can see Orchid pop off here.
And Goach, how about G2 today?
Come on.
I mean, they were talking about that land anxiety, and anxiety is looking to have a good day too, but big man on the little map, he was fantastic to close out that day. A 41-point game to finish day number 1. G2, can they ride that momentum?
Yeah, man, G2 was a little quiet, like you said, at the beginning of yesterday, and they ended with a huge bang. So excited to see more of G2 as we kick things off here in Haven's Hollow. Let's see if they can get a little bit more mixy. Last note on the Falcons as we drop in, folks. The big question mark, where are they landing? Back to Mansion we go, or to their tried and true classic, the boat on the south side of the map. Can Gentlemates get through this map for free, or will they have some contests down in the south? Here we go. Loading in, ladies and gentlemen. I know our Gentlemates fans are getting loud, but let's get everybody loud and look at this. First look, Falcons, red, number 1. They're at boat contested. That's going to be the Falcons versus the Vicious, who are going to chow them on boat. We're going to take a look at it. Things have flipped. The script is upside down, and the Vicious are trying to continue their reign of terror against the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, who's Predict giving them a hard time yesterday? He was great for Vicious. You can see the Falcons not really expecting this contest right on, but back to the basics, and you can see if they can, their tried and true will work out. It's a gamble in the riverboats, and so far they were able to regain. You got some self-reses, you're getting your loot, you're getting underway, and it looks like at the moment they're just trying to coexist.
I got really excited about this drop, and I think this fight is very important. Quickly, though, we saw it on the map feed. We are going southwest. We are going Main Street is our circle, so Research is nearly empty. Mansion, only one team there. Everybody on the south side of the map now as they prepare for our first southern zone in Haven's Hollow here for Group B.
Yeah, that's going to mean some early rotations from Research. Pawn's going to have to work their way on down. Same thing with Mansion, but there's a lot of teams
Big
to pay
fight.
attention to.
Sold's going to take one down, get one knocked out, try to challenge the second, he gets it! Sold's putting the Falcons in a blender. Hisoka last alive, gonna be underneath. He spots it, can he get all 3? Hisoka's on 1 HP in a dream, running for his life. How many times have you said this? Is there a chance that he can stay alive long enough?
Falcons are out.
Officially, the Falcons are the second team to go down following Gamax.
Oh no.
The Vicious flipped the script, committed to the play. They said, we're clearly in the mid-pack, let's find our way to the top 5. That's one way to do it. The Falcons gonna have to regain in map number 2.
Fly high into game 2. Vicious, what a story we are getting. So early kills from a lot of teams, early positioning, looking to start to work their way over to train station. You got 3 trios edging for positioning in this POI, and it's New Icons actually trying to take down a big squad here of Leviathan.
Leviathan, this has been the fight that they won early in Havens Hollow yesterday. It's how they started off with a banger. They're going to win this one as well. At least one goes down, Criminal God. Be able to find his first. That's Train Station. This is the POI. They've been fighting over for a while, and they've already been pushed out.
It's actually the bottom 4 teams really fighting it out to start it. Leviathan, Nemesis, and New Icons. This is not the guys you want to be fighting.
Gentlemates fans getting very loud. You might be wondering, where are they? And yes, that is the beginning of a great song, but they're actually up at the top over at Cole. This is where they land. They're working that northeastern side of the map, working their way from Cole into the zone. They're not in urgency to go find some big plays. They're just sending their fraggers out to go find kills. We'll check in with Gentlemates in a little bit as they take a couple, as we see actually Kazu finding one on main. This is down at Monument, southwestern side of the map, right on the corner, just trying to weed out some of the regainers on the outside.
Yeah, and I mean, not too much to worry about right now. If you're Team Gooey, you got Orchid close by, and they do have the high ground, so they're going to keep you pinned down. I think that's something for Orchid, that they're going to look for some early KP here along the main street, see if you can work your way into JDG to shut them down in game number 1, because that would be a huge thing for your squad.
Here's Fnatic, here's Gentlemates. Quick look at him with a little bit of help. Some other teams somewhat in the area. We do swing back to Barn on the edge of Mansion. NIP might not have seen them yet, mainly because, well, Mansion was free. They've been hanging out up there, and now are working their way south. The only team to land up there because of what the Vicious were able to do just a moment ago, dropping both. AG do drop at Barn as expected, Chapel, and they're going to be holding these teams trying to rotate in from the north.
It looks like G2 going to be meeting the likes of Godlike. Anxiety finishes off on Intex, Swizzin, and Orchid still holding Team Gooey into the back of patio. Here comes Gentlemates working their way into the territory of NIP, working away from Mansion.
Watch out for AGAL as well. Gonna work their way from Trainwreck into Barn. They want to get to this circle, and they're gonna be held by a couple different teams. NIP, like you mentioned, AG. Big teams in the area. Fnatic also potentially. One could even shoot them in the back if they're not careful. They've got to get some intel. They're going to chow Scumming down below. Easy take. The crowd goes insane for a single kill on main because they know the Gentlemates are heating up. Reminder, Gentlemates won map 1 yesterday in Group B. They're going to try to win again, but this is a much more difficult circle for them.
And it was a 35-point game. It was their best game out of the day. So we're going to repeat that. Big crunch into the trains. They don't know where this player is gone. Finally finds him. Resolve gone. Not the full elimination, but look what's coming behind them. It's going to be likes of NIP actually taking down Enkyo and forcing you away.
This is a really nice take. Oh, I thought they were going to commit. I think NIP should have committed to that. They had their anchor free and Barn totally safe, and they had Enkyo down. They could have full committed for the Gentlemates fight, but they're going to play a little bit more safe. Fair enough. Want to maintain control of the north and a little bit afraid that their anchor could get swung on.
Yeah, don't want to get third party here. So you're in the middle. AG Global trying to regain, but Knight's going to be caught there, leaving 2 players alone now in the water. See if they can get Knight back. That was JDG inside Main Street, holding things down to the middle. Everybody just finding their position as the circle starts to close off. This is where we're going to be looking at players just to find a way to exist.
For Fun are going to be holding at Train Station, but we got to get back to see what's going on with the Gentlemates. They still have to make it into zone. JDG, our top team today, on the leaderboard. Not too much to write home about for this team of 3. They've just been working this mid-map, waiting on everybody else. Here goes the Gentlemates, find one. They've made their way into zone, clearing a pathway for their third.
You want it to be clean, because if not, you know JDG is going to send that. They want to get rid of Gentlemates. They know it's the only team that's looking to contest them on the main street.
Yeah, Fnatic in trouble now as a solo. Great job from the Gentlemates to clear out 2 out of 3 members of Fnatic to own a place on edge of zone. Working their way into Main Street. There's plenty of cover to hold everybody else. Here's a look at the zone quickly as JDG is on the hunt. Going to find Gentlemates on main. Melvin shoots one, gets it. Gromlock down, one on the outside, one on top. Smartly heading inside to play with his teammates.
Melvin, I mean, he was the one to lead this team to that first place finish. Looking for the rest. Extra gets caught. Fnatic down another player. And on the outside, it's Vicious trying to find some ways into the building. Good turn and burn from Solds, but you lose Adrenaline. It looks like the rest of JDG just trying to find some space again to regain, hold themselves, not get too mixy. You don't want to get third-partied at this point of the game.
All 3 of JDG are up. All 3 of Gentlemates are up, but both just had a player fly back in. We still have 14 out of 15 teams that are in the lobby. So 14 out of 16. Only 2, now 3 teams out of this lobby. That's Levi finding his way back to the lobby. That's Nemesis cut down as the JDG versus Gentlemates fight continues.
That is not good for Nemesis, who are trying to work their way out of an elimination spot right now. An early exit from game 1, work to be done in game number 2. Everybody starting to work down to the southwest, and it looks like it's going to be a late rotation from both Gentlemates and NIP should be the last ones, but NIP are being held right now by For Fun.
Yeah, this NIP For Fun battle is a big one because it's the battle for the north. But of course, the battle for the east still at hand. Melvin, you question and you wonder, how did JDG get the amount of points that they did? They find them all in the mid game. They just get scrappy. They clean everybody up, and they're cockroaches. They survive till the end every single time. And JDG went from a decent game to a great game. For Fun, get a full wipe here on main, as unfortunately Master 5K and Co go down.
They move into the bowling alley. They get rid of Orchid, and they're starting to find some space into the circle. Late rotation from the anchor player of For Fun. He's still not in there, and he's got to be worried because in the church, it's going to be NIP working now. You might get caught on rotation by these 3.
Let's listen in as they rotate in to see if they can get their safety.
Left! It's only one guy, bro. Bro, just... Oh my god.
I'm weak. They're running back. Good.
They're running back. We'll have white.
Get the fight. Someone get the fight. One is on top of this white, by the way.
One's on top of bank. Can you get these weak?
I mean, I don't know, they're up top.
One kid's top white. These kids are second floor.
I might die here, by the way, now to think about it.
He's peeking me, by the way. I'm inside. One's inside, holding on me now. Come, we can take bank. There's only one guy bank. Come. I can't cross. There's 2 guys. Yeah, you can come from here. Come from outside. It's my front bit then, yeah? I can't. You can get shot from white. Look my door. Look, my bro.
How much you got to do?
Look my door. Come. Get straight in the back.
Come, cross bank now.
I need plates as well, boys. I need plates. Okay. The bank.
Good job.
Great comms there from NIP. Able to communicate intel very quickly. It's very clear comms to allow them to play a little bit more patient. They didn't rush this rotation. They got their intel, they zoned off their opponents, and they've made their way to closing in on Nu. But the Nu has moved even farther southwest, down to gazebos.
Well, it's Godlike and Gooey that have the bridges. For Fun want to take on Godlike, who are underneath. Leviathan sitting in the water, and it's going to be G2 to the gazebo. So a late rotation from NIP. They're going to find some battles on the way in versus Gentlemates. And on top of that, it's going to be JDG still alive. So some big teams to worry about.
Yeah, definitely some big teams. G2, we haven't seen much of them, but they've been slowly but surely chipping away at this lobby. Vidati tries to get a little cheeky. Melvin says, yeah, peek your head back out of the water one more time, gup. Bye-bye, Melvin with the 5th. And here goes the Gentlemates, found their way to a nice building. Gas station inside. It's going to be a great position for them for Nu. Need to just wait on this zone. As long as they don't get cut down by some freak line that they didn't expect, they can just hold here for a while. NIP, a solid building as well. Everybody going to be waiting on this new zone. We've got 8 teams still. We're looking for the next multiplier top 5.
Still some opportunities to buy back if you need to late game, but that's a gazebo pull, so that is not good for NIP and Gentlemates. Both of them will have to fight each other to get in line.
I would argue that it is actually okay for Gentlemates just because they can hold NIP, but you're right, the problem is, look at where G2 is. That's the zone. You just got to go to a gazebo. So once Gentlemates win this engagement with the NIP, if NIP try to go through them, where do you go? Out into the open?
NIP
into
are going to swing it. They're going to go for Fun. They're going to try to wrap around, go for the bridge, and see if you can third-party these squads on gazebo.
Godlike, where else would you expect to see them but in the water? And actually with a ton of kills, Intex on 6 with plenty of assists for his team. Means these guys have been battling for their lives in the water for a while, but back to G2 because these guys have been holding the power position, but a huge swing coming from JDG. They know how to win, they know how to make top 5, and one way to do that is to get on top of the gazebo, get to WinCon, and take it over. Leviathan go down in 8.
Leviathan go down, Showstoppers out, NIP in trouble, For Fun in trouble, and JDG has positioning inside. They're forcing everybody to the gas.
Anxiety on 6, not a banger game, but a great one. Down go For Fun. They needed the multiplier. They had a decent map going. This was their zone to win, playing just outside of this. They worked their way down. They've been here for a while and unfortunately won't get the 1.4x. Here comes NIP. Get cut down. JDG lose 1, but then they take down Godlike. Up to top 5. Gentlemate's still in it, but JDG doing well.
Godlike's gone. King AJ's down. JDG are holding them. Gentlemate's behind them. And you see G2's actually going to make their rotation behind Gentlemates. See if they can find some positioning towards the top.
New zone. Creeps a little bit further north. Gentlemates only had one, and they get the double buyback. You hear the crowd excited about that one, and unfortunately, G2 a little bit lost in the sauce, getting shot from multiple angles. Wasn't expecting what? Inkyo up on high, Hollow with a little bit of help. Gentlemates have restabilized somehow, some way, being allowed to fly back in.
And IPR out.
G2 doing the same, though. G2 pick up a second. Big fight. Inkyo finding one. Melvin cut down. JDG, who are in the power position. Unfortunately, the zone pull punishes them, and FLS is going to have to be a hero. Down goes Gooey. G2, Gentlemates, JDG, Gentlemates versus G2. Can they go back-to-back? First map wins. An unbelievable regain, and the Gentlemates get the zone pull as well. It's inevitable at this point. The hometown heroes get the buff, and the hometown heroes are on top.
Day 1 kicks off with the mates. Day 2, same thing. Same map. The Gentle Sweets are on their feet, and the crowd couldn't be more happy for these 3 players. And realistically, this is just continuously looking like Gentlemates leveling up on LAN. The way that they handle the regain, the way they burst G2 towards the end. No oversend, the double buyback. You hold the roof. You box out JDG to make sure G2 have that early rotation. All you got to do is take care of the monsters in your closet, and you handle what's ahead of you. What a play from Gentlemates. What a way to start your day.
So much we could talk about in that map. The main piece, of course, Gentlemates winning, but they do it. You gotta remember, they start in cold. They traverse the entire map to get to the win cons. They traversed the entire map, and they did it by battling to zone. Teams were holding them over and over and over again, and they somehow, some way, still made it through. One way that it helped is they did work their way through Main Street, a lot of cover there, and they were just sneaky, man. They were able to play through their cover very well. Here's the final moment. Ankyo able to get the one over the top. Unfortunately, G2 getting shot by JDG at the same time. Put them in a bit of a blender, but then Hollow wins the one down below, and unfortunately, Sight, a fantastic player, not going to win a 1v2 against a hot Gentlemates team.
Yeah, let alone a 1v3 if you did get that res back in late. Yeah, I mean, Gentlemates not only had to take on G2, the number 3 team coming into Group B on day 2, but you also had to fight through AG Global, the number 5 team, NIP, the number 2 team, and JDG, the number 1 team. All top 5 squads that we have from Group B meet the path of Gentlemates and meet their timely demise. So that is major for the confidence of these 3.
They've come out in droves for the second half of the day. Group B, Gentlemates feeling fantastic. To temper expectations a bit, this is the way they started yesterday as well. I'll be very curious to see what their scores ended up being. Great wherewithal to get that double buyback as well in the late zone. Gentlemates can't pull that off. They don't get that buy.
I mean, it was a first place in day 1, followed by a 9th place, and then a 6th and a 14th. So it's just continuously keeping that consistency.
Of course, all eyes on Hisoka and the Falcons. Gentlemates see it as well, and they give him a quick boo because, well, frankly, maybe a little bit of boo will get some fire in their bellies because, my goodness, what a play. Such a high IQ play, honestly, from the Vicious. I don't know if it was a coach call, an IGL call, or what, but to know for a fact that the Falcons were going to go back to boat and just ego chow them and then win, I mean, that right there is somebody trying to prove that they're the top team in not only their region, but also here on main stage. Folks, we're going to check out some quick content, take a look at what's going on in the scenes. We'll be back with the second Hey Vitalo map.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Huh, that's... probably need to talk to Almond from Twisted Minds.
I'm not the man to ask about that. You're gonna have to go to Almond if you want to know. You should talk to Almond about that info. Almond's got all the tea. Which camera?
Here we go, drop number 2. It is electric here in Paris at EWC 26. Miles and Enigma here in the preamble for drop number 2. Everyone seems to be having a really good time. It's a fun one here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the crowd here bringing the passion, bringing the love for their teams. Support coming in, whether it be the Falcon super fans on our right, the Gentle Suits off in the corner, or the Team Verdati lovers here on our left-hand side as well. So much here in Paris, France.
Well, great energy. What do we need more, though, from that first drop? A tough exit for the Falcons early on, mate.
It is, and this is something that they have never seen on land. They're under pressure, they're being contested, they've lost an air of aura, an element of invincibility, and everyone now is willing to send it to them and really try and turn the screw, essentially, and they're suffering.
I mean, the question there remains, you take an early exit like that, does it give you a little bit more, or does it start to chip away at that godlike confidence?
Well, that's the question that they've got to answer out there. You'd hope that they would stand up tall, stick their chests out, and come out swinging, but every single time that they see an early exit, more questions, more doubts enter the mind.
I mean, the highlights here on your screen, it's been a very, very spicy first drop. And again, Genomate's a brilliant win. What a result for them, given the position from yesterday as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as well, it comes from a long rotation from Gentlemates as well, something that they have not necessarily done consistently well in the past. We talked a lot about the kind of suffering that Falcons went through. Yesterday's zones were really against them, but this time it's kind of like for them. With the Gentlemates, they're almost doing what the Falcons should be doing, rotating well, clean comms, clearing out the gas, great stuff out of them, and that's exactly what some of these other teams need to look to build upon for this afternoon.
Still plenty of games to go here in Group B. Well, what a wonderful start. A spicy final circle as well. Mate, high-level thoughts about water here in the Resurgence world?
Honestly, I could do with less of it, to be completely honest with you. I'd love to see more people having to fight on land, and as well with the new update, the velocity of the bullet's very different. Some of the players trying to adjust into that. But yeah, the less swimmers, the better.
It's a tricky situation for so many of our players to find ourselves in, but hey, we see the final kill here from Hello. Genomate's walking away with a big win. Might get a look at the standings in a moment, but either way, you know those sort of boys way up the board. Falcons as well, trailing in a big way. What a tough result for them. So we will see, guys. Still plenty of games to play, but make early predictions for the second drop.
The Falcons come out hot. I think they instantly recognise the Vicious are going to land on them. They set up for that, and the way they often do it is they'll delay one of their players coming in to set up a triangle of death around one of them and isolate them. I think they'll do that and then get themselves on the move.
It's all about the angles, all about the angles. The fans here, everyone is having such a good time. Are we having a good time, friends? We having fun? Me too. Falcons super fans to our right, surrounded by passionate French confidence.
They've lost us, we're gone, we're amongst the madness.
We're gone! I'm not even sure if the game's ready.
All right, thank you so much, Miles, and, well, Enigma as well, and frankly, the fans, because the fans made that segment fantastic. Holy cow. We got fans all over the place and from all over the place, and that's what I love about EWC here, Seymour. Really cool to see fans for Orchid, Vidati, and everybody sitting next to Miles and Co.
I never thought I'd see Enigma in a different French crowd than the Gentlemates. I'll be honest.
Sure.
I think they have to have some words right there. But no, I think that it's great to see the crowd turn up. As always, we love to see it. And they brought up some really, really good conversations there, both Enigma and Miles. And the big one is the godlike personality that the Falcons do have is starting to get chipped away. And who would have thought that the boogeyman in their closet was another meta organization in Team Vicious coming through, shutting them down? I mean, Falcons coming into this game too is going to be a huge question, because in the last 4 games, they have a 10th place, a 10th place, a 16th place, and a 15th place. They are hitting nothing.
Well, don't ring the alarm bells yet. The Falcons have not gone through every single qualifier without a couple frustrating points. So this isn't totally, out of left field for them, but definitely something they can come back from and could particularly just turn this whole leaderboard on its head in a blink of an eye.
But it's even the wins they had yesterday. Their first place win, the second win that they had was only 10 kills. Like, even when they do win, they're not getting many points behind it. It's the reason why they're outside of top 5. It just doesn't look like the same Falcons.
Sure, totally fair. I think worth mentioning, we haven't taken a look at the leaderboard yet, but from what I can see, the Falcons actually haven't moved in place. They're still in 7th place. Some of the folks behind them are slowly but surely catching them, now a little bit closer to them than before. But it's time to get into the map, folks. Havens Hollow, the second time we'll see it here for Group B, and the last time we'll see it for Group B. The next time you see Havens Hollow, it will be in the Survivor stage tomorrow. So let's get it and see where we're going. Back to Research, a repeat of Game 2 yesterday in Group B, and the Falcons totally changing their drop spot. Where are they going? Back to Mansion. It's a north side zone.
To NIP. See if NIP can continue to own this house. Big question for a pull like this is going to be G2, because yesterday their lumber spot was free, but their rotation to Mansion was troublesome. Both times that they went there, it just wasn't clicking. Now they're actually being contested down in lumbers. So let's see if they can take on the new icons who are looking for a different home.
Well, with enough questions about the Falcons and early problems, let's do a quick listen in at the very beginning of this game at Mansion.
Listen, we're also close to Lodi as well.
I mean, you're right. I'll hit a few crates.
I'm LT right now? Alright, I'm on your kitchen subs. I'm on your kitchen subs.
Swing it now, Chris.
Yeah. I went up kitchen subs. Yep.
Alright, if I have to counter small, they're literally fucking stuck small.
Alright, I found a PA too. I found a PA.
Fucking scared.
I just got a bag. We get Lodi. I'm looking for more money. We get a UE too. You want to play the front or the back? We can play. I mean, bro.
I got
the back. Let's play the back.
One more. We have it. Start wrapping back.
Go to the back. Go to the back. You got to set up again. We got to reset up. All right.
Yeah, it looks like they haven't even taken any fucking space.
I'm waiting kitchen. I'm waiting kitchen. Come follow me out. They're tweaking. Drop money behind you.
Okay, I drop.
Here, I'm shouldering out or small. Nothing in the small room.
I'm ready.
Here, let's go S1.
You never drop money. You guys never drop money.
I hear you. Nothing S1. Could be S2 though. Here, I dropped you money as well.
Okay, I'm gonna peek S2. I'll jump down.
It's funny when we see Falcons kind of setting up. They want the back of this Mansion, and NIP are happy to give it to them. NIP just want a kill box set up around the Falcons so they can't leave.
Yeah, a decent listen in for sure as they get prepared, but of course we have to turn our eyes to other fights, and the main one on the screen right now, the Vicious. They don't have the Falcons to fight for, so where do they go? They actually headed over to Colt. So Solds, Adrenaline, Brett, they want, yes, the Falcons, but they want the Gentlemates as well. Solds trying to hunt them down right now. This team trying to play spoiler to everybody else to project themselves up the leaderboard. Did well at the beginning of last map. They went down fairly early though, and they go for the kill, and nice trades there from the Gentlemates. They'll get it. Really well played together as one. The fragger for the Vicious goes out. Solds doesn't get anything for it, but they're safe. They're in servers. They're hanging out over at Research. They're going to be chilling here for a while, and the Gentlemates have coal for free, so far so good for these guys.
And you might have the head-to-head versus the Falcons. Gentlemates, different team, different approach. Not going to be the same, but you do have that anchor, like you said, and the regain's going to look good. AG Global, not the greatest game one. Another team that kind of felt their demise to the Gentlemates. They're going to be sitting at the barn. They have the rotation actually from Leviathan to worry about, and KGV there as well. Gooey trying to hold them off. Will be a late rotation from JDG, so there's actually a lot of traffic that's going to come from the barn. It means that AG Global, they don't want to waste resources on these latent fights.
Kazu isolated. Actually, the entire team of KGV isolated.
Yeah.
Get one here, that'd be nice. At least clean it up. No, can't even get FIFA kill. It's gonna be a quick pickup. Nice pickup there from AGAL. An extra point to their tally, and no more throwing from the side over here as they move their way to Trainwreck. Third will be flying in. There they are, all three together. Bang. And so we turn our eyes across the bow to Barn, like you mentioned. We can see Leviathan get there, and mostly for free. The rest of KGV, look at that, Vidati hiding inside. Leviathan move their way forward and try to put their anchor safe in Barn and then go play. They see a couple folks down below, so they're going to try to win this engagement to clear out this side of the map.
It's going to be fun. I mean, we had so many teams in Research yesterday for that game too, and it's looking to be the exact same thing. A lot of teams trying to find themselves into the circle. You see that Leviathan now in the barn, holding off on JDG, who are actually just down to 1. JDG in a little bit of an issue, so Leviathan have an opportunity to start climbing their way out of that elimination spot, and they want to do it through barn.
Quick look at our map. You do see G2 in that light blue, number 4 now on main. They've been playing through Lumber. They're going to have to work their way through Gentlemates. This is the classic fight that we usually see between Gentlemates and G2. If they're forced to move north, G2 have to go through the Gentlemates. Gentlemates are going to hold the line and try to hold a team that is near them on the leaderboard.
They've been winning this one. Past day and game. We ended with Gentlemates versus G2, and it looks like they're going to have to get through there. There goes Team Vicious. Orchid going to be the ones to eliminate them inside of Research. So Zariel and Co have to find themselves a way in. They're trying to look through with their battles. So they lose the rookie and they lose Sleepy as well. So what's going on here for Orchid? It's just another fumble inside.
Yeah, a big fight for the inside of Mansion. Research Center. Research can hold so many teams like we saw yesterday. But which level do you take and which teams can you take down? We've actually got more folks on the outside than usual because it actually looks like Fnatic have found a ton of kills inside.
Haven't seen anything come out of Mansion. I don't know what's going on with NIP Falcons and Nemesis because it just seems like nobody wants to make a move over there.
Yeah.
You remember in that game too is where Falcons actually got the train tracks and won that game.
Big look on the right-hand side. This is your leaderboard as of current, okay? So JDG still leading the charge. Gentlemate's still top 5. AGAL still top 5. About the same even after the end of last map. JDG only a couple points away from that metric of success in Group A. I think they need 4 points to tie 5th place from Group A at the end of 11, and they're doing it in 6.5.
We're looking at AG Global, trying to push into Godlike on the outside of the fences. Good damage there, but haven't found the knock just yet. Finally, nice. Scummin gets it done. You're looking for the regain, looking to see if you can wipe them. Gentlemates just got wiped. G2, it was anxiety to finish that one off. A lot of contesting going on through the edge of the circle as teams are trying to find their positions.
Yeah, we've been paying attention to this Research fight for long enough that G2 and Gentlemates fight just overcooked a little bit. Gentlemates lose 1, they lose their fragger up front, and G2 pedal to the metal and swing into Cole and take charge of it. Quick look at him. There's G2, south side Cole. Complete control of the Cole side if this does pull out of Research. This zone will dictate a ton of rotations. And it's going to go dead center of New. So Research still in it, Cole still in it. G2 going to hold the line on the south side of the zone.
And my eyes are going to be on AG Global because this is the exact position AG Global have that won the Falcons that game yesterday. So will the Falcons go try to take them away? Gonna have to wait and see as Gooey's getting set.
JDG, as per the usual, playing spoiler and playing cockroaches on the map. They were down to a solo a moment ago, but that's Resurgence, baby. They're back, and they're slapping Vidati and Co. around, and with the help of a mirror over the top, PA comes through, and it looks like Vidati's team have lost their place on the map, and it looks like lost their place in the lobby. They're going to be headed back out of this game.
13 trios.
Uh-oh. For fun, gone as well. Can't get anything going today. In definitely a position of trouble as we look at Research.
And just like that, we're down to 11. So, trying to get into the top 10 now for these squads. As we got 16 seconds before that circle starts to close. AG Global still holding the top side of Research. Both NIP and Falcons have yet to leave the mansion. Nemesis are going to actually try to gatekeep them from the courtyard. And you got Leviathan versus JDG over towards the bridges trying to cross that river. So lots of fights happening in transition right now.
A nice full swing here by Noobs. Great play from the Falcons to clean up 2/3 of NIP. And like you mentioned, it's the battle for the mansion side and who's holding who. Fire sale active, potentially NIP could get everybody back, but no. Limax, spray, hunt him down. NIP out of this lobby, confirmed the Falcons moving up to their former win condition.
I was going to say, and this is where AG Global may have overstepped a little bit. They move away from the top of the hill into Research. Might be expecting the circle to pull down to Cole. They don't want to have to worry about the Falcons and try to fight them. They're just waiting to see where the circle goes.
Yeah, it's a good call. I think AG could have stayed and tried to hold that. With so much open spaces and likely not going to be a northern side zone, but I don't mind this play from AG to get inside and play for multi. We're into the first multi, 1.2x on board. G2 still holding the south at Cole. Nobody's getting past them yet, nor do they want to. patience here for Leviathan. Again, they needed to start hot, and they've had a mediocre kickoff. They need a lot of kills, and when you see a guy like Z-Dark, unbelievable fragger in his own right on 1 kill. Leviathan, hardly anything to their name. JDG finally go down in a top 10 position, 10th overall. It's their worst placement throughout the course of all the games that they've played here in Group B. Getting cut down much earlier than usual.
Luckily, they have a good buffer between first and second place, so should be able to afford a bad game here in game number 2. Gonna have to wait to see how that affects the standings. Falcons have themselves positioned to the top of the bridge. Nemesis have moved away from the mansion. Leviathan on the west side of their own hold. It's G2 comfortable to the bottom of Coal Depot, and Godlike between Research and G2.
Yeah, holding a bit of a line there, continues to creep its way south, but this is one of those zones that it's going to be very difficult for these players to read of where the next one will pull to. The Falcons still very comfortable on the north side, are actually going to go chow Limax and Bray. Nemesis in deep trouble as Ahsoka's able to find one, and he's going to get really active here to try to find a second. It's actually a bit of help with Leviathan finding Bray. Limax fold as well. So with that, 1 player left for Nemesis up in the air, and Leviathan maybe overstepped a bit. Amir gets caught out in transition. Ahsoka finds another. That's 5.
5 for Ahsoka. Yesterday, tough game, tough day for himself. He only had 11 kills at the end of day 1, so it's good to see Ahsoka showing up here for the squad. Dongi's going to eliminate Leviathan in top 9 for game number 2. And they're holding the edge of the circle. They're getting pushed by G2.
A big fight between G2 and the Falcons. They're both going to chow this. Anxiety pushing up. They want this win condition. If the zone pulls their direction, this is the battle for the win con, but no, it pulls dead center. It's going to be right on top of Orchid's head. We'll get to that in a moment because the fight at hand is a big one. The Falcons desperately trying to claw their way back into the top 5, but big man strikes first. Ahsoka goes down. A lot of chatter. Need to stand on their words. Ahsoka being full noobs. Swinging around trying to find big man. They can't even get him. Finally, somebody gets him. It's not even Ahsoka. It's Knight from the off angle. Dongi gets gunned. G2 are going to win this fight. It's all up to noobs, and now he's just trying to self-revive. The Falcons go down in 7th.
And G2 have the bridge. AG Global are looking to leave Research, see if they can go for G2 and take the high ground right now. I was wondering who's going to leave Research first, and AG, they want this.
It's a great shout from G2, but AGAL, this is the map they wanted to have last time this zone was here, and they couldn't get it going. We heard it in the interview. They said everything was going right until 1 bad move. I made a mistake, says FIFA This time, will they fix that error and win the engagements? No, Scumming gets cut down a little bit too aggressive without the help of Knight. They can't wipe all of G2. A swing, Scumming fold, and now AGAL looks like down to a solo on the rock. It's going to be Knight trying to be the hero. 1 goes down, got to win the 1v2 on the outside. While on the inside, Godlike is holding the line. Godlike, nearly non-existent yesterday. Godlike is wiping teams left, right, and center. As Anxiety is putting on a show, Knight goes down. It's going to be G2, it's going to be Godlike in a big engagement, and Godlike have the best position by a mile.
Gotta find somewhere to stay, somewhere to regain, and you're gonna find yourself a corner. Knight's still alive. He's looking for Godlike on the edge, though.
Top 5.
And Godlike have a full trio. They're in the best position to take game 2.
This is a map Godlike desperately needed to win, and Knight turns, burns, picks up 2. Gets it to a top 2 position, but Knight gets cut down. Godlike, it took them a while, but a big map from folks that frankly a lot of teams were talking some smack about. Trick Empathy, a star, this time gets the help he needs. That's a big win for a team that desperately needed it.
That's big for the program. And when I mean program, I mean it. Group B just being competitive, top to bottom. We got Leviathan really stepping up today in Haven's Hollow yet again. And now Godlike as well. Having both of them turn up means that teams have to be worried at the bottom of this leaderboard. Is his early changes paying off? And with Godlike coming out in game 2 for a win, that 1.6 times multiplier is going to be major.
Biggest question in my mind is how many kills. I saw their name a ton. You got to remember, this is a team, I said they desperately needed it. Folks, they were in 15th place. They had 43 points through 6 games. They might have pushed up to well beyond that, even in 1. Ridiculous.
They may have just doubled it.
Yeah, Knight had some great plays here to stay alive for AGAL. That is a top 5 finish for AGAL, so they're doing a fantastic job to be top 5 overall in the group stages still. But Godlight pick up a crazy amount of points. That's got to be at least 30 points in total with a 1.6, if not a couple more than that. Really well done from guys. I think these guys went to the lab, frankly. I think they went to the lab, they watched their VODs, and they said, this is a map, this is a zone that we can't lose.
Looks like Godlike are actually going to be sitting at 91 points after that one. So yeah, that is a huge buff for this team. And they're kind of having graces of top teams starting to falter a little bit in these rotations because, well, you had, Orchid doing well, but, Gentlemates went down pretty early. G2 made sure of that. NIP didn't really get too much because they were getting actually contested by the Falcons. Both of them stayed in Mansion for quite a while. And with NIP getting held, Falcons going down on the bridge, and JDG going down early means that these middle pack teams in Group B are really going to be starting to push up to that 5th place, push up to that 6th place. A lot of pressure right now on these teams that we expect to be at the top.
I agree. Tank, give us a flex. There it is, my man. Soak his dag, cheering him on, man. The Falcons need it. Again, had a solid map. In their mind, I'm sure they were frustrated, but that's a solid map from them. They had solid kills. They're still maintaining a position in the top 7 or so. I think they've just barely breached over triple digits in total score. They're in a fine spot. Any other team would be like, hey, nice job, guys. But it's because the Falcons, they were like, what is going on right now? Still got a multiplier, still got some kills, so great job from them. But again, I really like what Godlike did there. Change things up, usually land way down in gazebos. They swing over to the new zone, able to hold the power position, get the zone pull. Folks, get ready. Rebirth Island coming right at you, and here in just a moment, you're not going to want to miss it.
Mesdames et messieurs, on est avec les fans de Gentlemate. We're here with the Gentlemate fan guy in the middle of everybody. I'm gonna try to ask them some questions. So yo, bon, ça s'est bien passé, première game exceptionnelle là.
Ah ouais, nickel.
Yeah, first game is kind of insane. What do you think about what happened today? What's gonna happen for the next game coming? Qu'est-ce que tu penses qui va se passer pour les games qui suivent?
En français?
Comme tu veux.
NKO, il a tweeté ce matin qu'il allait revenir en Thanos Prime.
Oh, NKO just tweeted this morning. It is Thanos Prime, so basically it's gonna be easy.
Oh la la la! Oh la la la!
NKO!
Oh la la la!
I'm gonna try to play a little bit of a drum. Follow me. Oh. Il va me coacher. Il va me coacher. Je vais jouer du. On fait quoi? Je vous suis.
On fait selfie.
C'est la meilleure. Je veux dire ça, tu veux.
Oh non! Tu me dis quand t'es prêt, Lucie.
Vas-y.
Ok,
T'as bien au milieu. Je suis prêt. Quand tu veux, BG.
C'est la meilleure tribu du championnat. Au Gentleman, on chantera pour toi. Obsédés par la même idée. Allez jouer pour tous ces retournés. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. C'est la meilleure tribu du championnat. Au Gentleman, on chantera pour toi. Obsédés par la même idée. Allez jouer pour tous ces retournés.
Talk about digging your way out of the trenches. Leviathan, I mean, they were in that bottom 3. They were looking at having their keys crushed and also their dreams. But obviously somewhere along the way, I hold shift, they were able to move up 5 spots.
Yeah, I mean, this team was cooking with some gas in the scrims leading up to this event, and then yesterday happens and you're sitting there like,
what do we?
Bro, amigos, que pasa? Now all of a sudden they're frying again. They're getting the kill participation, they're getting good zone control, they're playing better. Is it good enough? We'll find out.
And talk about doing better, godlike as well, doing that same kind of chemistry and being able to come out with that banger game in match number 2. And I mean, this is exactly what we expect from these squads, sitting in that middle leaderboard, because it's incredibly close there as well.
Yeah, I mean, expectations are interesting when you talk about the teams that aren't in your main focus, because it's been like moments, flashes, but not consistency. For Godlike, that's a great first 2 maps on Havens. They may not have come away with the win in map number 1, but they had a great kill tally. I think they finished somewhere in the top 10, so they get the multiplier, and now you get a little bit more of that buffer. Not Bruce buffer, but buffer nonetheless.
A little bit of a buffer there, and I mean, this is exactly what we expect from them. But of course, you know, we both want to talk about a particular team, and that is G2. Anxiety has awoken, I hold shift.
Yeah, I mean, you called it. That was your team to watch. It was one of my hot takes that they would finish top 3 in their group, and so far, they have played immaculately. Love to see that. And Gentlemen's on top of that, very close to us here. They're vibing. They're ready to go for the next round 3.
And let's hope that they can hold this on for the rest of the matches. But I think we've got Barney holding on the other end of the line. What's he up to?
Welcome back. Welcome back to Dad Chat. We are chatting with some more dads out here in the incredible arena. There we go. We're coming through the PX system now. Let's go. Welcome to Dad Chat. I've got Olivier joining me here. Hello, my good sir. This is Gromaloc's dad. So, Olivier, let's talk a little bit about Gromaloc. Tell me about his early years in gaming. Did you always know he was going to go pro?
At the beginning, we were a little afraid. But I'm a father, so I don't understand everything. But after, I have to learn, I understand, and I support him now.
Yeah, I mean, like, understanding esports is one of the, you know, I talk to a lot of dads in the crowds. When we go to a lot of these events, there's always dads here cheering on, but they never quite understood, you know, the scale of esports from the very beginning. So now do you feel like you're fully up to speed?
Now we support him, and Valentin, Groma, on est tous derrière toi. Tous les copains sont là, la famille, on t'aime!
Let's go, gentlemen, here we go. Now it's time to head over to our casters to get us into map number 3.
Thank you so much, Barney. The dad chat goes crazy. I like that. Let's find some more dads in the chat here, folks. If you're a dad in the chat watching EWC, let us know as well. Now, Seymour, we're moving to Rebirth Island. Is there anything on your mind moving into a new map / very, very old map that maybe could change some things? The first thing that comes to mind for me, Leviathan. I know our desk was hyping him up. I think it's fair to hype him up, but it is the exact same thing that they did yesterday. They came out hot in Havens Hollow. My charge and my challenge was you've got to carry that momentum into some of these other maps. Rebirth Island's next. What can Leviathan do on this map?
Leviathan needs to keep up. Yes, that is first and foremost. Next up to kind of talk about is going to be AG Global, because AG Global were running Rebirth Island yesterday. So can they do that once again? They had a 27 kill game on this map. So to do that again would be great for the program of AGAL, NIP. Can they continue their consistency that we saw yesterday through each map that we had now that we go to Rebirth Island once again? And then, of course, Falcons, man, like, they need to regain at some point, because it's just, again, it's different.
Yeah, I mean, they still got a little work to do. Rebirth Island is technically on paper their weakest map, but I think paper has kind of gone out the window when it comes to EWC and playing on land. So as we move into Rebirth Island, a lot of charges and challenges, but you got to remember that there's 2 different bubbles. We're playing for a top 5 position, and we're playing to not be a bottom 3 team. And with that, you talk Godlike, they go from 14th to 8th. That's how close the margins are. One banger map can change your fate and potentially put you in a position to keep playing even into tomorrow or the following days. But with that in mind, JDG, they dropped their weakest game yet. The margin for first place versus second is razor thin. So let's get into Rebirth Island. A lot of storylines to follow. And what I'm really excited to see is who is dropping where. And frankly, Are the Vicious going to Chemical to take down the Falcons? Like, what's going on?
That is something to pay attention to. G2, do they go to Bio? Can they continue to put some pressure on AGAL, who goes Turbine? And AGAL, will they have Turbine for free yet again for fun? Have not been contesting them in that area. It looks like it. They don't want to have anything to do with AGAL.
Well, Godlike getting contested on boat and quickly taken care of. Looks like Nemesis, who is very weak now. Only one player remaining who's deep into the water, already swimming. So Godlike, you got control of your boat. Nice job. Now do you go play for Control Center with your fraggers? If AGAL don't have anything to say about it from Turbine. But let's swing over to the Gentlemates. What's going on? They usually land living quarters, and that's exactly what's happened. But Gromalog gets really active with Aikyo. Gonna go try to take down this Leviathan squad. This is the same story as yesterday. Gentlemates played spoiler to Leviathan. Can they do it again? Gromalog's gonna get the challenge, and Aikyo's gonna try to follow it up, and they're able to trade maybe one, but Hollow way off to the distance.
Whoa.
Trying to get one more.
All of a sudden, Hollow alone. So I was about to say, yeah, this is exactly what happened to Leviathan. Same exact story. They just never were able to regain as soon as Gentlemates were on their tail here in Stronghold. They're going to have to fight against Nemesis. Amir's going to clean it up, but this is scrappy in the Strongholds to start this day.
Gentlemate's still looking for some extra points. So the fraggers, they fly back in, and they go get back into the weirdness. Because, again, Stronghold's one of those positions that a lot, especially when it's in zone, which it currently is, Gromalog finds another. This is a place where the regainers go. Nemesis got obliterated at the boat by Godlike. So they said, okay, if I can't go to the boat, and I don't want to swim in the water the entire game, let me go to Stronghold and see if I can pick up some freebies. We did that last time. Leviathan weren't shooting. Deus Amir's shooting right now. Watch out. Levi in trouble. Aikyo gonna hunt him down. Bye-bye goes Nemesis. Getting shot in the back, but Aikyo smartly able to dodge most and even slip into the water to stay up.
And it's funny too, there's a little bit of an effect going on from the top of the map, and it's pushing everybody down into Gentlemates even more. You got G2 pushing into Falcons, that's pushing them into Fnatic, and Fnatic into JDG, all the way down to Living Quarters. A little bit of a trickle-down effect coming out of G2, starting to work their way from Bio.
Yeah, I mean, G2 from Bio fully alone, like you mentioned, can send their fraggers out into Industries and go play into Turbine. They can go into Prison. They can go into Kim and mess with the Falcons. Like, they can pretty much do whatever they want, which is why G2 have been so strong on a map like this. This is where they started to really come online. But G2 are already online, which is scary for everybody else. We stick with JDG for a moment just to see, as they get their loadouts, what they decide to do from here. I'd love to take a look. Maybe some of the other rosters around HQ, NIP, not getting anything for free this time around. And for fun, another big question, right? They usually land Turbine, but they're not challenging AGAL. They don't feel confident there. Instead, they're playing out of Control Center right now. They're trying to stabilize. And unfortunately, they are off balance. They are on their heels.
It's all out of sorts. Yesterday was Prison for them. Today it's Control. And I mean, you see how that's going for this squad. They're going to be in the water trying to regain. It's Gooey and Co in Control, trying to work their way all the way to the top. He's still got Godlike to worry about, though, as they were owning their position on the docks. And no, Katsu!
Unfortunately, yes, that was the right play. You're waiting for the self-revive so you could get credit for the kill. You didn't know the teammate was right there. Woo, a little greedy, and you get punished for it. Let's swing back over. Just a quick look at G2, who is making sure AGAL stay in their place, which is Turbine. Classic fights here for AGAL. Uncontested in Turbine. Fraggers go out. Can't find them at Bio, so they find some regainers. Down goes another player. Knight finds his first.
Falcons are still a little scared here, so see what they can do down in Cam. We look at our leaderboard, still top 5, looking exactly the same as what we saw before. Godlike moved their way up, Falcons moved their way down a little bit, so see what those bottom teams can do as they try to get away from elimination on day 2.
Falcons still, gee whiz, man. Can I get some FMJ in the chat? Holy, Gooey down, and I believe that's our first team wipe confirmed. Kazu and Co, they're out of here. Gooey gone, 16th place. Missing out on a ton of points that they desperately need. Our new zone, you saw it on the map, is Dongy finds Scumming over the top. He's pushing a hair more north, so Leviathan moving to living quarters. They're going to be fighting against Gentlemates pretty aggressively for a place on the south side of the map. The Falcons are fine. I know you see their fraggers going down. I know you see them in trouble. Their anchor is chilling in Chemical. If G2 can sniff this out, they could potentially make a huge swing to try to wipe the Falcons. but unlikely considering G2's position as of current. Their anchor does have to go somewhere though.
G2, yesterday, they were more prone to moving north side to Turbine to take on AGAL late game, and that was where AGAL were finding some issues. So will that happen again? Leviathan sitting in the tents, they're going to be pushing into the mates.
As expected, but this time it's going to be For Fun Esports still desperately trying to find a home.
Mates leave.
Yeah, it's going to be a pitch. The mates have to fall back to their anchor because they feel the pressure of For Fun. If Leviathan hear these shots, they should swing on this, but they're not moving fast enough as Ankyo takes down flank. And it does look like Orchid has been wiped. Orchid's gone.
Orchid's gone from prison. And my question is that if Gentlemate's full set in this, if they lose something, what does NIP do from headquarters?
NIP have totally won back HQ. They should just sit there on height. As Criminal God, L1, R1, baby. Just holding the line. Some folks in the water behind him trying to regain. Again, that's For Fun, who are desperately trying to clutch at anything they could get their hands on before they fall off the cliff of the leaderboard. Here's a quick look at NIP. They've been in control of the headquarters for the most part. There's been some early contests, but for now, there's basically nobody around this area at all. Nobody even hardly in prison. So they've just got this huge high ground position to get a bunch of intel more than anything else.
G2, they've done it. They've pushed Turbine away. AGAL are gone into the waters, so they're going to have to regain. And G2 now getting sent all the way in by Gamex, so they're going to try to be holding on to this power position at the top of the map.
Yeah, that Turbine look would be nice because G2 are trying to find a new home. Doing a pretty good job. Quick look at JDG. Holding factory side. You can see the Gentlemates still in living, but creeping further and further south. Going to play through factory potentially to work their way to mid-map.
Oh my goodness.
Slappy getting hit from distance, but everything's fine for them.
It's Gamex now who've taken G2 out, so there's a huge battle going on between AGAL, Gamex, and G2. Nobody's owning this power position.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, G2, their anchor's in industry, so they're chilling in industry, but they did get shoved out of Turbine, which is a great shout. Quick look at control, though, as Levi, Nemesis, they take it back their home. Control center is theirs. Going to be fighting Godlike for it. Godlike still have their anchor on the boat, so it's a 2v3 at control if they want it.
Ring's going to start closing the next minute. Team's going to start to condense into the top 13. If you can stay alive, the top 10, that is going to be big to get into it. We got the fire sale, so you can start to take some risks and have a chance to buy your team back for free.
Big look. Falcons still safe in Chem, but only for a moment. Hisoka's going to have to move from Chemical, swing over to G2. There they go. Fraggers getting aggressive. They're trying to clear a pathway, find their way to a new home as Chemical is being taken out by the zone. They're going to try to find their way to the other side of the map. Let's listen in with the Falcons and see who they can hunt down.
Yeah, we have to play this quick. Yeah, one's left right. Left right, going out, right here on the box, right here. He's stuck on the box, left right. Hit him a little bit. He's running back. One shot, knocked him on the back. Okay, this guy's second, by the way. Yeah, he's trying to get on the buy. I can't. All right, I'm cutting the buy. Okay. On the buy, dead. Nice, good job. One in the sky. Nice. I'm playing down low. Yo, listen, that's a fake point, okay? Listen, that's a fake point.
I hear you. They're both second, Chris, okay?
Yo, Ed, I'm on the roof. right now, Ed.
I could try.
These guys who are resing on me, I have to take this one. Who's resing on me? I'm talking to deep chat. Yo, these guys are chilling good.
Yeah, I'm back.
I'm taking one. Okay, hold on, I'm playing slow.
One shot.
Buy him back. I have you.
I'm wrapping back for a sec. I'm gonna try
kill this kid. Kill this kid. Yes, kill this kid. Don't let him regain. I hear you. I'm kind of stuck here. Ed, I'm gonna dive. Okay. I'm diving on.
I'll land on my right.
Landing on the loadout. I gotta land Indy. I gotta land Kim. I'm getting shot from him.
I'm trying to get her.
I don't have another advance. That was the last one, bro. I died, guys. I died.
Pull up. Just give me a sec. I'm riding. I'm trying to get one.
I'm trying to open crate room, bro.
A big play turned catastrophic. The Falcons full send G2. They wipe all three, or at least it looked like it, but one regained, and the others taking down Hisoka. Hisoka has to regain, and then the rest, the fraggers get cut down as well. Hisoka's only place that he could find home is the very edge of chemical engineering, trying to regain for his team. A great play by G2, the last player up in the skies when we got that false positive full scent where Hisoka was trying to rotate to, which was Industries.
So we went a whole circle and didn't lose a single team there. G2, what a regain from that squad. But now that things are closing in, this is about to get weird because G2 are moving into the prison. But while they do that, they're actually getting flanked by three trios. You got AGAL, For Fun, and Godlike still behind you.
G2 trying to make their way into prison, but of course Kappa on screen. Gamax actually on a bit of heater, and they need it. Actually gonna find backside of G2, but they lose the gunfight! Big man! Talk whatever heat you want about Big Man. He's gunning people today.
He was gunning people yesterday too. Top fragger for G2 when everybody thought it was going to be anxiety. So continuing that in day number 2, G2 are in the prison and they're going nowhere.
JDG down 13th place. The Gentlemates continue to be the thorn in the side of JDG today as For Fun have regained somehow into Turbine. This is their original drop spot. Back in the past, this is their home. They know how to play it well, and it's showcasing on main right now. They're pushing out Godlike down to a solo deep in the water.
Fnatic, Falcons, Gentlemates, as well as Vicious, all going to be playing towards the bottom of Harbor to see who's going to own the bottom side of this map. And for Falcons, that is not good because it's still Vicious there.
Big win from Ahsoka. The Vicious getting punished as Prex last alive for his team and will get cut down. A little bit of help at Ankyo. We lose a couple teams at the same time. AGAL out of here, 10th place, get a little multi. Not sure how many kills they had. Not the same Rebirth Island we saw from them yesterday, but we're into the top 10 situation and we are going to prison, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who can make it inside.
You got Godlike being pushed up by For Fun, who are sitting in the tunnels below prison. Godlike underneath the trees, Nemesis towards command, and you can see For Fun are gonna have to take on all of it.
A big fight off screen. The Little Prince, Ankyo, is alone. Look at the minimap. Gentlemates have 2 mid-prison in WinCon. Ankyo left the map, swung over, took down 2/3 of the Falcons, and is still hunting for the last.
Just clip their wings
He's
in
at
whatever
9.
way you can. 9 kills for Ankyo. See if he can get back to his team, but now NIP have to move out of headquarters, and it's going to be a wounded Gentlemates that they're looking to take down.
Deep into the new zone. Gentlemates down to 2, and Ankyo fighting through the gas. For Fun on potentially the first heater that we've seen from them in the entire group stage when they needed it most. Having a great game. They need the multi though. G2 somehow still alive. In through mid-map, they've lost a couple players, but Ankyo is well inside the gas at this point, using every piece of resources he can to fight for his life and make it into new doggy. Still holding, but look at new zone. It goes all the way back to HQ. It goes all the way back to Grandma's.
And right away, look at Nemesis. Nemesis just want to go down the hill into headquarters. Gentlemate's going to go as well. You do see another elimination. Criminal God are going to be taking them down, and this is about to get weird through the prison.
Donggy is solo. If there's anybody that can do it, it's certainly Donggy, but he's got to fight tooth and nail through 7 other teams to even make it to new. Ankyo, he went out so early, got blessed with his own pull. He'll be first to the party over here, but he is by himself. Footsteps, unfortunate timing. Nade comes through a little bit too early, and Vision NIP take down the Gentlemates in 8. A lot more fighting at hand as the Falcons go down in 7. No multipliers for either of those 2 teams. G2 somehow still in this lobby and somehow still finding kills as Leviathan find their way to 6. We've made it to the top 5.
Yeah, G2 going to be in a great position here. There's only one team, though, that has a trio, and it's going to be Nemesis, who had that early rotation over towards HQ, looking to gatekeep teams as everybody moves in, and it's another circle pull now to the left of headquarters. G2 get wiped. We're down to just 3 trios left.
NIP, a solo. Nemesis, a chance to do the unthinkable. Godlike is our 3rd and final team. Remember, Godlike was in a big fight Turbine. They lost it to For Fun. They sent one through the water, and now they're down to 1. Intex, unfortunately, totally lost on where Limax was. Great angle over the top, and Vision actually even closer to him. So unfortunate rotation, a bad play call, but Godlike's still in it, at least for now. Oh, they get the buyback too. Godlike have 2 now, 1 in the air. Gonna get the intel of where Vision's at, gonna get the intel of where all 3 members of Nemesis are.
Vision wins it.
Vision picks up 1, Limax picks up the other. Godlike out of here. It's just a matter of time for the team in 13th place. You might have said that day 1 felt like it went to script to you. I disagree, but day 2, not one person can argue things are going to script. The teams at the bottom of the leaderboard are pushing their way towards the top. It is anybody's game, but NIP, it just feels like a matter of time. Yeah.
Vision is just going to look for Hook. He can take down Bray. Knocked. That's going to be full as well. So extra KP goes to the send, and he tried to force the 1v1, but Nemesis from down under on top of game number 3.
Great job from Nemesis to finally get a win. These guys win APAC. They win the region with like 450 points. They go giant in a region that doesn't feel like it has the caliber of teams that the rest do. And they've been quiet here on LAN until this moment. Some returning competitors. Seen Limax compete for years, even at EWC, and he's putting up solid numbers here in a map where they desperately need it. 13th place should jump up well inside the single digits. Maybe to 9th, maybe to 8th. Only time will tell. Let's listen in.
Nice. Come on, bro. We needed that shit, man.
When you need a toothpaste, I'll drop a toothpaste. That's kind of fucking terrible.
You guys are the fucking guys.
Oh my fucking
We needed that shit.
They needed it, and they got it, Seymour. Great win.
2 points away from Fnatic, 4 points away from For Fun Esports, 7 points away from the Vicious Esports. That is an opportunity for Nemesis to move up the rankings, to move into a spot away from eliminations. Do they push Fnatic into that bottom 3 spot? Sure. We're going to be looking at those standings very soon.
Yeah, and remember that they finished yesterday in 13th place, tied with Leviathan at only 54.6 points through 6 maps. They likely just picked up a 30-plus bomb, so a huge turning of the tides here. Gotta get a quick picture after that one.
Oh, of course.
Ladmax looks totally unamused, by the way. He's like, guys, we just got started. We finally got what we wanted. We have so much more work to do. Stop taking pictures of us. I love it. Great job from NIP, though. We gotta give another tip of the hat to these guys. You gotta remember that a couple of these players have been on the podium at EWC a couple years ago, right? These are veterans in the space. I've been casting over Showstopper, who wasn't a part of that roster for years now, representing a couple different regions, actually, throughout the course of the last couple of years of Warzone competition. So it's really cool to see these guys who, frankly, have had very unfortunate placements on all of our other lands up until today. War is on the bench coaching them, and they're crushing it.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and I think that it's very simple what you get out of NIP, and they know exactly where they need to go. They go to the hot drop, they hold their hot drop, and they just catch people in rotation over and over again. Their slaying is impeccable, and it's backed up by some consistent placings. And I think that when you look at Rebirth Island, the fact that they get to HQ and nobody's contesting them HQ anytime that we see it, it is just free for them.
That is what I was going to say, is actually that most of their POIs that they drop are free. This one, it actually was contested. They just won the early engagement and had complete control over it. It was the first time we've seen somebody contest them at HQ and actually get punished for it at the very beginning of the game. We got to head down and talk to the Falcons, though, and see what's going through their heads as they find their way deep inside of the mid-pack.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Noobs here joining me from Falcons. A different kind of start to the day today. Maybe not quite as hot. What are your thoughts?
I mean, yeah, we haven't had the hottest start, but I mean, there's still 3 maps to go. Anything could happen, and we're
true. It's very true. 7th currently in the leaderboard. Obviously looking to get into that top 5. Anything that needs changing? Like, does anything feel kind of different amongst the team right now, or is it literally just you know, switch up and go again?
I mean, that's just COD for you. I mean, sometimes it just doesn't go your way, but I mean, 3 maps to go, anything could happen, like I said.
It's a fair point. You know, you're currently 3rd in tournament KD at this point. So does it feel like you're having a particularly good tournament at this point? Or, you know, obviously your sights are set on the team results, of course.
I mean, I don't really pay attention to KD. I'm just here to hopefully qualify for finals and take the easy route instead of going to LCQ.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, like you said yourself, you've got 3 maps to go. But I want to talk a little bit about the kind of position that you're in right now. Repping the Team Falcons jersey, coming to EWC. How does that feel, man?
I mean, it's an insane feeling. I mean, we have the crowd over there going crazy. We can hear them. It's insane.
I bet it's a great feeling. You know what, Noobs? I'm not going to take any more of your time. I really appreciate you joining me here in this interview. Like you said, 3 more maps to go right here till we close out Group B. See you in a bit.
World Cup up.
is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
One team on the right. Low, shot, low, absolute on the box, running back. Absolute dead. On my low right. How much about it? Dead gas in here.
Give it just low right, bro. Oh my god, bro.
I was wallbanging this shack for so long.
If I have my AR out, I'd probably kill this guy crossing to the hut too.
He's one. Come on, come the fuck up,
Let's go, baby. Come on. Let's go, man.
Can go, Grim.
Let's go.
Yo, they're gonna be like.
I don't have any stems.
On. Yep. Behind. One shot.
TSG.
Hey, bro. I thought that was one of yous, bro. The hell,
They swung me.
Nice room, 1v1.
One more.
You're so much better! You're so much better! Oh my.
Let's go, Jaime! Go, send!
What?
Dump!
Watching deep right. He jumped up, he tried to jump up. Jump up to the spit. He's on the top.
Nice plays. That's what I'm talking about.
Good plays, by the way. Down low on me, just grab space.
I hear you. I'm plating.
One shot. Let's go!
What?
Let's go!
Bro, it's only 2 of them. Bro, I think he does my guy, bro.
Great listening, as we welcome you back. Then COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. And I'm joined by Glitter. She's been running around doing club championship updates. I want you to come and join along because Falcons right now, they're trying to make it to top 5 to go directly to match point finals.
Yeah, we got to talk about it. And I gotta stand normal for this, okay? Because it's a club storyline that we've been following, obviously for good reason. Defending champs 2 times over, and this time around, it's not going so well. So I'm going to give you all a quick breakdown on what has happened so far. Overwatch, they're completely out. Didn't get any points either, so it's not going so well for them. MLBB, they made it a little bit farther, did make it to top 4, but then out yet again. So they get a few more points on the board, but they still have not managed to get the win that they're looking for. They had 3 players headed into Street Fighter 6. The defending 2-time champ eliminated. Then the remaining 2 had to face off against each other and instantly eliminate 1. They have 1 player left who has made their way through to top 8. So they also have some more points on the board, but it is not going to be an easy journey. So if we're talking about how that affects Warzone, we were talking about how they were a top team coming into this. This could have been the title where they got the win that they're looking for to be trophy eligible, 7. And right now they're just kind of middling.
They are kind of middling. Right now, they're outside of the top 5 to go directly to match point finals. Thank you so much, Glitter. Thank you for joining us and just doing all this club championship updates. Because for this squad, also, you can give the mic back to you. Yeah, thanks. Get out of here. But talking about Falcons, I mean, we're seeing the Falcons that we saw towards the second half of yesterday because this squad is just truly not showing up.
Not showing up? True. Who is showing up? God, like esports. That's a great first half of matches out of those boys. I don't even want to talk about the Falcons because they're just kind of sitting around. Middling.
God's spell middling without mid.
Middling and fiddling. I don't know. But Godlike is dominating.
I was on this desk yesterday and I said, Trick Empathy needs some help.
He got it.
He got some help. Nate Dogg, Intex, both coming up. They're doing what they need to do. It's been literally a complete change. Now, we did see Intex on the timeline saying he played the entirety of yesterday with his IEMs backwards. So apparently that is the sauce to doing better on day 2 is being able to properly hear.
Well, I'm amazed that he didn't recognize that as soon as he entered the first game.
Minute 1, yeah.
Hey, shout out you, brother. Also, shout out Godlike Esports from the bottom to our first page, 8th place. Again, consistency being key right now. Mates looking pretty good. Ninjas and pajamas, not bad at all. But hey, a couple of stinkers down there. That's a shock, Dan.
It's very shocking. I'm more surprised to see how much New Icons is behind. We took a Group A, and it was at least somewhat competitive at the bottom. But for right now, New Icons just only having 57.2 points is really rough. But I'm also looking at Gamax and Fnatic. While yes, they are down here on 14th and 15th, there's still a couple of squads above them that are just flirting with that line. So as we saw in Group A earlier, it can come down to that last and final game where all of a sudden those bottom three could just completely shift.
Yeah, and going back to Godlike too, we saw first squad in Group A being able to get some wins, but they just weren't as consistent enough. For Godlike, we're looking for that consistency that we didn't see out of Group A in first squad.
So far, so good. Same could be said for AGAL as well. They're also secretly and very quietly floating up the leaderboard on a rapid rate. Yeah. And Gorgo Knight, he was fragging out all day yesterday, and kind of the same story point. He needs a little bit of help, and so far he's been able to get it. Really good stuff for some of our teams that were on the second page yesterday.
Leviathan, another team that's slowly making that climb up, getting out of the danger zone. They're still very much on the highway, though. They have not found their exit. And that is a scary prospect as well. A lot of fans here. A lot of fans that love to get involved. Fans that are making a ton of noise. And fans right now that are recuperating ahead of a very, very exciting drop. But a lot of teams still in this. We're seeing newfound, stamina coming into day two. And this is what you need. This is getting serious.
Something that we have seen, especially today for this group, is we haven't seen that much of a sponge point as well. We're seeing a lot of those bottom teams being able to kind of fight their way up. We saw it with Godlike. We're seeing with that a little bit with some of the other squads as well.
Well, I honestly think that's just because of the Falcons. It's the Falcons not performing at their level, right? When Twisted Minds is running Group A, it's hard to find some other points on the board. When Falcons, though, are struggling, it's just opening up so much of the map for so many of these other teams to find their kills and make it to these top 5 finishes.
They look scared. Like, legitimately, there have been moments where it's like you watch them on rotation, and the Havens Hollow, map 2, they're like northeast side, zone 6, and they're sitting there between two teams like, what do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do?
Come fight. Let's go. Come here.
No,
go
yeah. And then even in the comms, map 3, you hear the comm listening, and they're saying, hey, let's not let G2 regain. And here's Noobs crouch walking in a corner. Like, how about we get our move on? Like, we're not playing with the same urgency that I think we may have seen them in. I know I'm kind of fishing a little bit, but it just doesn't feel like the Falcons we'd seen all year.
It does kind of feel like they're probably dealing with sort of these quote-unquote random teams. Like, having Vicious land on them on boat and it getting a little hairy is probably maybe a reality check for them that it's not going to be as free as they maybe think it is.
It's a scary prospect. I mean, it's like you don't want to change the gameplay too much. You don't want to make any crazy adjustments, but you have to do something now. We are running out of maps for the Falcons. Yeah, we heard the club championship talk, but coming up on game 4, last taste of Rebirth Island, and it could be the last Rebirth Island they play in the tournament.
Yeah, for Shift, looking at game 5 and game 6, we wanted to see a little bit more out of Falcons too yesterday. It didn't end up happening. This time around, if they actually want to make it in the top 5, go directly to match point finals, they have to make sure they make it happen here in the last 3 games.
They need to let Dongy off the leash, bro. Like, he just has not been hitting the same metrics he had last year, and I get it. Like, again, you're trying to work something out right now, but I'm saying you just got to throw something to the wall, see what sticks, and I'm throwing Dongy out there first.
Unzip the Dongy, let it fly free, let it run, baby. Because we've seen it again, those individual plays. The skill is there across the board. They've got the chemistry as a team. We've got the foundations to survive late into those Resurgence rounds. It's all good. Yeah. Unzip the Dongy.
Hopefully that happens.
Me too. I mean, maybe in a more professional sense. Go Dongy. Go get those kills, brother, because you're a top fragger for a reason.
Be that Dong. We know you can be. For some of the other squad, Nemesis, right? Nemesis have been able to step it up so far today. They've been able to not only just get a win here, but just outperforming what we have seen out of them in the past as well, especially when it came to yesterday.
I think it's just like, the Australian region at large, I feel like often just gets overlooked because the depth of competition is so thin. And we say the same thing when we talk about like the multiplayer side of it. And to be fair, you're dealing with a lot of players who play in both. Yeah. So it's like, how much rehearsal are they getting? They're still shooters at the end of the day.
I mean, the 6 players from APAC have all played in some form of interchange, right? In the last 2 years, whether it be the World Series of Warzone or here the Esports World Cup, right? So I'm not surprised to see it's the exact same 6, but it just feels like you're kind of throwing stuff against the wall to finally find the teams that'll lock in.
It's do or die, man. It's do or die. Yeah. You've got to make something work this late in the tournament, especially.
Yeah, last Dreams games coming up here before we find out who's going to be moving on to the finals, who's going to be getting sent home, and who will be going to survival stage as well. But for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget, you can put in your predictions. Go to the Play app for EWC. Put in your pick'ems. Let us know who you think is going to be performing. You know what? As we're talking about who is going to be performing, let me actually pull up somebody from Leviathan.
Great throw.
What's going to be happening here for Leviathan? Are you guys going to get a win or no?
I think we might. I think we will, because we're definitely worth it.
Ooh! That was clean. Leviathan wants to know if Vamos get the win. He has him on his pick'ems. Who do you have? Make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But I know Lace is trolling with some other fans.
Of course, my favorite interactions are the crowd ones. And as an Australian, I of course can spot the Aussies. And I have found one just here. What's good, your boy Q? So good to see you. Obviously, we've flown all the way from Australia. And for you guys at home, that's a very far way. It's a very far way. We're obviously watching Warzone here. What team have you been going for in the tournament?
Oh, I've been here definitely cheering for Gen G. I believe in a Gen G win. Already qualified through Sunday, baby.
I mean, yeah, they hit that top 5, didn't they? So that must be a pretty good feeling. Now, obviously, we're in Group B. Any teams surprising you so far?
I would probably just say the underperformance of Falcons, honestly. We saw them win 2 games yesterday, still weren't able to get into the top 5. They had a really bad start as well. I think me, like most of the fans here, semi-hate watching Falcons and hope they have to play it through tomorrow as well.
Now, as a man of esports, okay, do you reckon you could 1v1 a pro?
Oh, for sure. It'd be easy. No problems. I have the controller, I have aim assist, right?
You mean you didn't take the job in, like, casting role because we're terrible at games? You think you could 1v1 one?
Oh, I'd be able to at least put on some content. Minimum.
I mean, that's the Australian passion there. Your boy Q, pleasure as always. Good to see you. And yeah, I'm going to continue finding the Aussies here in the crowd.
Barney, I have a surprise for you. Like this, I'm gonna give you this, but you have to take really care because this is super powerful. Okay.
Okay.
So basically, when you have it on your hands, okay, and you just pull it in the air, the people are gonna scream like crazy. So be careful, okay? It's a really important superpower. So, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un super pouvoir que je lui ai donné. Quand tu vas lever la main, tout le monde va se mettre à crier. So you can go for it if you want to see. Don't be scared. You can go again. Again? Oh my God! I hope you like it. Yeah, that's Rockwell. Yeah,
It definitely works.
Yeah, it is.
It definitely works.
Yeah.
We have some other fans in the building. We got the Falcons. Apparently not. I think they might be happy. Leviathan.
And now, baby, everyone together. Are you ready?
3 maps to go. Let's do this.
What an unbelievable break there as we got into the second half of Group B. So many fun moments for all of our talent interacting with the fans, but of course the Gentlemates, the loudest fans in the building. I'm sure you can hear them in our mics as well as we get deeper into this match. I hope if you're a Gentlemates fan, you want to hear them in our mics as we get into this match because the Gentlemates unfortunately did not have a great one. They're still in a solid position on our leaderboard, still in the top 5, but it is close, and I do need to remind everybody at home, you're looking for top 5 and you're looking at bottom 3. Those are the 2 bubbles. Everybody in the middle, they're moving into the Survivor stage tomorrow. Gentlemates still a top 5 team, but the margins are getting closer.
Kind of saw it coming though. It's the same thing as yesterday. You win game 1, game 2, game 3, not really the best results. But for Gentlemates, they're still high up on the leaderboard. I mean, you're at 147 points. AG Global below you, 137. You got a gap there. And you have room for error. The best thing is right now for Group B is that a lot of those top teams are starting to slow down. I mean, JD Gaming as well. You have back-to-back 10th place, 13th place for NIP. You got an 11th place in game 8. So with those top teams starting to slow down and we get into the last map of Rebirth Island, a lot of those lower teams are rising the ranks and it's getting really fun here.
Here we go, Rebirth Island. Last time you'll see it here in the group stages. Let's get into it and see if any of our draft spots change. As quickly you see G2 and the Falcons go to their native homes and the rest try to figure out where to go from there. Gentlemates still living quarters and immediately getting aggressive towards Stronghold. Watch out, Leviathan may be in a bit of trouble, but we swing over to Nemesis, who just won a map, and they're actually hunting down the anchor of Gentlemates, who's in a bit of trouble here at living quarters.
This is going to be interesting because Nemesis have been tangoing with Godlike for majority of Rebirth Island, so the fact that they're going living quarters actually gives a little bit of grace to Leviathan, who don't really have to fight against Gentlemates right away. They're going to be able to loot up down in Stronghold and maybe clean up whatever's going on up here.
Hollow dancing, and dancing quite well. Unfortunately, Nemesis do find him. Gromlock able to trade it, though, having to back off. from Leviathan. Of course, Leviathan uncontested down a stronghold means they're going to come up and join the party. Gromlock shooting beams, though. Dad's got to be proud, holding his own, getting to cover. Gentlemate's still very fine, still in living.
Very fine, very much alive.
Yo.
Criminal God's going to take down Enkyo. Gromlock for the trade. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Leviathan going to regain back at strongholds and looks like living quarters. It's a handshake. Even Nemesis have given it up. They're moving back over towards Control Center to see what they can do with for fun.
Look at JDG, totally safe down here at Factory by themselves. Not much going on down here. A couple swimmers trying to regain. That is the Vicious, who are still deeply in trouble. As much as they've been a thorn in the side of the Falcons, they're actually in a position just barely holding on to not being relegated and kicked out of this event. They're currently at 13th place, I believe. So very tough, and they desperately need a regain against one of the top teams.
They've actually only been good against the Falcons, which is kind of funny. The one team that you're good at is supposed to be the best team here.
Yeah, it's true. For fun, completely abandoned Turbine. They've been playing Control Center for a while now, and it looks like they're finally winning that engagement. Nemesis tried to regain a Control Center and getting punished for that. We swing over to Godlike. Godlike's actually at Turbine right now with their fraggers. Their anchor is safe. Unfortunately, AGAL are catching the wrong end of a very hot Godlike. A frustrating day one. Day two certainly going their way. They found their way to mid-pack, but with their momentum, they continue to hunt down freebies. One after the other, they fall hardly, shooting back. Kazu in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's KGV now. D-Daddy, Kazu getting pushed out. Trick looking for even more kills after a Game 3 win. Godlike have left the docks, and when they did that, they take down AG Global with the help of J2, force them away from Turbine, and AG Global have now gone to the docks where Godlike were.
Yeah, big problem here for Godlike. You can see it in our kill feed right now. AGAL got pushed out of Turbine. Where did they go? They just full send Godlike. They saw them there. Let's go kill their anchor. They've taken control of boat. AGAL fully restabilized Godlike on their heels. But we swing over to the Falcons. Two fraggers up into prison looking for kills.
Well, we lose Gamax, second team to go out in game number 4. AG Global going to set up on the docks. They push Godlike away. We look at Falcons, and they are trying to get into the prison. However, a little bit of a fight coming out from Orchid. They get denied entry to the prison.
A big win there for Orchid, who have gone mostly silent on our leaderboard, having some okay games. They're actually outside of our top 5 right now in 6th place overall. Just barely holding on just outside of AGAL, less than 10 points away. Of course, Ahsoka safe in Chem, as expected. Let's take a look at some loadouts onto the map and where some of these teams are trying to restabilize. It does look like Fnatic have found their way into Factory and are actually going to punish this Nemesis team that had a pretty strong start, but unfortunately are deeply in the blender. NIP send their fraggers out to go get involved in the third party. One goes down, the second going to be following up. Look at the map feed, though. Look at the news zone. Will dictate the next couple rotations. Do we pull south, north, east, west? Where it's going to pull a slightly south. Gentlemate's in a strong position in living quarters.
Nemesis against Fnatic. Extra, Volcom. Both together going to take down Bray. Nemesis going to have to leave the Factory. They move to living quarters. And NIP up top might look to send Factory, send their Slayers out, see what they can do in this match. JDG still sitting on the boat back of Factory. They don't want anything to do with these fights, so we slow down and we start to look elsewhere as Godlike have gotten into the Turbine and it looks like they've set up shop.
Yeah, Orchid is the only team even remotely around prison right now. Everybody fighting on the outskirts looking for kills. Orchid want to get their loadouts and then go get to the hunt. Prison is a POI. You can't hold the complete building, obviously, so they're holding the high ground. One up in Water Tower, the rest go to hunt with their loadouts in hands, and it looks like Orchid's going to swing off your screen, off the minimap, and go find members. It looks like Godlike off screen. They actually went down towards Turbine. Here's a look at him. Nate Dogg down. Regains coming in, but Sariel on the hunt.
It's good for Orchid. They kind of recognize that they're doing good at slaying around the prison, keeping teams away from it on the top of the hill. G2 are going to have to move away from Bio now, move on in, but we look over towards the bow where For Fun have sent AG Global, and it doesn't look like it's going as planned.
And remember, AGAL got pushed out of Turbine. They full sent the boat, pushed Godlike into the blender. And now they're getting pushed into the blender. For Fun doing a lot of the same. This is a classic regain blender that a lot of teams get into. Unfortunately, Scumman thought he could sneak that res in. Immediately gets punished. Juju from the top ropes. Slamming one, slamming another. Could he get all of AGAL? No, they've got one still alive, but two down. only 2 teams out of this map.
And because you've left the prison now, or command center, For Fun have actually lost their positioning at the top of the hill, and Leviathan have moved from Stronghold into command center. So that is a huge rotation out from Leviathan.
Yeah, control center in control for Leviathan. This is great from them. Reminder, yesterday Leviathan got brutalized on Rebirth Island. Having a pretty solid map right now, working their way up into mid-map, able to play for new. For Fun still finding kills, but on main, Orchid gets punished. Anxiety went to go hunt, and he's able to find at least one. Then get shot in the back. Pret still on this map. Vicious still alive.
14 trios. Circle 2 going to be closing in 40 seconds. And you can see it, still a lot of POIs active in this circle. Don't know exactly where this one's going to pull.
HQ in complete control from NIP. And to your point from earlier, Seymour, uncontested this time. Nobody wants a piece of NIP. They're shooting 2 straight right now. Orchid fighting for the last remnants of the Vicious, who are now all collapsing on one another to try to get inside of prison. Still fairly central zone, so the next couple will dictate the rest of the rotations as Limax, Nemesis started in living quarters and now can't find a home anywhere on the map. Losing their life yet again as Orchid continue to rack up kill after kill after kill, and they're gonna find 2 members of the Vicious, maybe just chow both of them. A nice trade coming through. Orchid doing a great job finding all of their kills. Sariel does pick up that last one in the meantime. Orchid gotta be at least double digits between Sariel and Swizzit.
And Vicious, their anchor, just gonna have to wait and see, but Adrenaline's gonna get caught by Master. 5K, the final one through Orchid.
Does look like Vicious have a floater. That's a false positive. They're still on the map. We still have 14 teams with the Vicious deeply in the blender. Dave Samir finding one member. Oh no, now the Vicious.
Now the Vicious are gone.
Another false positive. They've got another one in the air.
Oh my goodness.
The Vicious are hanging on by a thread. Reminder, they're the margin to bottom bubble. They're still barely alive.
Now they're gone. Now they're gone.
All right, well, down goes Godlike as well. Is Godlike still in? Yes, a couple floaters. Woo, all right. Juju's gonna keep hunting, baby. 13 teams on the map. For Fun need the points. They're barely safe right now.
Falcons are moving into the factory. JDG still having the boat. Leviathan's going to get caught there. Control center not going to be their home. A lot of players going to be dropping in from Godlike back towards the dock, and they're going straight for the heads of For Fun.
For Fun are eating kills right now. Bubble on 7, Juju on 7. I believe flanked on at least a couple. Folks, we're nearing a 20-ball Jamal here from For Fun. They desperately need a multiplier. They've been in this position before on Rebirth Island yesterday, and they died about right now. Stay alive, friends. Orchid continue to find their double-digit kills as well, as unfortunately Fnatic get cut down.
For Fun, Rebirth Island has been great for them. I mean, last game was a 4th place 15-kill finish, so looking to go back-to-back with some major points. They got Doc under control, and nobody wants to challenge them. Falcons, though, they're pushing into the factory with JDG below them.
Quick listen in and hear what the heck is going on in a very important engagement.
Advance. Zip up. One's up. One, he fell down. Get it, Zip, maybe. Yo, guys. Brother. I know, I saw.
They're gone.
Yo,
Top 10 again. Some frustration trying to figure out what went wrong, but we got to get back into the action. A quick look at the Gentlemates. They're down in living quarters. They've done a good job to win out some engagements, and even just getting on screen, the crowd goes wild. They're going to be holding out here what looks like the remnants of Nemesis, who are back where they started, and unfortunately immediately catch some bullets to the face. Nemesis having to work their way into new, and the Gentlemates holding the line on the south side of the map.
Living quarter is not going to be safe, though, so you want to clean this one up fast. The only teams that are safe in the zone right now is going to be the remnants of Dock, just the edge of it, control center, headquarters, and the corner of prison. So a lot of teams looking to coexist. A lot of teams still need to climb this hill.
Yeah, HQ is where G2 has rotated to. JDG find the remnants of Nemesis still trying to work their way in. You can't go through the Gentlemates. You're going to try to go through JDG. JDG actually getting extremely aggressive because they're getting shot in the back as they try to chow this. Limax breaks the ankles, breaks the cameras of one. Can he get both? No. Melvin able to strike him down to get the trade. JDG still alive, but unfortunately with G2 swarming into HQ, they get forced out, and now they're deep in the gas as well.
Still got a rat though if you're Nemesis, so still looking for positioning in the top 5. For Fun moving up from docks into control center, have the edge of the hill to cover for natural cover circle. Where does it go? And it's going to be between control center and HQ. So a lot of top-down fights, a lot of high-lows, and not a lot of space to hide.
8 teams left, everybody looking for top 5. So the world screeches to a halt as Gentlemates pick up huge kills on the backside of living quarters. JDG deeply in trouble. For Fun, still 2 alive. In a strong position, but the problem is they've got a team right on top of them and a team right outside. Gotta wipe one of them, gotta wipe both of them to get into new. For Fun, in trouble. Juju last alive.
NIP down to 1. They're just on the top of HQ. G2 below them. Juju versus Orchid. 1 left for Orchid. Juju alone. Not a lot of trios. Not a lot of space.
AGAL, haven't looked at them once, but they've actually maintained a top position in control center. They've got a power position. They can overlook everybody else. Anybody coming inside is going to have to creep down below and just pray they can stay alive. We still have 6 teams. 4 Fun falls. They got a solid multi. They had a solid amount of kills. A good game for them. They wish it was great.
Still good enough. 3 up for AGAL, 1 for Orchid, 1 for Nemesis, NIP broken, G2 still a trio, and it's gonna be Gentlemates as well, sitting in the tents, still a trio.
A brutal zone pull for the Gentlemates. I'd love to see their rotation in moving to new. We know that AGAL just got gifted the zone, but can the Gentlemates make a huge play for control center? This is the play they desperately have to make. They go immediately cluster strike on top so they don't get shot. They smoke and run. Grom alone on the backside, picks up the anxiety. G2 not out, but certainly weakened. Hollow being lost in transition. It's gonna be 2 for the Gentlemates.
Look at this one, G2, NIP, who's gonna make the first move? Gentlemates as well on the outside. This is gonna be a risky one for NIP, but they gotta go. G2 still in headquarters, still outside of the circle, and it's rotating, but nobody wants to get into command center. Nobody knows exactly where to go, and there goes NIP.
Showstopper last alive. He's crouched out, just playing gas. They're all waiting for new. Sight better have an unbelievable amount of stems and still make his way through. Big Man, it picks up the kill. I don't know how that happened, but somehow G2, are they even still on the map? We got 5 teams left in the lobby. I don't see him anywhere, but NIP did get the buy, and King AJ Vision last alive for the team, and they get high ground. Look at the new pull, though. Yes, Gentlemates might be down in numbers. Could make a sneaky exit and get out early and hold as Gromlot goes down. Gentlemates down to just Inkyo.
Fighting for the roof, NIP on top right now, and Nemesis on the first floor. Orchid outside in the shacks. First team to move most likely will be eliminated, so it's who can hold the longest on the top of control center.
Orchid is going to be the first out. An early exit. Bray actually punishing AJAL. That's their first down, though. They still got 2 more. Inkyo, Little Prince, can you make a miracle happen here with the crowd cheering you on? A couple go down. You clean up an extra, helping out Scummin. You're still alive. Bray goes inside, gets obliterated. Knight and FIFA kill, doing a fantastic job. Inkyo falls. AGAL. We expected them to win this. Can they clutch up when they need it most? A top 5 position for AGAL, and looking for the first win in a while. A chance to take down Sariel. Orchid finally in a position to make a big play. He can't do it. It's AGAL. It's Knight. FIFA kill. It's Scummin.
It's a big one for the team. Yesterday, Rebirth Island was fantastic for these 3. And game 1 on this map might not be exactly what you were cooking, but game number 2, you get the full send back to docks. You remove Godlike from that power position. Yes, For Fun gave you a run for your money, but in that scrimmage, you come out on top, and what does it give you? It gives you a full stack inside of control center, exactly where the circle pulls, even with a ton of teams surrounding you. They just did not have the regain that they were asking for, and AGAL stayed composed to the very end. That is a huge win for them.
And yet again, NIP find their way to a final circle and a top 3 position. Again, playing out of HQ and getting zone pulls like this, doing a great job to continue to soak up points and maintain a top position near the top of our leaderboard. But AGAL, with that win, they had crept down to 5th. They were at risk of being knocked out by Orchid. That win is going to keep them assuredly into the top 5 and still well within position going into the final 2 maps to make it straight to the finals.
And it was a 2 versus 1 against Sariel too from Orchid. So if Sariel was able to pull that off, Who knows what that multiplier could have given this Orchid team, but you see Scummin towards the end. Won't let that happen. Game 4 of day 2 goes to AGAL, and that might even break into Gentlemates territory. They might be able to knock Gentlemates onto the bubble.
I don't know. Ankyo found his way to a top 5 position as well. I mean, they had a crazy amount of kills. You got to remember all of the action. Gentlemates were kind of constantly in the action, even though there weren't that many teams around them. Ankyo was near double digits as well. Both of those two teams getting solid multipliers. That's Gentlemates, that's AG Global, that's Team NIP. All already top 5 teams, all placing top 5 in that last game. Our top 5 is mostly assured. G2 was shooting as well. I know they didn't make it to the end, but they did. They were also top 5. Holy cow. We said, remember Big Man is at the
Big
very
Man
end?
was there.
They were just hanging out at the bottom of HQ until the very end. They get their multi. Ridiculous. 4 of the top 5 teams in the final fight. Woo! All right, Fortunes keeps next. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on a là, les gars? Une tour Eiffel, on dirait, non? T'en penses quoi, Sarel?
Moi, on dirait une petite guitare. Hein.
Ouais, une petite guitare, ouais. On dirait qu'il y en a qui sont venus ici pour dessiner, hein. T'en penses quoi, Suzanne?
Ouais, moi, je pense qu'ils sont venus ici pour dessiner, hein. Moi, je suis venu ici pour gagner les EWC.
J'aime bien ça, babao.
Welcome back to the stage. And I gotta say, Dandro, some of these keys are looking tasty for the cruncher, the crusher, the slammer, the jammer back here. And I'll say, we got some squads that need to make a move these last 2 maps.
That's a lot of words to represent this machine that's behind us, but I'm right with you. It was a little surreal to see Twisted Minds earlier send 3 of those keys into the crusher, but we gotta send 3 more. And you're right on the money as we get ready to head into the last final 2 maps. There are some squads, they are looking at the standings, they're looking at their leaderboard, and they maybe are having some nightmares of that key getting crushed.
Other side of the leaderboard, though. Whoa, hold on a second. AGAL kicking things up, and I see my boy Big Man was just looking at me a second ago. G2 looking feisty at the top of the leaderboard right now. Who else you liking?
There's so many different squads, that we're seeing here. I like what we're seeing out of a NIP, right? Being able to come back on in and swinging. We said it yesterday, this is a team that's going to come on in and they're going to fry, especially on LAN. And seeing them, they make that roster change, seeing them be able to get back in is really nice to see them kind of have that formidability to be able to kind of say, yeah, all right, we'll shake up the bad games. We're going to fry out the good games. That's really all that matters.
It's just that we've talked about this now. It feels like verbatim the last 6 times we've gone to any sort of a game break. What is happening with Falcons, though? I mean, at a certain point, we need to see that same sauce we got in the first 3 maps yesterday, right?
Yeah, it's a kind of a timing thing, right? You and I, we've been around. COD timing's a very real thing, and sometimes this is what happens, right? We see it in the middle of that game where they make that push into sort of a kitchen and prison, and it's just sort of just a mistiming. You think the players are probably a little bit further back if you're noobs. They're not. You throw the shoulder, and it's just like, oh, man, now we're stuck. Soka's now by himself. It's just, you see them get a little bit split as well. It's one of those things where it's like, there's weird teams and weird spots is kind of what you're thinking. So I think they just got to get back to the game plan, get back to, you know where these zones are going. Soka's one of the best in the game at understanding how this map plays. We're getting ready to move to Fortune's Keep, a map the Falcons have looked very, very good on. If we get one of those western zones and they're landing towards that graveyard area, it's a strong chance for them to run up a 20-kill win, and we've seen them even do more than that in the past.
Other side of things, the in-house sauce that we're seeing out of the Gentlemates right now is palpable, to put it plainly. They have been in nearly every single final circle with a chance to win, and they're putting up insane kill numbers, including last man standing moments. That's good sauce over here for the G-Mate fans.
Yeah, no, listen, it is impossible, I feel like, to play in this arena and not feel like you can shoot absolutely lights out on everything when you just have this many fans going crazy for you. We're literally sitting in the back and had to turn up the TV to like 80 because it's just, the drums are going crazy. And I can imagine that if we're back there feeling it, these players are feeling it whenever they get a kill and they hear this crowd erupt. They know that they have the Gentlemates behind their back and that they can absolutely just fly at basically anything and take those gunfights.
Absolutely the case. It's a big story. Fortune's Keep. A lot of fortune right here in front of us with the Crusher. This is all about trying to get this thing done. If you're one of those bottom 3 teams, the gap is pretty tight for some of the squads trying to get out of the bubble. Is it about kills? Is it about participation and placement? What are you feeling for those bottom teams?
It has to be kills at this point, right? I mean, you're not in a position where you can make it to a 1.4 multiplier and just try and ride that, right? You got to come on out. I need to see 15-20 from some of these bottom teams at 1.4.
15-20 is insane considering that some of them are barely averaging 5. Do or die time. Let's get it on with the Caskies.
Thank you so much, Dandro and Shift. A great breakdown. Did you see that leaderboard? Ladies and gentlemen, AGAL pick up a nice win there. They move all the way up to 5th place. They got a 6.2 point margin between 5th and 6th. But the bottom bubble may be a bigger story. The Vicious Esports move into 14th. There's a 0.6 point spread between 13th and 14th. 14th through 16, go home, Seymour.
I got some math I was breaking down while I was waiting for this leaderboard to come out. For fun, that's a big map out of them because they break out of the elimination bubble, and that puts them into a situation where they're looking to go to the survival stage tomorrow. 7th place to 15th place is a 35-point difference. 7th place to 9th place is a 20.4 point difference. There is like a major gap here where like one good game, one good win could put anybody in our bottom leaderboard into an elimination spot.
Yeah, I saw Flank tweet out that, hey, I know it wasn't a great day from us, just trust, we'll be back tomorrow. They're certainly back. We saw even the match leaderboard, they picked up, I think it was 23 kills top fragging in that game. Remember, they didn't even get into a top 5 position. They got the 1.2 multi, that's all they got, and they still got 2nd overall in that map. So a big one from them, but it's time for Fortune's Keep, baby, and it's time to see what the Falcons can do on the Keep. Will they go graveyard? Will they get a zone pull that is favorable for them? No. We're going to go to Winery, ladies and gentlemen. We got NIP. There's no way NIP land Winery for free, right?
Surely not after yesterday.
Oh, look, Falcons are going back to Keep. They're going back up into the Keep. Gonna go play Spoiler to somebody. This is where the Vicious cut them down yesterday. Will the Vicious win an engagement that they desperately need to win? We'll quickly check in with AGAL after their win, but we gotta swing up the Keep. The Vicious are on top of the Falcons, and the Falcons already in trouble.
I mean, I get a deja vu right away. Dongy's down. Dongy's down, and so is Noobs. It's all to Hisoka right away. Has to play for the Resurgence timers of his teammates, and they will come back, but this is a bold call. Yesterday, after our games were done, after we finished Fortune's Keep, we caught the Falcons. Their coach said, man, we were testing some guys, we were taking notes. I don't really think that they did their homework, though, on what those notes said.
I think for the Falcons, the playbook is, hey, yes, we go graveyard as per the usual, but if the zone pulls to the east, we go back to Keep. Trust the process. Unfortunately, the process was not right, at least at the very beginning of this one. Let's see. If anybody can get back to final form and stabilize quickly, it's the Falcons, and immediately I'm eating my words. I know we want to stick with this team. This is important, and you actually see the Falcons begin to rush out of Keep. They want to go somewhere else. They're going to creep across the wall. Hisoka does win his ones, though, and he'll win that one. Going to get ego chowed by the second. Adrenaline looking to take down Soka, and he'll get it. No! Soka's still alive? Soka wins a 1v2. Should not have gotten away with that one, but sometimes the Falcons get away with murder. They're back into the Keep. They're going to go back in and take these engagements. They're like, wait, we can win these.
It's a big Hisoka moment right there. Kind of getting a lay of the land of the entire map as well. It looks like Godlike was forced away. They have to regain to the top. They're dropping in, see where they can go. A couple players to kind of think about too is this Orchid versus AGAL team in Spiral, but we're going to look over towards NIP just outside of the gatehouse as they're crossing paths with new icons.
And again, Fortune's Keep a big map, but King AJ just on the hunt right now. We have an Eastern Zone. And NIP have Winery for free?
They're not even there.
One of the biggest POIs on the map? Like, good grief. NIP are chilling. Their fraggers are out finding kills. NIP assuredly being a top 5 team going straight to match point day. So we continue to check in with some of our bubble rosters. Orchid still technically on the bubble for the top 5. Still battling against AGAL on the leaderboard for that top 5 position. And Swizen looking for some kills, will not find anything. Nemesis strikes him down.
Nemesis in the caves. Orchid, nowhere to go through Spiral. You got AGAL above you, you got Nemesis below you. You're completely shut out from this position, so you just gotta wait your turn to see where you can go. Still, King HA farming the new icons just outside of Winery. These Slayers are doing exactly what you hoped for. And I'm looking back at the keep. It looks like Falcons were able to figure things out over there. They push Vicious away towards the terraces and outside of the keep. So it looks like we're going to have quite the battle around those spiral staircases.
Quick check-in with AGAL. Playing through terraces like you mentioned. Trying to still keep everybody out of their house. See what Orchid's able to do. Again, AGAL is in 5th. Orchid is in 6th. Top 5 go through to finals for free. Everybody else to the survivor stage unless you're bottom 3. The Falcons restabilize, playing the top side of Keep, waiting on new zones. It's a patient waiting game. Fortune's Keep can be a bit ratty. There's so much verticality on this map. And it's 30% bigger than our other maps. A lot of room to work. Can't be getting cut down early.
No. See where this circle can go. So we're going to be on board with AGAL back into the terraces. Circle is going to be pulling down into Winery even further. So you still have Lighthouse in the safe zone, Gatehouse, Grotto, the Cove, and just the bottom side of this keep. So lots of place for these teams to be.
New zone continues to pull east, just slowly but surely moving their way, and the Gentlemates may be in trouble as the zone pulls away from them. This is going to be a tough map for them to do well on. They've got to battle through everybody on edge of zone to make their way there as the Falcons continue to hold the north and will be able to stay and keep for a while.
I mean, Gentlemates, this is exactly what happened to them at the end of yesterday. 2 east side circles, and they had to go all the way into the Grotto. Both times that blew up in their face. So I want to see what the game plan changes for them. And it looks like they're going to go to Smuggler's Cove instead.
Yeah, AGAL losing a couple of their fraggers, but still alive. FIFA actually winning his ones. Anchor holding it down. Unfortunately, his teammates getting chowed by the Falcons right on top of him. Scummin runs for, I was going to say the hills, but I guess the caves. Shooting back to Limax, looking for a little bit of action over the top. Couldn't hit hardly a bullet, unfortunately for him. As folks are still able to scurry away. The Rats are in. Only one team is out.
15 trios still up. Godlike are now looking to play down towards the Cove. They're into the Gentlemates. Godlike are making a play for this one. Gentlemates get pushed into the town, and that is big for Godlike, who started off this map in a poor position. They found their regain.
Yeah, Inkyo in a very tough position. Just barely missed that full sin there from Godlike. Edge of map at town, a very difficult rotation. I'll be curious to hear some of the comms maybe from Gentlemates as they push into new, now with 2 players up in the skies. Let's listen in.
Ils sont villa. Ouais, c'est sûr. Non, je suis là. Ok. Je suis top. J'essaie de trouver des armes, Il salte. J'ai une boîte de plaque, Ouais. Il push le L, Non? C'est qui que j'entends? Inkyo, t'es ouais? En dessous de moi, je crois, en dessous de moi. Ouais. Au clair, hein. Ouais, sous moi, j'arrive. Je vais être pour toi. Craque le mec au fond, go. Vas-y. Mort. Nice, mon frère. Dans la grotte, c'est pas la même team. Ok, ouais. Non, je vais ton shop. Je vais hit le colis. Je t'estime, Inkyo, ouais. Ok. Ouais, en face, au bleu, weak. Claire, go clair, allô, chaque fois. Vas-y. Dans le bleu, devant. Ok, j'essaie de voir. Claire la droite, allô, claire la droite. Ouais, dans le bleu, je le vois. Il est dedans. Ça allait une grotte. Ok, viens, reste là, on va essayer de clear avec Enkyo le top. Pour moi, clear le top, Enkyo, non? Ouais, vas-y. Je vais jouer le ster. Il m'a vu cross, ok. Y'a un mec dans la grotte encore, crack, one shot. Je l'ai. Oh, il y a une balle, oh my god. J'ai au-dessus de vous au cas où. J'avance avec toi.
I told you the road would be difficult on Fortune's Keep. Even trying to go back through Grotto like last time, going from west to east on this map can be so difficult, but they're making it work slowly but surely. I don't know everything there is to know about French. I do know go. It works. A nice chow, but they still have a lot more work to do.
Gentlemates on the forefront of Grotto. KGV backed up inside of the tunnels. G2 going to be making a play towards the keep, and it looks like Falcon's going to be on the regain up top there. Hollow and Enkyo going to finish off Beat Daddy, and that is going to give them the caves of the Grotto for free now. Still trying to work into that safe zone. As you can see, Orchid going to have to regain for themselves. Circle closing even more towards the center.
Same story about the Gentlemen can now be said about the Falcons. They've been put in such a blender inside of Keep that they have to battle their way through a couple of these scrappy teams to make their way into New. Worth mentioning, Hisoka does have 9 kills. He's been getting jumped on over and over again, but he's winning his ones. If he has to put the team on his back to get to the finish line and get to top 5, he will. So far, so good for Keep. First time we're seeing them pop off.
And Shiv said earlier to let Dongi off the leash, and we're seeing Hisoka really step up in that place. That is huge for the program. JG not going to be eliminated. They are still inside the lighthouse. They push Leviathan above Smuggler's Cove, and Hisoka is still punishing AGAL.
Double digits farming up on AGAL. They did get the double buyback in, so AGAL will be in the skies. We'll see where they'll regain in a moment. Gentlemates, yes, they've made it into New, but they may not be out of the trouble that now is godlike on their backside, having to hold the backside underneath as they rotate underneath everybody else. Grom winning that, though, as AGAL going to try to land on them. Quick look at Leviathan. Big storylines for Leviathan. They're still alive. That's better than last time. AGAL deeply in trouble and maybe out of here. We'll keep that final confirmation for you in just a moment. Yes, they are gone. AGAL go down early. This is going to open up our leaderboard. They were holding the line.
Gentlemen are chasing Godlike. They're trying to get the full kill onto Trick, Intex, and Nate Dogs, and that should be an elimination as well onto Godlike out of this game. 12 trios remaining, trying to get it towards the top 10.
A great shout. G2 holding down the north now. The Falcons are alive but barely breathing. A solo on the outside of Winery while G2 are now holding the north. Here's a look at him. Noobs was literally on 1 HP in a dream, and the Falcons are holding on. Noobs hardly even damaged to his name at this point, but Ahsoka's been holding it down for them. NI obliterated. Gentlemates, they kill team after team after team, just working their way into New. We told you the road would be tough, and it may be bumpy, but they're driving right over all the speed bumps of the rest of these teams in the lobby.
The road in France is a steady one for the Gentlemates. They got Leviathan above them. They got KGV still in the caves contesting them. Nemesis just above to the north. Here we go. Fun all the way up there. Here come the Falcons for Orchid. It's a trap. And within Winery, this is not where the Falcons want to be.
I told you the rats were in. Could you find a rattier spot? Or maybe you could have just checked your corners. But either way you look at it, the Falcons still in trouble, but still alive. Circle still closing. Dongi's going to have to figure out now what the heck am I going to do?
Sit and wait.
Sit and wait for what? He is in the back of a truck just praying at least for a 1.2. One more team needs to fall, and which team will it be? It looks like it's going to be NIP taking down the Vicious. See ya later. G2 going to try to third party this, and they get there just in the nick of time. NIP deeply in trouble. One goes deep into the gas to try to stay alive just for a moment longer.
Yeah, G2, if they can eliminate NIP, that is going to be huge. Here come For Fun, as it's going to be another third party in, but For Fun, they recognize that it is a full G2 squad. Nobody went down. They don't want to send it just yet.
Gentlemates still battling and working their way, but of course we got to pay attention to G2. Doing a great job holding down the north. For Fun, right on their heels, flanked. They need these points. They just came off the back of a banger, and they need to win the north, but the zone is so far away. Look at where we're at.
Yeah, they got to do it fast. It's a lighthouse pull. It's going to be Leviathan fighting against JDG to see who's going to own this circle. Gentlemates, they need to make a play early to see if they can get here in time to third party.
Leviathan battling inside of New. The Gentlemates have made it here, but G2 wipe all of Orchid. They obliterate them. And Dongi, yes, he got his 1.2, but he's last alive for his team. He's up on top of them. For Fun and G2 underneath. Is there any way Dongi can pull anything out of his hat? No, he's gone. That's in 7. For Fun fall in 7. Falcons in 8. We find our way to top 6, and the Gentlemates are alive. They are fully stabilized in zone. It's Leviathan. It's the Gentlemates, and it's JDG in the best position by a mile. G2 have a long way to get there.
Nemesis down to 2. KGV down to 1. Those are the only other 2s that aren't going to be at a full squad, and Nemesis are going to get cut down on the rotation. It's a pull towards KGV, and Gentlemates are going to be down in the water waiting for people to come down this cliff.
Yeah, this zone pulled all the way to the opposite side. This is actually great news for G2. If they want, they can go wide outside and play the high side and actually hold everybody else coming in from Lighthouse.
Top
a good
five.
move, though, from Leviathan. They're going to get really aggressive on the Gentlemates. Gentlemates have to fight from both sides with one member of KGB.
But JDG's right behind them, and they're not going to let you sit for free. And Kyo inside the huts. He pops out, taking down Leviathan, and JDG looking to clean up the rest of them. And Kyo, he goes down, and there goes Leviathan. G2 above, looking to end this.
Such a great pull for G2. It was the only pull that could have saved them. They were so out of position because they were fighting for so long. Gentlemates will fall, but they get top 5. G2 will win this map with a little bit of RNG and some fantastic skill to win out the top side of the zone, working their way up the street and winning the game. G2 come online early this time around and also finish strong yet again.
JDG went away to stay alive there as well, but G2 just a step ahead of this rotation. Like you said, the RNG of Fortune's Keep. There's a lot of top-down, there's a lot of high-low, a lot of space for you to move into a final circle like that, and you just wait your turn, you be patient, and that patience is rewarded. Big wins for G2. You take down NIP, who took down the Falcons. You take down AG Global as well. For fun in your way, it doesn't matter. And you also cut down Nemesis, so a lot of kills flowing through this team on their path to a victory. They ended yesterday with their first ever LAN map win on Fortune's Keep, and it was a 41-point win. I think this team just loves Fortune's Keep. They do it again.
I think this team's just dang good. Let's listen in.
Top of the gas. Yeah, ping. He's there, He's there. Swing this bitch out. Swing him. Again. Fucking baby. Good shit, bro. Nice.
A quick Selly, but overall, just well played. I'm loving what G2's doing right now, man. They have the confidence to take fights, and their timing is nearly flawless every single time. They get one tiny advantage, and they just full send. The signal flare that is getting a knot in Warzone, sometimes teams don't react fast enough. G2 moves immediately. Great play.
We had a couple of questions for this G2 team. It's like, how does Anxiety find, some support here? It comes off the back of Big Man showing up on LAN. And man, he is showing up in waves to get it done for this team. And you're right. I think it's just the urgency to react, the ability to just read situations so well. This team is not only patient, but they just know when to strike through that patience. And you're taking down some big names on the way. Like I said, NIP, doesn't matter who you're going up against. You're able to control these situations. You control them well.
You've got to talk about Gentlemates, though. This is the most difficult zone for them to find their way to a top 5 position. They got a ton of kills, they worked their way through a ton of teams, and they still somehow got that 1.4x.
And it's the exact same position yesterday that failed for them again and again. So this time, it seems like the stars aligned in this match for them to fight their way through. That is a big kill game for them, you're right.
Gentlemates are starting to knock on the door of some of the top fraggers in Group B. I'll be so curious to see where this leaderboard is, and I'm sure we'll see that in just a moment, folks. We'll be right back here in just a second.
Map by map, drop by drop, kill by kill, we get closer and closer and closer to find out who's going to walk away with the trophy. Miles and Enigma here to get you through the next one. Mate, what a banger of a game. Many of our top squads starting to claw their way back into it.
Yeah, they most certainly are. You can see the Falcons are trying to get there. They're trying to claw that gap back, but there's also, you know, teams like G2 and so many others that are stepping up and continuing to put up consistent performances. It's wonderful to see, of course, if you're a fan inside of here. And they're not the only one, of course. Gentlemates, AGAL, and so many more making things happen.
Very, very consistent. That's the name of the game. Not an easy thing to do whatsoever. As you can see, the standings on your screen now and some highlights across that last matchup. And we're talking about the Falcons. What went right for them this time?
I think that they're showing a bit more resilience. We've seen the issues with them trying to rotate. The landing spots are very interesting. We saw in map 4, they had this point where typically they would land on the west side of the map. They decided to go with the east because they're a little bit unsure themselves. But then they're trying to hit these long rotations that they're just not getting over the line in. There was, though, those moments of recovery inside that last map, so it's getting better. It's just whether they can get there in time to get themselves over in that top 5.
Is it bad luck or is it good decision making? What is it?
I think that you obviously have the fortune in the way that Warzone plays. It's very RNG based, but no one has ever been better historically than Hisoka at stacking those odds in his favor. Some of the decision making, some of the comms, some of the frustrations you see coming through right now, that's definitely playing into things, and I think the pressure from a certain Twisted Minds and how good they're performing is definitely impacting that mental.
Yeah, those farmers, it was good, honest work in Group A. Group B, though, still on your screen. Plenty to play for yet, though. We've got some big squads doing a lot of work there for fun, having a nice bit of time. AGAL with a couple of wins now, feeling very good indeed. Look at those body language. Look at those players over there. They're having themselves one hell of a time.
I'm going to be honest with you. I actually owe these guys a massive apology. I've spent a lot of the year talking about how they've been underwhelming, how they've disappointed at times. But a lot of the conversation has been, we've got a world champion on that team. We've got 2 players who have performed incredibly on LAN in recent years, and they're coming out and delivering here in Paris. So fair play. Definitely got to tip my hat where it's due, and they are putting up great numbers.
Oh, many hats being tipped across the world here as the EWC 26 Warzone games continue to roll on. Well, we've got a few more drops, mate. Of course, the standings still looking good. How are we feeling about sort of the lower teams? How are we feeling about them?
Some of our lower sides. Honestly, I'm a little bit concerned for those of you who, our expansion region teams. We obviously want to see teams from around the world perform well here. You know, there's a lot of passionate communities at home that feel underrepresented and want to come here. And unfortunately, we're not really seeing a lot of them step up right now. But there is one more drop, an opportunity yet to close that gap and get yourself through to tomorrow.
Here we go, back to the casters. After this one, we crush some keys.
That's 2 handsome men. Thank you very much down there on the stage. A great apology to the Gentlemates because they are frying. Holy cow. Taking a look at that leaderboard, the quick hits. We're about to jump into game, folks. This is the last game of the group stages. The last chance for any of these teams to make a move. G2, JD Gaming, NIP, and I would even say likely Gentlemates safe. But moving into this last round, the only team that could drop out of the top 5, in my opinion, AGAL. They're holding the line in 5th, but there's teams hot on their heels. Down at the bottom, though, Seymour, really only New Icons is fully out of this. Yeah. There's still a ton of room to work down there.
It's like completely flipped. Fnatic, KGV, still on that bubble. Leviathan, it seems like they've broken the trend of Vicious and Gamax. I don't think they've been giving us enough to reach that far up. But for Fnatic and KGV, you got work to do to stay outside of that elimination, where we might be seeing your keys go down the blender.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last map of the group stages here at EWC for the Warzone Resurgence Series Championship. The last chance for some of our teams to make it to the survival stage, and a chance for some of our teams to make it straight to match point finals. Let's drop in. It's finally a Western zone. It's finally a zone where the Falcons will go back to the tried and true classic. They're headed back to the graveyard. They're headed back to the town. Let's see what the Falcons are able to do, and of course, the rest of the teams that are on the bubble.
And look, if Vicious aren't even going to be going to the keep this time, it's going to be a very, very eastern circle towards the southern side as well. And that is going to be good for Gentlemates. I mean, at least they don't have to trek all the way across the map like they did the past 3 times we've gone to Fortune's Keep. And with that, they're going to have a lot of traffic, a lot of early KP to be fighting for. We do still see some teams go all the way to the right. And it's still going to be G2, JDG, NIP, and Leviathan on the outside trying to work their way over to the circle.
Nice cleanup here in Graveyard for the Falcons to clear their path and have it actually a safe home for the first time, maybe this entire second half of the group stages. And again, when you think about the Falcons and what they need to do, they need a banger map. They need to win probably and they at least need like 30 points, and they need AGAL to have a stinker. So watch out for AGAL today. Damax desperately needs some points as well, as they're down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Look at the top right-hand side of your screen. You can see where AGAL is. 167 is the score to beat as of current, and on screen AGAL is showing us why they're a top 5 team. My goodness. Knight with a 2-piece on Orchid, who's hot on their heels.
I was going to say, that's the one team you want to be beating right now if you're AGAL. Orchid are right beside you on that leaderboard, and you are making mincemeat out of them. Nemesis in the feed, heading up against the likes of Vicious Esports, who just continue to linger around these Falcons. They got a vendetta out against these 3 players, and they do not want to let them just chill in a zone for free. They got Fnatic around them as well. Same with Gentlemates.
Vicious at least lose one. If they lose multiple here, they're going to be in deep trouble. They're a team that could get cut down and be sent home, unfortunately, right here, right now, if they're not careful. Limax, fraggers go out. They find a couple. Bray safe for a moment. Anchor still alive for Nemesis.
Yeah, Gentlemates with the early KP. Same thing with AGAL. Same thing with Orchid. Falcons have been quiet in this early drop to Graveyard. Haven't yet gotten to see them move.
Yeah, they don't need to. They were able to just loot back up after they went out in Graveyard. They're going to get their loadout, and then they're going to go frag out here in a moment. So everything's doing, I guess this is usually how it goes for the Falcons. A lot of folks starting to swarm around them, though. There's a big chance for some points. They're going to get one there on Nemesis and look for a lot more in the area. The Vicious, though, the thorn in their side, the Achilles heel of the Falcons is here, but it's just Souls. Let's see if they can hunt him down.
Nobody's going to be chasing down the Falcons, so they don't have to worry about getting third-partied right now. They're on the hunt to see if they can find this last remaining Vicious player. Doesn't look like Souls is going to be able to get away. Yay to the roof.
Good God. NIP off screen is doing unspeakable things to Leviathan as they leave Winery for the first time in Fortune's
G2 are out.
G2 gone. This is going to open up some point sponges at the top. Remember, G2 was at the very top of this leaderboard by a country mile, so no big deal. G2 goes down, except it opens up the board.
G2, they've done what they needed to do on day 1 and day 2. They're going to be seeing themselves to Sunday. They don't have anything to worry about right now, so even though you're out, you just get to kick your feet up and study.
I'll talk more about this later, but Juju showcasing the different team that For Fun is today. This is the team that we saw in the open quals. This is the team that went pub stomping. You know, points today versus points yesterday, it's not even comparable. These guys have been putting up 20 ball games over and over again, slaying out the lobby. A really good game here. For Fun is in a great position to still make top 5 as they find kill after kill on main from a distance. But in the meantime, of course, we see our new zone. It goes further to the west.
Yeah, it is going to be moving into town and Overlook. Still a lot of bodies over from the Lighthouse, moving across the Smuggler's Cove into the Grotto and Gatehouse. There's about maybe 5 or 6 trios to worry about.
AGAL, a bubble team holder, currently in 5th. Can they hold the line? Let's listen in.
These kids row out of Spiral?
I have no idea. I mean, we're all like yellow mark. Nice. Get off.
He's offing?
Yeah, I can't help you with that. It's coming.
He's one shot. They shot me crossing. He's gonna try and jump out. I need help.
No, you should
push
try
him
to
to the tower.
Yeah, he's on the roof of Spiral right now.
I can try to get to you.
I'm holding top church.
Push him to the tower, bro.
Yeah, he's going. Knight's going. I'm holding top Spiral.
I'm here at the tower right now, okay? They're smoked across, okay?
Yeah,
One already crossed.
Right here. Yo, on me, it's Spiral. They're fine.
Go. There's gotta be Orchid on the edge.
Yeah, that's Orchid and Spiral.
That's hold them, okay?
Yeah.
I'm inside on the banisters right now. I'm gonna grab this bounty, okay?
Yep.
I'm on the second floor.
I mean, do you guys want to just get ahead and we can hold them back?
Going great.
Yeah.
Hold them.
He's still top Spiral.
Okay. I'm holding them.
Yeah, needing me?
On the tower.
Oh, they PA'd. I got PA'd.
Faster 5 kids on the tower, rowing in. They're on me. Okay, they're in grave.
A great callback from the IGL there, FIFA Kill. If they overcommitted on that fight, they probably get shot in the back by Orchid, or even worse, maybe the Falcons, pending the way that fight went down. So a great call from FIFA Kill. Bring back the troops, gonna play together and work their way into new. But of course, we've got eyes on the rest of the map as well. A lot going on. To recap, only 2 teams are out. That's Fortune's Keep for you. Yes, the zone is moving into the water deeper and deeper to the southwest. But for now, 14 teams remain trying to find a foothold on some semblance of some cover as everybody starts creeping towards town.
Yeah, Orchid desperately were trying to get around the Falcons into the eastern side of Overlook. However, Gentlemates stopped that, forced them to fight through the middle. Into the grotto they go. Still having to face against both AG Global and Falcons, the two teams you're trying to avoid right now. As the circle closes even further. A lot of water open, so a lot of places for these teams to rat out and regain, and Leviathan are one of those teams hiding inside of it.
Again, we're looking at Orchid, we're looking at For Fun, we're looking at Falcons to make a play for the top 5. Nemesis not really in contention, but they're desperately deep inside of mid-pack. A bad game, nothing really happens. A great game, probably nothing happens. For Vicious, though, they're desperately, viciously fighting for a spot in the Survivor stage. They need some points. They need a good game.
Yeah, they're stuck right now between Nemesis and the Falcons, so you're not in a great position. Even though you've had the Falcons number, still not where you want to be. Orchid go out. AG Global are going to knock them out, and that gets them into the safe zone and away from that bubble team.
That's a huge takedown. Orchid gone means at least one of the dogs nipping at your heels is out of here before Fun get gunned down by NIP, but a nice trade from Juju. Easy trade, easy pick back up. But of course, there's more teams in the area. Watch out for KGV, who are still trying to claw their way into the Survivor stages as well. For Fun maybe in a bit of trouble right now. A fight that they desperately need to win if they want a top 5 position. Catch it from the backside, a great flank. Gonna put For Fun on their heels, but Juju is fighting for his life. And he's put down KGV to a solo. A duo flying back in as the current.
He's put down a PA just to give him a little bit of space between KGV so he can maybe get this res on his teammate, get back into a 2-on-2 spot. Kazu doesn't want to let that happen. I love this from KGV because it gets the confirm onto Juju and it makes their For Fun difficult.
Yeah, look at the map right now. You can see the Gentlemates, they're very safe. Haven't shown them because they've been chilling, just fragging. On screen though, Nemesis in a big fight against the Vicious. An important fight for both of these teams, both desperately trying to stay in this competition. For Fun, I believe, potentially wiped, but no, we got floaters in the sky as Bray takes down the Vicious. Will they get full wiped? No, they've got a regainer. A lot of folks swimming around. We still got 13 teams and a bunch of swimmers.
A whole lot of teams in the water. Falcons are in a great spot, though, still coming out of Graveyard. You're going to have your anchor player safe and sound. Your Slayers pushing through, seeing what they can do. That's going to be Dongy and Noobs trying to tally things up. The squad's going to get wiped there, and it looks like For Fun now have been wiped. So that gives KGV some positioning into Grotto. They're going to be working into AG Global, and NIP behind them slowly trying to work in and regain.
Really the only team that can eclipse top 5 now with For Fun gone and Orchid gone is Team Falcons. Noobs not a kill, but plenty of damage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen in with the Falcons. The only team that can get top 5 with FIFA kill down and AGAL out. The Falcons a chance.
Right, there's a team on the right. We had all this space top left too. Should I start spacing it out?
We try to get in advance. How much Huey do you have?
I only have one. I only had enough for one.
I'm gonna try to loot up too. We can space it out. We're on 7, bro. We need more kills. Oh, he's on my left. Dropping my left. I got him.
Nice. Landed in front of me, yellow.
Weak. Yeah, we're definitely a little bit more aggressive, bro. We only have 8 kills.
Yeah, I know.
Drop like cuts. There's still a lot of kids that gotta come on the ground.
Yeah, I hear that. So long.
I'm gonna jump down the tower and loot. Okay.
Alright. Landing back left side in the hole.
Yeah, grab.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I saw that guy. Yeah. He's in the yellow cut.
Yeah, I'm gonna play for y'all. I'm gonna play for these kills underground. I'm gonna try to alert.
Okay. I'm trying to keep this guy off the yellow cut.
I could die from fucking L though. But I'm gonna try to gamble. He ran away.
This guy's in yellow. He's just running around.
This guy's stair glitching right here in front of me.
Yeah, this guy's in yellow. I'm just trying to play for him.
Wait, one of them just came out of red right here. 2-2-2. Orchid. In the deep L. In the deep L. They cracked me.
This guy's still in my close L2. Or yellow, I mean. He's in yellow busting doors.
I heard it. We should try to kill this team on fucking...
Okay, I'm leaving the kid in yellow then. I'm going to try to hop up.
Down, crack.
Right,
one shot left to help. They're in L.
Yeah, one's on the roof right here. He ran. This guy ran on my ring. I don't know where the other guys are.
Yeah.
I'm crouch walking top of yellow right now.
A few crates.
Only 7 kills turned to 8. The Falcons able to stay alive and hold the top position. In the meantime, KGV are gone. They were a bubble team. They were just barely outside of getting punished and kicked out of this one. The Falcons gonna hold the line on the top side while the Gentlemates hold the line on the south.
Fortunate enough for KGV, Vicious Esports, GameX Esports, and New Icons are gone, and those are the 3 teams that were in elimination poll, so they should be seeing themselves to the survival stage. Gonna have to wait to see how that goes.
Falcons desperately need more kills, and maybe they'll be fed a couple on a silver spoon. We check in quickly with the Gentlemates. Again, they are safe on the south side. They're in the best position to win this game, just holding the final circle, but they've already made it to top 5. They've already made it straight to the match point finals. This is insult to injury, and this is to prevent the Falcons from making it to a top 5 position.
JDG could be working in through the top of town. Falcons in between them. Right alongside them is going to be new Icons. So a little bit of quick to the jump will be JDG to see if they can work into a position to take on these Falcons.
Falcons have to play for this. They desperately need the kills. JDG find a couple, but Donkey's going to find one. Looking for the second, hiding in the back corner. JDG run to the hills and deep into the gas to try to stay alive. The Falcons low on health, but deep in the gas because they have to clean up this final player. They need to win the North so they can actually hope and pray for, yes, a top 5 position, but even pray for a win. They get FLS. No, they got a buyback right as he goes down. JDG have one player still up in the skies. Yes, the Falcons have won the North, but look who's holding him. It's Nemesis and the Gentlemates in zone. Our new zone is in the water, Seymour. We're going to the beaches.
Nobody's looking for the Falcons right now. Not even Nemesis is going to be paying attention to him, so the Falcons are getting a free rotate. No, Bray's going to turn around.
Doggy finds an angle. The Falcons in trouble. They desperately need a top 5. They have to stay alive. We're still at 6. Who can it be? They will take matters into their own hands. Down goes another team, and finally the Falcons get a nice multiplier, but more needs to be made. They need more points. They don't have enough kills yet, and it's going to be entirely on Dongy's shoulders. Melvin's still alive. Can he win the gunfight? No. Dongy's still up. Inkyo wins his. We're down to the final 3. It's Falcons versus Gentlemates, and somehow Nemesis still in this.
Nemesis with 2, Gentlemates with 3. Falcons at the bottom of the hill. It's just going to be Dongy to try to get it done, to try to claw his way and crawl his way into top 5.
The Gentlemates, near top of the leaderboard, will shut the door on the Falcons. We'll let the mathematicians do the work, but you can hear the crowd. The Gentlemates are going to win the final map of the day. For the boys, the first and last map, they've done it.
They've gotten their way all the way into top 5 to represent their home crowd on the championship Sunday for the champs of WRS. This means a lot for the French fans, but it means even more for these players who all year have been dodging that podium finish to hopefully do it at home.
It's still group stages, ladies and gentlemen, but the crowd makes it feel like so much more. If we take a look back on their win, it was utter chaos underground, and Dongy wins his ones. They found a sizable amount of kills in the final circle, and they do get their top 5 finish. Let's listen into the win, though.
Nice. Remonte. On va remonter. Il est au rocher, deep. Nice! Let's go, les gars! Let's go!
Nice celebration. It feels like everything is finally coming together for the Gentlemates. But of course, we have to turn back our attention to the win conditions today. The bubbles. Who's top 5? Who's bottom 3? Who's going home and not even able to play in their survivor stages? I don't know if the Falcons did enough. AGAL had a okay, if not better than okay map. And they look to be celebrating. If their math is correct, there's a chance AGAL held the line.
And to see AGAL in the Sunday and Falcons having to play through Saturday survival stage, like that just adds to the storylines of EWC. Like that is a moment where a lot of people are like, I know, like the Falcons, like they're falling down. They don't look the same. They're not out. We know the Falcons' potential. We see it there from the Falcons' potential. And it's just trying to keep that together throughout the rest of the week for this team to see what they could do. Falcons show some teeth at the end. Not sure if it was enough though.
I am getting word officially. Vicious do not make it. Fnatic have dropped down. They were in 12th. Fnatic were in 12th and they dropped down and are out of here. And of course, unfortunately, new Icons are out of here as well. Fnatic, the Vicious, and new Icons will be headed home and are about to have their keys crushed. Unfortunate for Fnatic to not piece it all together in the final moments. A brutal game for these guys. They had a long journey to get here through the regional qualifiers and have had a modicum of success. But in the final couple maps, you can see the frustration on some of these teams' faces.
It's always hard to say goodbye to a tournament with as much prestige as this one. Heartbreak, tears, and the representation of your region not able to carry over to another day. It is not going to be a good feeling to walk away with your key and put it on the podium of elimination. But to find a champion, we need to see teams fall, and today just wasn't your day.
Can't repeat all the words that I just let lick red off of Braxton's face, but he said good job. Good job for Fun, man. Talk about tippable. Fun came to play today. Not an insane last map, but definitely good enough, man. They were ahead of Falcons moving into that last one. Falcons should leapfrog them. But you can see Orchid's frustration as well for a moment. Yes, they've done fantastic. They probably end up in 6th or 7th. But you can see it on their faces. They're just so close. One more good map, they could have taken down AGAL and made it straight to the match point finals. I feel very comfortable these guys will get there, but they just got to keep playing, and there's some risk in that. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Barney down on the stage to unfortunately crush the keys of the 3 teams that are missing out.
That's right. I got the 3. I was going to say 3 teams. I've got 3 players here who've just been absolutely smashing it over the last 2 days of the group stage. Congratulations, JD Gaming. What an impressive performance. Crowd are popping off as well. So, FLS, let's first come to you, right? To have, to finish out Group B in the top spot, does it give you that little extra boost of confidence going into Championship Sunday? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We started off a little bit slow today, but got into it, and yeah, it's definitely a confident boost for Sunday.
I love it. And, talking about Sunday, a whole new lobby, other teams enter. There's a lot more pressure going into it as well. How do you guys typically mentally prepare each other going into days like this? What's the scope of, what you guys chat about?
I think for us, it's very important that we have good vibes and bring a lot of energy. And then, the gameplay speaks for itself.
It does indeed. Deadly on the dance floor. I like it. Right, follow me. Let's go over here. Let's go over to the Crusher. This is the fun bit. This is the bit that you have to earn at the Esports World Cup to crush someone else's key. And not only one, you guys get to crush 3 at the same time. Step up onto the podium, please. Slappy. We're about to crush 3 teams, right? We've got Vicious Esports. We've got New Icons, and we've got Fnatic. Those three teams are all been eliminated from the competition. They're standing over there. Anything you'd like to say to them before you crush their keys?
I'm sorry, man.
Sorry?
Be done.
It has to be done, exactly. That's the nature of competition. It's the nature of the beast. Melvin, please, my friend, can you press that button? And let's open up this incredible crusher. The gnashing teeth, ready to chomp up these keys. Slappy, I think it's down to you, my friends. I'm going to get you to pull on this lever and send these keys down in 3, 2, 1. Ooh! And there they go. I tell you what, Slappy, consistency is key when it comes to performing out here on the main stage. What would you say your team's biggest strength is? Is it the synergy? Is it the slaying power? Or is it all of the above?
I mean, obviously, we all know what we're capable of, so we're just staying disciplined and just doing our game plan, making sure we orchestrate it to its full potential and just playing our game, really.
Play your game, and that's all you need to do. It's all you can do, and you've got Championship Sunday to look forward to. Obviously, we're saying goodbye to 3 teams right here. That means 6 total teams from the group stage have now been eliminated. It's a bitter pill to have to swallow, but at the end of the day, someone's gotta go home. And so with that being said, it is now time to head back to the studio to round out the group stage and get us hyped up for the survival tomorrow. See you in a bit.
They will be going home, but we also have 5 teams that will be moving on to match point finals. And earlier at the beginning of the day, we were talking about predictions. We were talking about the play app pick'ems, and it was none other than Lace saying G2.
I mean, look, JD obviously took the trophy, but like by a point, man, by a point. And look, this tremendous run from G2, obviously Shift and I have just been getting super passionate about G2, but this is exactly what we needed and expected from them. Obviously a very shaky start in the original group stages, even at the start, and then anxiety finally awoken. The beast within finally got his claws into all those competition, and I mean, what an excellent job that G2 did to solidify them in that top 5.
Yeah, and I would just say, like, the land performances for G2 coming in didn't give us much to throw weight on. And then you also got to think back to how some of these guys had played at EWC last year. Tremendous letdown. I mean, there was so much hype and buzz about what they were doing online, then all of a sudden they show up on LAN and throw an absolute stinker out there. So to see G2 come together and put together the most consistent results outside of what Twisted Minds was able to do in total by placement and kills, incredible stuff. So our top 3, absolute lights out. NIP, who had a great day yesterday, retained their space. AG, huge bump up to get to that top 5 position. Very typical on top of that.
And that is massive for AGAL because that's a squad that's currently in the top 5 for club championship, fighting for more points. Now that they're going to be going directly to match point finals, it's a chance for them to grab even more club championship points.
Hey, incredible. What a run, man. I mean, and again, we've talked about it plenty, that Falcons position there in 7th place, telling of how their Esports World Cup has gone so far. For fun as well. Got themselves on the front page finally. Great run out of them. And Team Orchid, a dark horse, as many considered, and not a bad position to be in there at 6th. But still, that means we will see them tomorrow at the very least. Vicious, Fnatic, new icons. We'll see you another time.
Yeah, and I'm just going to point to Godlike real quickly because, yes, they had an unbelievable day today. They had the 3rd best scoring day today overall outside of the teams that happened to dominate in Group A. That's comparing to yesterday. They only had 43 points coming into today. So 100-plus point day, unbelievable stuff. Yes, they'll go through the survival stage, but they should have a target on their back.
From 15th to 9th, not a bad place whatsoever. I mean, a dangerous spot within the middle. I mean, that was very, very unstable waters, both teams bouncing back and forth there. But at the end of the day, good enough to stay in position, good enough not to be eliminated, to see another day is all you can ask for.
And I mean, even Leviathan as well, we were saying that, you know, they were in that bottom 3 for such a long time. They were able to get out since match 2, but to be able to stay out of that bottom 3 with such a great performance today, obviously maybe not where they were hoping to stand on the leaderboard, but hey, they ain't going home.
Yeah, Gamma Experience barely able to get out of those bottom 3. That squad is going to have to do a lot more, especially coming to tomorrow, because Survival, only the top 6 will be moving on to match point finals. Everybody else's keys will be crushed. One thing that we did end up seeing, especially in the first day, was the sponge points, right? With Twisted Minds, we saw it especially with Group A. Tomorrow, at least for some of these squads trying to make it to match point finals, they won't really have to worry about that. They will be trying to become the sponge points.
I might get an even more closely contested competition throughout tomorrow. I mean, it's 6 places is not enough. I mean, looking at how tight these games have been, look how incredibly close this leaderboard's been over 2 days of play. There is very, very, very little room for error here. So you have got to make sure that every map counts to the most you can get out of it.
I think the other thing on top of that, and we saw this come through last year, you know, we only played Rebirth, and a lot of the contests around Control Center was throwing teams into complete mental disarray. You cannot be mentally checked going into tomorrow. You have to be thinking about nothing really from the first 2 days. Like if you're a team like Falcons, wipe the slate clean. If you're a team that just barely made it on the cusp, didn't get eliminated today, but finished just outside that bottom 3, wipe the slate clean. Anything can happen. It's a brand new day at COD.
So last season 1, Goldfish. Yep, get all about it. That's what you have to do, guys. You just have to forget. And I think many of our teams will do that. Many teams will do that because Warzone is live. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, you will have to forget those first 2 days for the squads that are going to be going into survival. But one thing I haven't forgotten, actually, he's still here. So I get a chance to ask him again. Detective Roll, you told me that Leviathan was going to get a win. What happened?
I guess we'll have to see it tomorrow.
Oh.
Hey, sticking with these guys.
Fair. All right. I thought he was going to be backing out. Make sure you tune in tomorrow to COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26, because tomorrow it's survival. We'll be crushing more keys, and we'll be finding out who are the last 6 teams to join Match Point Finals.